Je veux voir le dessin.
All bunnies at a marathon would be funny.
Oh. Ah meuf.
All right.
Ah ouais, il faut appuyer sur le micro, c'est ça.
It's been a pleasure to
Bonjour.
be here with y'all
C'est ça.
past 15 or so minutes. I've been Star Amos.
Yeah, and I've been Spiders. It's also been a pleasure. Shoutouts to GDQ for hosting these English restreams, and shoutouts to SpeeDons for supporting Medicine du Monde through this amazing charity marathon.
75 heures
It's
de
a
speedrun
wonderful
non-stop
organization.
et je dois
Does
l'avouer,
a
avant d'annoncer
lot
ce
of
Donkey
great
Kong,
medical work,
eh bien,
both
je vais
in
vous
terms of
partager mon
actual
feeling du moment.
crisis
Un peu
response
fatigué.
and
Et toi,
training.
Germain? Mon chouette.
Amazing stuff. I want to shout out Frame Fatales Marathon coming up next week.
Évidemment,
there.
nous sommes là, mais nous sommes vaillants et vaillantes.
Et alors attends, parce qu'en plus, il y a quand même le dessin. Parce que finalement, oui, Animal Well, tout ça, mais on n'a pas encore fini cette étape-là. Alors bonjour.
That's all
déjà.
for me.
Salut Ad.
Bonjour.
I think that's all for me too.
Voilà, tu vas nous
Have a
montrer,
good night.
Tu vas nous montrer ta création.
Oui, la grande question c'était comment j'allais essayer de rendre hommage à cette DA incroyable que c'est d'Animal Well. Du coup j'ai tenté un truc, je pense que c'est pas mal. Oh waouh, c'est une plaque gravée.
Alors dans ce que là,
Avec un petit fond que j'ai préparé à l'avance pour le coup parce que sinon c'est pas possible.
c'est un petit peu flou. Remets le dessin vers toi. Vers le 3.
Ah pardon.
Vers toi, voilà. Ah ouais, super.
Voilà, là j'ai ma petite lampe frontale, voilà, c'est la technique, hop.
Ah, c'est exceptionnel.
Voilà, à mettre dans une petite caisse américaine avec une petite lumière derrière, ce sera sympa.
Oh waouh.
Trop cool. Ah oui, Miaou, ils ont vu un chat.
Ah oui.
Miaou, c'est le nouveau.
Un manticore qui fait peur, ouais.
Eh ben, félicitations pour ça. Donc, ça va être dédicacé par toi-même, par le runner.
Oui,
par,
oui, oui.
par je ne sais pas qui.
S'il veut bien venir.
On va prendre quelqu'un au hasard dans le public et on va le faire. Voilà, la sécu, là-bas, on va le faire signer aussi.
Exceptionnel.
Magnifique. Tu restes avec nous ou pas?
Ben non, c'était ma dernière
demande d'aller dormir.
Là,
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Non, c'est bon, j'ai dormi. Je vais profiter de ce dimanche maintenant, et voilà, bien kiffer parce que le dimanche c'est toujours incroyable. Donc voilà.
C'est largement mérité.
Vas-y, attends, avant de partir, le moment promo, on peut te retrouver où?
Voilà, je tiens mes réseaux sociaux tel un tractopelle. Donc pas en fait, mais je suis sur Twitch de temps en temps. Des fois je pop, mais je préviens pas. N'hésitez pas à me suivre. Voilà, pseudo HADH, on me retrouve facilement comme ça. Et puis sur Instagram, au prochain Speedon, j'espère, moi avec grand plaisir en tout cas, pour des runs longues, ce serait trop bien.
Oui, parce que là, t'as eu 10 minutes, c'est ça pour...
Là, j'ai même pas regardé, mais
un quart d'heure.
un petit quart d'heure. Et en fait, je viens de faire 3 fois 10-15 minutes là, à la suite, donc j'étais...
Vraiment trop forte. Le talent compressé, c'est hyper impressionnant. Vraiment un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Ad en plus, qui a fait plusieurs matinées, qui va avoir son repos bien mérité maintenant.
Merci beaucoup et puis kiffez bien aujourd'hui. Merci Speedon de l'opportunité de revenir cette année encore. Merci pour tout ça, c'est incroyable. L'orga et tout, c'était vraiment top. Enfin, c'est toujours top, c'est trop bien. Donc,
merci à toi et encore bravo.
Merci.
Bravo pour le talent.
Ah, ça y est, ça se réveille dans l'amphi.
C'est une bonne chose.
Bien ou quoi? Moi, je vous suggère de faire... On va faire
bien ou quoi? Bah ouais, bien ou quoi?
Ouais, bien ou quoi? De faire la petite morning routine. Voilà, tu vois, le truc du matin, tu fais ton petit rituel. Donc,
l'étirement, le dos, l'hydratation.
Hydratez-vous, bien sûr.
Douche, attention.
Faites vos étirements, douchez-vous.
On m'a dit hier, il y en avait, pas sûr qu'ils aient...
Douchez-vous. Prenez vos petits médicaments avec votre petit déjeuner, c'est important. D'ailleurs, le petit déjeuner, le repas le plus important de la journée.
Moi j'ai des trucs, mais comme là on va annoncer Donkey Kong, il y a
on va évidemment commencer par ce fruit plein de potassium qui est la banane.
Et d'ailleurs, petit tour d'un point de vue planning, et puis on lira quelques dons bien entendu. Alors, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze.
Et ça va être par Moa qui est Moa de la Team Fast and Fabs encore, exceptionnel.
Super jeu en plus.
Et oui.
Ensuite, on aura une race sur Cuphead.
Et oui, la race de Cuphead très attendue avec 4 runners et runneuses, ce sera incroyable.
Ouais, Rafo, Xelox, Vicky Spin et Akram.
Et oui, Akram. Et après Ristar par le grand, l'unique, l'incroyable Klex que tout le monde connaît bien sûr, et qui va, évidemment...
De par sa performance sur Tetris.
Notamment, c'était complètement ça. Et puis, Klex, donc, qui va jouer sur Ristar. Et d'ailleurs, il y a une incentive sur Ristar pour savoir est-ce qu'on le joue en mode hard ou en mode super. Et sachant que, ne vous y fiez pas, le mode hard... C'est un mode difficile, mais le mode super, eh bien, c'est un mode encore plus difficile. C'est encore plus fort compliqué.
Ensuite, en vrac, on aura du Demon's Crest, joué par le Hulk, au Camille HD, par Tinker Knight.
Très attendu, ça.
1001 Spikes, c'est comme ça qu'on dit?
Ouais.
1001.
J'allais dire 1001 Spike, comme
une
Pat, tu sais très bien.
Ok, excuse-moi.
Mais non, mais tu es international, écoute, I'm so proud of you.
Ok.
Yeah, so maybe the Restream can catch what we're saying if you say 1001 thingies. Hi.
Okay, yes. And by the way, big up to all the international Restream official from the speedrun from France.
Yes, absolutely, because we are absolutely so grateful that you are all doing this. So thank you very much. It's amazing and very much appreciated.
Est-ce le pire
Est-ce que mon meilleur replay français est là?
Le pire plateau qu'on a jamais fait? Je pense que bref, big up bien sûr à la team Germensch pour l'Allemagne, Games Done Quick pour les États-Unis et le Japanese Restream.
Voilà, évidemment, qui eux sont déjà bien avancés dans leur après-midi.
On n'a même pas lu de don, on est censé lancer, on n'a pas lu de don. Allez, vas-y, j'en lis 3-4 quand même. Alors, la Dodds, merci pour les 5 €. Superbe speedrun de ce jeu incroyable qui est Animal Well. Pour les dons pour ce dernier jour.
Mais oui.
PS, ceux à qui ça a donné envie de jouer, eh bien bonne chance avec les lapins.
Oui, parce que la Dodds, c'était la runneuse de Spirou.
Ah oui, d'accord. Ok.
Hier après-midi.
Bien sûr, j'avais la ref.
On a Alice qui a donné 10 €. Retour 1 million, la team du matin, on donne.
On est à combien?
Mais oui, non, mais ils sont bien bossés, bientôt les 954.
Le million dans la matinée.
Le million dans la matinée, ça peut être la classe. Allez, pour 1 million en pyjama, vraiment, donnez tout maintenant, là, je pense, imagine la photo légendaire
de nous comme ça.
Ouais, franchement, voilà. 1 million, super.
Allez, très bien, Alice, donc voilà, retour 1 million, merci pour les 10 €. Ganam, 1 €, Birvos, bien sûr, et Speedon, et Axodo pour sa run sur un chef-d'œuvre. Vive Béboul, ah oui, qui est officiellement Béboul, donc. Zach,
c'est encore la bagarre, hein.
Ouais, mais bon, la bagarre.
Béboul.
Là, c'est vite décidé. Zach, 50 €, obligé de donner pendant Animal Well, qui est donc GOTY 2024. Et un coucou depuis la salle. Salut depuis la salle. Pourquoi il eut? Non, je cru qu'il eut.
Salut.
Ah, très bien.
Non, mais c'est comme hier, tu sais, ça criait miaou pendant la run. Étant donné que j'ai un main character syndrome, j'étais dans l'autre salle et j'étais là genre, mais les yeux à bout, qu'est-ce qui se passe? On m'appelle? Pardon? C'était gênant. Je suis arrivée en courant, c'était gênant.
Et puis quand même, un petit 500 balles de Greg 1869. Achète, donne, ouais.
Bravo! Et enfin,
c'est peut-être le seul que je dirais aujourd'hui. Alors.
Et enfin, un anonyme qui donne 7 € en disant merci pour cet event. Je suis hypnotisée devant mon écran, c'est pas encore fini, mais j'ai déjà hâte d'assister à la 6e édition. Ouais. Eh bien, nous, en tout cas, on a hâte d'assister à la run de Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Ce sera runné par Moa Ricknell et c'est à vous.
Et salut SpeeDons, salut à tous. Donc je suis Azer et en compagnie de Shiki.
Ouais, bonjour à tous.
Et on va non, on va rien runner du tout.
On va rien faire nous, hein.
On va juste commenter une run de Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze qui va être runnée par Moa. Salut Moa.
Salut. Bonjour Speedon. J'espère que vous allez bien. Les vaillants, vous êtes déjà là le matin. Moi, ça me fait trop plaisir d'être là. Ouais. Là, ça me fait plaisir.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Osborne, and you might recognize me from 2 runs ago, or 5 runs ago, or earlier this morning. This is my 5th and final run for SpeeDons English Restream. Welcome back to that. And this is the run that I have the least experience in, but I don't think that really matters because I'm here with the absolute GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, Spike Vegeta. Spike, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks so much for introducing me, Osborne. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I've been used to doing the little intros here for these runs. So, this is like my 3rd run of the event. You're sitting here, you are pulling double, triple, quadruple, 5 times. Sitting here for your 5th run of the
Oh, yeah. Yes.
at least in our time zone, to the
C'est pour ça
final
qu'on
day
attend
of
un petit
this
peu ici.
awesome event.
Mais là, je pense que moi, c'est bon, non?
Yes.
Bon, on va lancer un peu de décompte.
We're,
On va faire un
look at
décompte.
the bottom.
On y va dans 3.
Euros there at 9.
We're so close.
US dollar doozies. We are just over $8,000 away. So you want to help us get to that million. You want to help the French speedrunning community here get to $1 million. Exclamation point donate, and you can contribute to it. But
Yes,
as you
please
say,
do.
we have got Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze Funky Mode, Funky Only with Moa right here.
What exactly is funky mode here? Well, of course we're playing as Funky Kong, but what does that entail?
Yeah, so we are going to be playing as it's kind of casually considered like the easier mode of the game,
that's for sure.
where Funky comes in and he's got 5 health to work with. He doesn't need any of the other Kongs as like power-ups like you would get with the DK family where you're Donkey, but you can find Diddy, Dixie, or Cranky to give yourself, you know, these the ability to jump a little bit higher, to cross over gaps, you know, to take care of like movement underwater. Funky comes with all of it. He's got all of his own variations on it. But yeah,
and
it's,
like
we're gonna see
ability
Funky
to
all
like
day.
the ability to like double jump onto different enemies can also be refunded. The double jump gets refunded after you like bop onto an enemy, and so being able to like chain double jumps together a lot is and like preserve momentum is something you're going to be seeing a lot throughout this run that Moa is going to do. Also, again, huge shouts to Moa for being a really talented runner in this game. And so, how does like the different modes in this game compare to Funky Mode specifically? Which are like what are the different like aspects of the different characters in this game? If you don't mind me asking, Spike.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've mostly been working on like original mode stuff over the years, but you can see right there, actually a great example by Moa in a little bit of a mistake, but landed in the spikes down there, and you saw he didn't actually take any damage. So you might think, oh, well, that's great. His little surfboard, I don't get how a surfboard protects you from spikes, but hey, we're Donkey Kong logic. Sure, let's take it.
Clearly, you've never gone surfing in spikes before.
Yeah, listen, next time I'm on vacation, I'll have to give it a shot. But that's actually worse for speedrunning. In general, there's a couple different places where if you land in the spikes and it's like a long row of spikes, we called it in the community the hummus glue. Because you can't, you don't just take damage and then start rolling through the spikes. No, you're like stuck in the spikes. So all of a sudden you have to slowly hop your way out. The surfboard basically just gets attached to it. It's very odd. But yeah, here we are with Funky. He has got his surfboard kind of simulating Cranky's cane right here, like you would get with like, we always said like the DuckTales cane. It actually can bop off of pretty much any and all enemies. So he's going to be able to utilize that to even use bigger enemies that you shouldn't necessarily be able to jump off of with other Kongs in order to, like you say, keep that chained momentum going all throughout the level. That being said, the levels in Tropical Freeze do go by really fast. He's already nearing the end of level 2 right here, taking that big double jump over those grasshoppers. And normally the game wants you to take this boat all the way across. It's super slow. No, we're going to water skip the entire way through, getting down, taking out the enemy right there, going for the double jump, bouncing off, and having 2 levels down. Well done by Moa right there.
I didn't realize Funky Kong was going to skip all of the water levels in this game, or the water mechanics for the portions there. Because as I'm notorious for like hating water levels in games, and if Funky can just skip through all that, then maybe Funky's my favorite character here on out. You know, like
Funky. I would tell anyone, if you are interested in getting into Tropical Freeze speedrunning, Funky Mode is like the best way to start with it because, again, he comes with all those powers. He inherently has a little bit less punishment compared to the family because, like, if you're playing original mode with, like, Donkey and the whole family, they'll come in, okay, you've got Cranky. They each have 2 hearts, but what that means is, effectively, after only 2 hits, you're greatly powered down because you don't have Cranky. Funky, you can take up to 4 hits right here and never be actually powered down. Even if you die, you come back, you've still got all of Funky right there. So I brought up the hummus glue section earlier. This is kind of a big section where you could get stuck in that. Let's see if he's able to jump. Oh, well done, Moa.
Ooh, yeah. There's a lot of different specs in this level, so I can imagine like the hummus glue can be very much a predicament.
You picked it up so fast. I'm proud of you, young one. You picked up the hummus flute very quickly. You fit right into the tropical freeze.
Of course. The moment that we say like a bit, I just attach onto it. And, like, I'm just gonna run with this for the rest of the run.
Now, Funky also does come similar to Dixie Kong, has the hover ability. You actually, like, ideally want to see that as little as possible, because all this great momentum that Funky gets to maintain, you lose all of that when you start hovering. Now, sometimes obviously using it for safeties or simply to save yourself, it's still great for that sort of thing. And there are a handful of times where it will just allow you to cross a gap that you otherwise would have to like wait on slow platforming cycles or something for, that he can just barely make it over that with the hovering of the surfboard. But yeah, Funky, he's got it all. Now, it said here, this is funky mode. This is funky only, implying that there is a category where you're not funky only. You actually can go into the menus and swap between Kongs. So if you're going for like funky mode, true, you know, any percent no death abuse, all Kongs allowed, you would actually switch to the DK family for 2 different instances of the run, the boss of this world and the entirety of World 4. Because Funky is really, really good, but there are a couple of instances where in particular, Diddy's underwater jetpacking skills would save you a ton of time in those. Instead, we're just going to be corkscrewing through.
I remember playing with Diddy and just zooming through some water sections, playing this casually. And so, like, I mean, I get that that's the restriction in order to, like, play as Funky Kong, and so that, like, for this specific run, it makes sense. Also, shoutouts to minecart sections. Me and my homies all love minecart sections in this game. It's so good.
Dude, they did so good with the auto-scroller stages. I was actually just playing back through DKC Returns, which just got its HD version on Switch the other night. Just going through all the levels I haven't been working on in like 80% and whatnot. Retro Studios, who made both of these games, did such a really, really good job with the spectacle, with the set pieces of these auto-scroller stages, to where they're extremely memorable. They're not boring in the slightest, even though, like, obviously, these are always the arch nemesis of speedrunners. Let us go fast.
I think an auto scroller, like, you can just make it fun, and I don't care if it's like slow or if I can't speed it up. And so I think this game took everything that I loved about DKC Returns and just made it better.
1,000,000%. And there is genuinely a lot of tech you can also go for. You generally, with like in the minecart sections, when you're going up or down slopes, you want to jump to either maintain momentum or cut out really slow like corners and whatnot. So there is actual speedrun tech within them. And they're not trivial. They're not like frames. They're like full handfuls of seconds over the course of the level that you can save. But with that being said, we are already at the end of World 1. We're going into the boss. And this is one of the 2 spots where if you're doing just kind of straight up any percent with funky mode, then you would swap to the Kong family. Going to be simply doing it here with Funky. We have to work out a little bit different strategies to get these hits as quickly as possible. Look at Funky being so funky there in the cutscene.
This seal. Or this walrus.
Yeah.
Is it a seal or a walrus?
This would be a seal. I believe this would be a seal right here. I'm going to go with seal. I'm bad with my animals.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I remember this boss very distinctly. Of course, just being able to, as he slides down the half pipe, you're able to just bop him right there. Remind me, do the bosses in this game follow the rule of 3s, or do they have like a set amount of health you need to
yeah, they all follow a set of 3s, but it's 3 sets of 3s. They each have. So he just actually already finished off the first phase, very clean there for Pompey. And now going automatically into phase 2 is going to have this one unhittable section right here, and then smack it out, hit number 4. Ooh, nice early hit right there by him. And now you've got a set of 8 penguins he has to go through. We'll see if he likes to potentially go for a damage boost. He's electing to draw all of them over here. Kind of mess around with the fact that you have so much health to work with. Yeah, it looks like he's electing to not take the damage boost necessarily and just bop on him right there at the end. One more hit, and we're already through phase 2 of Poppy.
He's zooming through this right now.
Yeah, World 1 with a very quick time so far, and end up with a low 10-minute time. It's looking like only 4 health left on Pompey. Want to also give a shout-outs to Moa that apparently from what I understand, Moa is actually generally the one who does the French Restream commentary of GDQs when I'm doing my runs. So it's like we're kind of coming full circle here. Very, very cool that getting to sit here with Oz and getting to do commentary for
I'm having the time of my life on Lyon. Like, it's great.
Oh, yeah. And we've got a lot of run left to go. Gamers, I see we have already raised over $1,400 just in this first 10 minutes of the run right here. Again, in the US dollars, they're going to be popping off more for the million euros that they're set, that they are pretty much guaranteed they're going to be getting today. But it'd be kind of cool here in the late night US section of the run.
I would love to see chat pop off for that. I would really. And that's the boss.
$1 million should be pretty cool. Nice getting in the swag, actually. It's slightly slower to punch him right there, but come on. You're at a marathon run. You got to have a good time.
Of course.
21 slaps to the face.
But yeah, we're a little under 7,000 away. I'm going to pop off really hard if it. I really think we can do it during this run, so I'm going to pop off really hard if it does.
Yeah, I'm a big believer. It's very impressive to see. This is my first time really getting to watch a ton of SpeeDons. And yeah, the fact that they're closing in on $1 million US right now with an entire day of an absolute stacked lineup of games. I know they've got at least stuff like Hollow Knight coming up a little bit later today. They've got Echoes of Wisdom as the closer. Absolutely hyped schedule that they put together for this event. That being said, we now go into World 2. The game gets harder right here. I think a pretty steep ramp up in difficulty, as World 1 was kind of your like tutorial world of sorts. It's normally, if you're playing like the original mode, you're going to be seeing a lot of the family just kind of introduced in each of the levels. But now we've all of a sudden the greatest enemy of anyone playing a platforming stage, pits, all of a sudden are part of the game. There's pits everywhere, so all that 5 health that you've got right there with Funky doesn't mean much. It'll all go away if you drop into one of those. So
yeah, and I do enjoy like when it like the game doesn't, even on easy modes there is still a little bit of a challenge, and so like when it comes to certain easy modes in games, like you're not invincible. There is still stuff that will kill you in one hit, even on Funky mode. And so being able to like have a like difference in like an easier difficulty but still have a good amount of challenge is something that I appreciate a lot when it comes to games. That jump is amazing. I love that so much.
Yeah, very, very cool skip right there. Only having to ride that card for a few seconds. Yeah, great stuff right there by Moa. And yeah, that just kind of shows like how much ground you can cover with Funky. There's also a lot in that stage where you're trying to go for effectively when the windmills are moving to the right, those little platforms, you like to ride them right there. So that it just adds that little bit of momentum to your own, saving you some frames here and there. But well done stage by Moa with that big jump off the cart.
Real fast. I have a question for you, Spike. The category is also includes no death abuse. In what cases in this game would death abuse usually be faster?
Yeah, so there is again, like this is the Nintendo, the game originally was on Nintendo Wii U back in 2014. Funky was added with the Switch release that was re-released in 2017 after nobody bought the Wii U, so they just dumped the entire library onto the Switch. It was great. And one of the things they decided to do, because Funky mode doubled as, here's this new character, but it was also meant to be a little bit more accessible, a little bit more of an easy mode, as you know, these modern Donkey Kong games are pretty difficult. And one of them was I believe it was also in Returns, where if you die 8 times in a section of a level, the game will say, hey, that's fine. Do you not want to play the level anymore? We'll beat it for you. As it turns out, that is faster if you are going true Funky Kong any %. There's a number like 8 or 9 levels where technically death abuse would be faster. It would be faster to jump into a pit 8 times in front of you, or, you know, take an amount of damage. The level just gets skipped completely at that point. So it was kind of timing out, okay, which levels are slow enough to where we are slower than our ability. Oh my goodness!
Oh
Great save by there by Moa.
Stressed me out just looking at that.
Gonna leave Randy behind, but gonna be able to do the double jumps and whatnot to make up for that. Oh my goodness, good save.
Also, how rude of me. Everyone say hi to Rambi the Rhino. I love Rambi the Rhino.
Yo, my man. Unfortunately gone now. There are 3 Rambi stages in this. Mostly can just take him for a preference or not in these first 2 levels where you see him. As you can see, Funky able to get through it. pretty easily by himself. I think it is like technically faster to even completely skip him in these 2 stages. The final one we see, you got to take the Rhino. Otherwise, you can't blast through walls and stuff. But either way, that was a very, very scary situation back there for Moa. But able to avoid it and, can still get like really, really good times in this as long as you're at least like avoiding deaths and whatnot. And, those are always the slowest time losses or the worst time losses. And was able to completely cancel it out right there. Now we got one of my favorite levels in the run. We have got 2-3 right here. I say it's one of my favorite levels in the run, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
It's the horn top, according to Wiki. I have it pulled up. I have it prepared.
Oh, let's go. Oh, my man. Hell yeah. And it's just a level that it works completely off of global cycles that goes to the music of the level. So anytime that Moa makes any sort of a mistake, he has to mentally adjust to like, okay, what does that mean for cycles, 30 seconds from now in the stage? All of a sudden, how am I going to have to play those sections a little bit differently? But yeah, doing a really good job adjusting for each of these leaf cycles and whatnot. Oh, I love that. Yeah, and actually going to be taking the moss right there. Didn't like the look of that cycle. Bouncing off the schnitzel, just about out of the forest, which is definitely the scary part of the level.
This is mesmerizing, honestly.
Nice chain jump again.
Now already done?
Yeah.
Wow, that's what? Oh, well, almost.
Yeah. Yeah, into the file, they have this last little kind of inside section, which is like mostly some auto-scrolling. Yeah, Funky's able to jump up here and with his little double jump, catch a little bit of an earlier cycle. If he can grab the moss right here, see if he can jump up. Yeah, should be able to make it the rest of the way. Oh, nice. And use that double jump. So, yeah, that was an optimal amount of cycles. Well done.
Y'all can't hear me, but I am clapping my hands because I'm in the audience because I actually love the gameplay that's going on right now. God.
You see a little bit of a chuckle right there from Moa. A little bit of relief getting through those first handful of levels. That's actually kind of a little mini gauntlet, even for Funky Kong. Again, even though he's got that extra health to work with, and you're not necessarily going to be losing Kongs in terms of like power-ups or anything, still want to avoid those deaths whenever possible. And now we go into the second and final minecart stage of the run, actually.
What? Final? We just started the run.
We just started going through the run, and in DKC Returns, they kind of, I think, crapped on it a little bit for having a few too many auto-scrollers. There was an entire world dedicated to it, so they actually cut down on them quite a bit. But just the way the any percent route happens to work out, there's only 5 auto-scrollers in any percent. The first 2 are the minecart levels, where again, there is tech, there is ways to save time, jumping on these like little slopes and whatnot. And there's 3 others we'll see later on, the infamous rocket barrel stages, where there is no tech.
I'm a fan of the rocket barrel stages too, though, so I'll make up for it a bit.
Oh, hot, yeah. Rocket barrels are also super well done, and they've got a banger. In general, shouts to David Wise, who came back from, obviously working on the DKC trilogy, Diddy Kong Racing, and a bunch of other games with Rare, to say, yeah, I'll do the music for Tropical Freeze, and I stand by, this is one of the greatest gaming soundtracks of all time, as is tradition with the DKC series. David Wise always kills it.
Does this, I know in like one of the Rocket Barrel stages in DKC Returns has Gear Getaway, which is one of my favorite songs in all of game. Does that come back from this one? I forget.
I want to say they didn't bring it back for this one, but I could be wrong. I have to make sure which one is Gear Getaway.
You instantly recognize it. The way that I described it, it's the one that's written in 5/4, but I don't know how much that really pertains in order and to see how it sounds. But I mean, we'll recognize it if it happens. Don't worry.
Yeah, once I would hear, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that one. Do you consider yourself a little bit of a music buff?
Oh, 100%.
I hear people talking like, oh, it's in 5/4 and I'm like, oh, someone knows about music here.
Oh yeah, I did choir for like 7 years. I'm a huge music buff.
There you go. I was in choir back in school, in high school and whatnot. They had me do it for like to work on like musical theater stuff. But I was like, I just got up there and sang. I was like, I didn't understand. I still couldn't read music if I did.
Oh, 100%. I'm also a huge theater kid. The theater kid to speedrunner pipeline is real, and I'm the one that follows.
It is massive, actually. Yeah. We got to the point where I was working with the interview team in this past GQ, and I was like, we're just all theater nerds.
Exactly.
Every single one of us was just a theater nerd. So.
Oh my god. But yeah, we're going into this next level. This is intense already. I love the vibe of this level. And so, what are we going to be seeing here throughout the rest of this world, Spike? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, we got a couple levels left. We got here with Alpine Incline, and this is another one with a ton of pits in it. So we're going to be trying to cross all these gaps again with Funky's double jump right there. Electing to take the vine, I think, was a little off on one of those jumps. The good thing about this, that this run kind of asks of the runner, is to be very, very quick about reacting to stuff. So Moa saw his lineup on the bounces across were not completely right, but he reacted frame one basically to it, to grab those vines, give him a re-situation, and then continue along his way. So nicely done. Yeah, take a little bit of damage here, not too big of a deal. And coming up here, already almost on the end of 2-5. We got one level after this in 2-6. That's how math works. They go 2-5 to 2-6.
Of course.
And then we have got the boss of the level, Scowl, or as a lot of us in the community think of him, he's basically Sephiroth. His music, for whatever reason, just sounds a lot like like
Sephiroth from Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Oh my god.
You're a little one-winged Kong.
Oh, I love that. God. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm like seeing this happen just makes me more excited for like what else is gonna come during this run, because I love playing this game, and I love seeing your run of it as well at AGDQ. It was so much fun, and so being able to watch it over and over again is really nice.
Yeah, it's always a joy getting to run this, and it's a joy getting to see here with other runners like Moa and other people getting to show it off, because it really is a mesmerizing run when you know what you're doing with all the movement and all of it chains together perfectly. It's so sexy the entire time. I remember the first time I ever watched a DKC Return speedrun back for the Wii version back in like 2012 and whatnot. I went, oh, this is a series. Because I've always been a platforming fan. This is a series I want to get into speedrunning, and I hope a lot more people give it a chance. It helped a lot that when Tropical Freeze came out, it didn't require like the waggling of the Wiimote and everything. I was always fine with it. I thought they did a good job with it, but it was a little tone deaf. They should have always had it as an option that you could just press a button, use a controller. Hey, DKC Returns HD, you can do that now. Love the little swag O grab right
getting
there.
The O for the swag, I was gonna say.
I'm sorry, that did not save time. In fact, if he messed up the timing of the bop, that would have been a death.
That would have lost time.
I would have lost. And that's right before the checkpoint. It's actually a devastating death.
You always have to go for swag, though, in marathons, right? Like you
got to every single time. I was talking about that during the Elden Ring commentary last night, where they actually elected, all three of the runners had PBs with a certain weapon in that game. But they all showed off different weapons. I said, that's great. I always tell people, if you're ever going to do a marathon run, at GQ, at SpeeDons, any of these big speedrunning events, RPG Limit Break, that really what you want to do is showcase the game. You're not worried about getting like a PB or anything. Like, this is not the place to get like super sweaty.
No, exactly. Exactly. Like if you get a world record
why this is
live.
Super cool.
Yeah, and if you get like a PB or world record live, like that's great. But I feel like a lot of focus for me when it comes to like marathon runs is also like showing off everything that's really, really cool about the game. And so I totally agree. 100%. You always got to go for swag. But yeah, now we're coming up to the boss of World 2. Can you believe that we're going through this fast? My goodness.
Yeah, all of a sudden, again, there's only 6 worlds in this run, gamers. All of a sudden, it can go by very, very quickly. And Noah is making very good time, actually. Again, you can get in, exclamation point, donate. You can help push them all the way to $1 million of USD. $1 million of US dollars.
Yes. I want to see that before the end of this run, please. Yeah. What's in store for us for this third boss?
Yeah, we've got Scowl or Sephiroth, whatever you prefer, right here. And he's a boss that can potentially cost you a ton of time. It can be a very, very fun, punishing boss. So he's going to go up for the double jump. Ooh, with the sick, nasty turnaround right there. He's got 1 egg, 2 egg. They're going to go for a little double jump right here. Potentially going to let him go. Yeah, about to say, this is a good backup by him to actually use the spike balls to jump up at him and throw the third egg. He's only going to give you 3 instances to hit him in each of his 3 phases to hit him quickly. Otherwise, all of a sudden, if he had let that go, he could have lost a good like 30 plus seconds. Now we're going to go for this beautiful chaining of attacks, dropping, hitting the first one, now letting the second one load on screen, hit him with that, and now going for a slightly slower strat, but still going to be pretty good right here, going to allow him to throw a series of eggs at him and then take the third one from this group. If he gets good RNG, it'll be on this first egg right here. He's going to have to wait for the third egg then.
Are those his children coming out of those eggs?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This guy sucks, dude.
I need to question the ethics of like, yeah, sure, the owl is trying to kill you, but you're also using the owl's like children question mark to like, destroy it. So it's like, who's really the bad guy here? Is what I'm asking.
I mean, he's the one sending his children to attack right there.
That's also fair.
Born right out the womb, dude. Like, bam. Egg pops up. And, I am made here as a killing machine.
Enlisting child soldiers is wild.
Now, this is a big one. The third phase, missing any of these hits will cost him close to a minute. So he's going to get 2 instances of an egg right here. But again, anyone who's doing math, 2, but we need 3 hits. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So he's going to bop 1 on the ground, chuck 1 into him, and now he's got an egg in his hand, and he's got his surfboard. He wants to get both of these hits right here. So, going to be holding on to this. Has to get the second hit with Funky Kong himself. Has to really make sure none of these eggs hit him, because then he'll drop the egg. That's the second hit, and now he's got 1 more hit he's got to go for. Let's see if he likes to go for a double jump or not. He's going to take, once again, a boost off of this to make a little bit of a safer hit into the butt. Let's go.
How many hits?
Low
21.
Low 26-minute time. Good marathon run so far.
100, yeah, definitely. Is there like a cap to how many times you can hit a boss? Like at the end?
Yeah, I believe it is 25 times. So, like, you know, I'm sure he's not going all out. Could you imagine? Dude, I pulled a hamstring trying to get all 25 hits on the boss up on stage, where it's faster just to go for the 1. I love that he's doing that here. And now we get to the Lion King world. You said you were a theater kid and whatnot. Have you ever gotten to watch Lion King on Broadway or anything?
I love Lion King on Broadway. I think it's great. It's in like my top 10 musicals, definitely. I absolutely love it. It's so much fun. I love this world and the inspiration behind it. It's so good.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is one of those where, like, sometimes you hear people say, like, oh, this inspired that. Like, I don't actually know about that. This is 1,000,000%. This is, they like Lion King. That is
like,
this
I can see Simba in the background in my head right now. Like,
about to say they're about to christen him. He's about to be the new Lion King. It's great. Scars off being pissed off somewhere. It's awesome.
Exactly. Oh my God, this is so much fun. I also love the music. Like, the music is so good.
Every track in this game is so good, and it's so genuine to whatever like island they're going to. The general plot of this game, as important as plots are in a Donkey Kong,
this game has lore. I forgot. Wow.
Yeah, right. The Snowmads, a evil army from an Arctic area of some sort, I imagine, has gone over and taken over various islands, and one of them in the way was Donkey Kong Island. So you are trying to make your way back to it. That's eventually going to be our World 6. And taking out the baddies here in these 5 other worlds along the way. Yeah. And so, the theme of this one, there's a lot of, like, pretty cool lore around here, where this is the first level. This really is, like, the circle of life level, where, everyone's in harmony. This is great, really yada, yada. And we'll kind of explain a little bit more of the lore here in a couple of levels. But, mostly this is a level... Mostly this is a level that also is just adhering, kind of like that Horn Top Hop level we saw earlier, where it's adhering to global cycles. All of the cycles are going to the music in the background. So any mistakes he potentially made along the way, he was having to then adjust for them much later on in the stage. In particular, like some of those puppets he was writing, those stone snakes with the moss on them at the end. So adjusting for those. Where if you make too many mistakes, then it's a lot more punishing. It's an additional 7 seconds on top of everything else. But handled it very well. Now already moving into one of the goofier levels in the run in a way. It's a level about baobabs, especially the big ones. These big old stinky fruit. I mean, I don't know if they're stinky. I don't know if they're like durian tier or anything.
The Baobab Bonanza, as it's called. I love a bonanza, and so.
Oh, have you actually had them before?
I haven't actually.
Oh, okay. I was like, I've never had a baobab or whatever.
Oh, so,
no. I wasn't sure.
I was saying I love a bonanza. We love a bonanza in this house.
Just a bonanza, yeah. We can have a bonanza right now if y'all get us to $1 million.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I keep saying. People have been saying this.
Now we on the same page. I got you.
Exactly. Forgive me for my ignorance, Spike. Whenever you refer to all the other characters that you play as in this game, you say the Kong family. Is Funky Kong not in the family?
I don't. He's at best like the weird uncle that every time you talk to him, he's just got a different job. He never like keeps one nailed down or anything. There's one game where he's like, "Hey man, I've got my own flight service. I can get you where you need to go." There's the ones where he's like, he's a mechanic all of a sudden. He's got a. He's a weird uncle that wears the cutoff jorts.
Yeah, he's the uncle that will buy you things that your parents won't buy you.
Yep, 100%. And he probably didn't really. You're like, where'd that money come from? You know
exactly. And you know, like exactly.
But now continuing the lore of World 3 right here, we go into this. There's a Cyclones Cyclics.
I am very interested with the French names because I'm looking at like the official like wiki for all these names, and this one is called Frantic Fields. We see a lot of fields, and they are frantic, I will say.
It is a kind of the lore now. You've got this again, a big bustling. Everyone's having a good time. Our boy, he's back. We busted him out of the crate. And I have to give a shout to Funky's thighs that they're strong enough to where he can lift up the rhino and double jump with him. Like that's next level workouts you're doing. Funky did not skip leg day, and it shows. It's showing off for you, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. I will get incredibly hype every time that Rambi the Rhino is on screen. I will scream his name. I love this rhino so much. Oh my god, is that
a lot of people bring up. Go ahead.
Are those flaming enemies? My goodness.
Oh yes, those hedgehogs are on fire. There's actually a little bit of RNG in there, exactly which ones will be on fire or not. So that's something else Moa has to react to. This run doesn't have a ton of RNG to it, and the Switch version mostly just fixed it to be the best RNG, so it was actually better for speedrunning. Shout outs to the dev team who brought over the Switch version who did that. You're elite. You're really, really good. Oh, nice. Just right there by Moa. Always ready to throw in those double jumps to make that next gap. Going through this section very, very well. All right, as we say that. Losing Rambi, actually, no, he's saying, I'm not going to leave you behind, my friend. You're coming with me to the end. Now, this is generally where all Yoshi him. Oh, let's go, Moa. Save the animals. Brought Rambi with him.
Save the animals. Let's go.
Let's go.
I will cry.
I got all the Kong letters along the way. The optimization, my God.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, now again. Again, the lore of this world, all of a sudden you had those flaming hedgehogs like you pointed out there. Now they're getting blown all across the fields right here that used to be big, vibrant, and beautiful. And now look what has happened to the land. All of a sudden, we're hearing the be prepared part of the Lion King story. There's fires everywhere.
This is what are we going to do where the light does not touch. No, you're going straight into it.
Oh man, I just want to watch Lion King now.
Right? It's so good.
One of my favorite movies as a child. I have a vivid memory of watching Lion King. My dad took me, and it was probably like we got there like close to last, so we had to sit in the front row, which is not generally where you want to sit in the films. And as a kid, being absolutely like, whoa, coolest scene of all time, the stampede scene. Now, what preceded that was miserably sad.
Oh, 100%.
But, yeah. Ooh,
Like,
nice. Skip it out on that
time.
first rope.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The fact that Disney was like, yeah, we'll show the dead body. I was like,
That was
what?
so fast. That level was so quick. My goodness.
Yeah. One of the fastest levels in the run. Moa just absolutely blew right through it. They're looking like a sub 40-minute pace potentially here for World 3. I know we're speedrunners, we're nerds. We're just like throwing out these numbers.
Yeah.
But this level right here, this is a couple things going on right here. This is the first of the Rocket Barrel levels that we're going to be seeing.
Rocket barrels, let's go.
Let's go, Rocket Barrel levels. Again, always great set pieces. And what's nice about it is that, or what's unique about this level, it's the only one in the game with 3 different exits. They handled the kind of different pathings through each world a little differently in Tropical Freeze. As opposed to buying keys like you did in DKC Returns, here they just have your classic secret exits like you would get in the DKC trilogy, where you take like warps and whatnot. That would allow you to just get out of the level a little bit faster. They did that here. For whatever reason, this level they decided to make it branch off into 3 different levels. That if you beat any of those, that gets you to the boss. And it's very convenient because the shortest of those 3 levels, so obviously the one we would like to do as a speedrunner, is also the one that ends this level the soonest. This level gets like cut in half because we can just take this first secret exit and it sends us to the fastest of the 3 levels. So it was like that very obvious day one back in 2014 when we were routing this. We were like, oh, yeah, this is the route. We're going to do this through World 3. It is potentially a very, very scary level, though. Especially, it's going to be full of that hummus glue. So we got to watch out for going fast in there.
We hate a hummus glue level.
Gosh. Are you a hummus fan at all?
Oh, I love hummus. I'm thinking about eating hummus right now. Oh, look, a portal.
Oh, there it is. Here's the secret exit right here. Double jumping up, slapping it, getting more claps. Yo, 69 bananas. This is what we like to see. This is what we like to see, gamers. And that'll send you to Bramble Scramble, or not, Bramble Scramble. That is
Bramble Scramble.
Which, for whatever reason, does not have the Bramble Scramble music in it, which is a track that David Wise redid. A bit of an odd decision in the music placement, but that's okay.
That's okay. No worries.
Yeah, I'm not miserably upset about it or anything. Oh, it was definitely weird. But yeah, this level is very, very cool to watch a run of it because all the players, I like him actually using the vines right here to create platforms. Because like you said, if you land in that hummus glue down there, all of a sudden that's going to turn into you just slowly hopping out of it. This is a very cool level to watch done fast because the level is like creating itself in front of you and you just know what everything's going to look like. Ooh, nice. Taking that lower swoop underneath that swooper right there. That's actually their names. Having set up the platforms right here. And already through 2/3 of it. Mo doing a great job. Into this last section right here as the pillars are rising up and down. Let's see if he can was able to get to the top shelf. Roll under, take a little bit of damage. That's okay. Electing to fill up on the health. That's good because the end of this level potentially is just damage boost city. Yeah, so now because he's got that 5 health, then you just start blasting. Blast.
There we go. Damage boost. I will say this level was actually a little bit stressful to see in like a speedrun, only because like I know that the obviously you as a speedrunner will know where all the objects are to create in front of you, but like seeing it casually is just like it's stressful because it just looks like you're always gonna fall down, and then all of a sudden suddenly like a platform comes up, but it's very
just
nice
right
to see.
there. Yeah. It's one of those like classical tropes for, I feel like a lot of like platformers do this in general, but obviously as a speedrunner, knowing where it's going to be, like we've got this visual cue, we're not worried about it, where we're jumping from. But then like, hey man, just wait. You got to trust the process. In about a second, a platform's going to pop up and allow me to roll off of it and get, chain this into more attacks. So, now we've got the
over here.
Yeah, we got the triple baboons, and what's unique about them, so if you look at the color of their fur now, as you defeat them, you can see all of a sudden their fur becomes a little bit lighter. The way this boss actually works is that you just have to deplete any one of their healths down to 0. So right here, it looks like this will be the one they elect to do it. But you also want to take out the other ones in certain ways. Even though they're going to refill their health right here, by taking out that second enemy on that swoop down, that actually got him up into position a little bit faster so you could get your hits a little bit sooner.
Bang, Moa's not even giving them a chance to breathe. My goodness.
Bam. Ooh, I love the option play right there by Moa. So all of a sudden you got the one on the left. It's got full health. Gonna get rid of it instantly. Now take out the right one. If you let the left one go, he'd still be climbing up the pole very slowly. But getting rid of him, then killing the one that's third health on the right. Now he's already
shadow
in
clone
phase
jutsu. My God.
Yeah, right. The calling out of the technique.
Oh my goodness. The hidden techniques.
Picking up some bombs, right? Using his ghost buddies.
Exactly.
To tag team it.
My goodness. I absolutely love seeing Moa go through this because I love it when like you hit a boss so quickly that they don't even have a chance to do their full attack. It's so
fun. Yeah, you hit them before they get a chance to have an opinion on the whole thing.
Yeah,
now we got this string of bombs, and he'll be chaining through. Another one. Just a lot of what Mo is doing here is also manipulating the boss into throwing their bombs as quickly as possible. Coming over here, grabbing the bomb. One more chuck into the face, and that is 3 worlds down. Slapping and a clapping. Nice deathless run of Tropical Freeze. Funky mode, funky only. No death abuse, no death period so far.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever done a marathon run of this where I never died. So, you know, Moa could be better than me right here. You could be the chosen one, Mo.
We could. We're about halfway through the run, and I'm looking at that donation total. We're a little over 5,000 left to 1 million USD. I would love to see it before this run ends, please.
Yeah, y'all have raised. Everybody watching has raised nearly $3,000 already in just the first 3 worlds. So you know, it's got a chance. These later worlds definitely get a little bit chunkier. And now going into World 4, it's like you say, not a big fan of the underwater levels. I understand, Oz.
Yes, I am not the hugest fan of water levels in the video game, but Funky Kong is proving me wrong right now. Just being able to skip
getting to surf over, and he looks so swag, dude. It's so good. Yeah. He's just like,
where did he get the snorkel?
He's having a good time as these waters him. Yeah, so the snorkel is like a cute little addition they gave him that represents the fact that he actually has infinite air meter underwater, though they didn't even give him one. So while he is slower underwater than the DK family, that is a benefit that he just gets this infinite corkscrew, and he doesn't need to worry about air in any way. Now, Osborne getting a little low on health right here. He's got another barrel coming up not too far from now. Might have to be a little bit careful in this section right here. I'm sure he'd love to hold on to the deathless mark on this run so far. Gonna take 1 damage boost here. Down to the last. I think this is the first time he's actually been all the way down to 1 health. But right there, bam, through the barrel, filled all the way back up. Nice.
I will say, Funky Kong is like so majestic. The way that he just like twirls through the water.
Hands on the chest and says, "I've got this."
It's like that's professional swimmer levels of skill.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Michael Phelps down in here. Let's go. So this is by far the biggest piece of like natural routing in the run. This is the hardest to find secret exit in the game. For whatever reason, hitting those 3 buttons and then coming back, now this thing has moved. And it is by far the best secret exit in the game. This will allow us to go to 4A instead, and if you then take the secret exit in 4A, that gets you through 4B into 4.5. This makes it to where instead of us having to do 3 very long levels, we get 1 decently long level and 1 very short one here. Plus getting to eliminate that level, that underwater level we just finished, about halfway through as well. So it's overall, this route through World 4 saves like 4 minutes in comparison to going your normal like 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4 to get to 4-5. That being said, now we go directly into this level, and we are going to need that secret exit at the end. Ooh, love the immediate bounce off of the owl right there. Ooh, avoid a little bit of attachment. So there's one of the things I haven't really brought up yet about, it's not really tech in this game. It's like an unfortunate thing about it. Funky Kong comes with this, you can almost imagine like auto aiming or auto, drifting or anything from like kart games and whatnot, where the game tries to help you by saying, oh, well, you've got this thing below you that you can bounce off of. Let's pull you down to it and make you bop off of it. Not always as a runner do you necessarily want that. Really nicely done through that section.
Yeah, very nice.
Not always as a runner do you want that, and you can sometimes see Funky almost like unnaturally get sucked down into bopping off of something, and that can actually get you killed a lot of the times. So we've seen that a few times happen to Moa, but it's been, just subtle enough to where it hasn't caused like too many big issues. All right, with that being said, he's coming up now. He needs to be able to chain bop off of these. He's going to use one more. That's going to get him to the secret exit. Nicely done, Moa.
I will say a secret exit within a secret exit. Like I just want to talk to whoever designed that. Because whenever I go to like a secret exit and then it leads me to like an extra level in the world, I never think that there's going to be another secret exit within the secret exit. Like I never do that.
It's one of those where if you then just beat that level normally, all it does is it sends you to 4-2. All you did was add a level to the run. There's no there's no time save whatsoever. So it's really the chaining of those two secret exits that allows you to do it. Now going here into 4B. This is probably for a lot of people one of their least favorite levels casually, as it's the only level in the game that doesn't have a checkpoint. Because this is, and I always say this in the loosest manner possible, it's almost like a little bit of a Metroidvania. What you're trying to do is, I need to open that red chest. Well, okay, I gotta go find the red key. Now I can use that red key to open the red chest, which is going to give me the green key. Now I can go to the green chest and open that one with that key. And, it chains together, does all this stuff. So you're kind of going all around the level. Yeah, so many chests, so many keys.
You mean to tell me that there's a non-linear game design in my Donkey Kong game? What do you mean?
I want to hold right and win, dog. That's all I want in my Donkey Kong game. Okay?
Why change what worked? Just kidding.
But yeah, this casually for a lot of people when they played this with like the DK family, and there was limited air and no checkpoints and not a short level when you don't like naturally know where to go. This level trips up a lot of people casually that for whatever reason you need to get this entire like banana circle, and that's going to allow you to actually go through this door to get to the next chest in order to keep going. And if you don't know that, you're like freaking out, you're losing all your air meter. People die once here and it's a bad time. It's people get really, really sad. So one of probably the number one reasons why they were like, Funky just gets infinite air. That's fine. You know where to go. You'll eventually get there. You still die though, especially with these puffer fish and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I just want to shout out. I just looked at the camera, and Moa is looking like the most mysterious runner in the world right now, with the cap and the shadow just going over his face. It's just like you don't even know his real identity.
My man.
Exactly.
I've gotten to watch him in a couple of different like GDQ hotfix show submissions and whatnot. And dude's a gamer. Also, like, just a super positive person, you can tell, watch the run. Yeah. So, super happy for him that he is getting to showcase Tropical Freeze here with the Funky Boy here on SpeeDons.
Yes, an absolutely amazing runner and amazing game, too. I love this. I've been loving this run this whole time.
Yep. Good one. We just hit about the halfway mark of the run, 4B being taken down. And with that, that is the end of our kind of secret alternative path through World 4. Now we get to go into 4 or 5. Another one of my favorite levels in the run, but a very, very hard one. And a very, very easy one. Explosions Exasperantes.
Well,
I don't know French whatsoever.
We have the technology. Let me see what the real...
I'm wondering how you pronounce it.
That's.
I am my
this
French
is 4 or 5. You say?
This is 4 or 5. Yep.
C stack attack. Those are not the same words.
Those are, I know, right?
They're like two different things. That's a whole new
because
sentence.
Well, because Donkey Kong Country levels always worked off of some sort of like alliteration and whatnot. And obviously those don't translate very well in other languages. They're like, listen, we got this. So it's cute that like they found their own like ways to make alliteration work in the other languages.
Shout out to translators for video games. They do so much great work.
100%. Now right here, this is the only part of the level that actually has a little bit of waiting. But if you grab the bombs, their fuses actually start a little bit sooner. This is a very, very scary section, a very easy one to take a death on. Oh, we're doing a good job of avoiding any of that nonsense. And now we're going to try to get a blast through these barrels. Oh, shot a little bit early right there. I'll have to let this one rotate around. Lose a little bit of time right there, but not a big deal.
Yeah. Missing cycles in any game, or especially in this game, can be a bit of a punishing time loss. But it's not really that much of a time loss in comparison, especially with how long this run is. So,
1,000,000%. Should be able to avoid this damage, bounce off the big bunny, and now let's see, he's going to just elect to slap through. Yep, slap through, avoid the death, and take another W home. Going into the final main level of World 4, we have got 4-6 right here. Probably the most intense swimming stage in the run. I haven't done this with Funky in a long time. Because again, the entirety of World 4, if you do it in like kind of... I guess I can't say true 80% mode because that one would not be the no death abuse, yada yada. It's speedrunning's funny. Sometimes we have to add a lot of words to like our categories and whatnot. But yeah, again, normally you would be using the Kong family and using Diddy to use the jetpacking underwater, but instead he's going to be just corkscrewing quite a bit with Mr. Funkers. Got right here, we got this wall, this absolutely ridiculous wall of spike balls. Yeah, this is listen, whatever category, whatever you're doing, unless it's like damageless, you're just going to slam into those spike balls. Ain't nobody got time to wait on all that.
We don't gotta wait. We don't have to wait. We love invincibility frames. They're our best friends.
1,000,000%. It makes it pretty scary if you are losing Giddy or anything, but yeah, like right here. Again, Funky's got the extra health, and he's got a barrel coming up soon that I imagine he'll take to refill up on that. Oh, nice. Oh, beautiful movement right there. That nice chain bounce off of those two enemies into the health refill. Very good.
Okay, are we damage boosting? Question mark? Not quite.
Yeah, it looks like he elected to take a little bit of a different cycle through all that. He's actually electing to keep his health a little bit higher, which I get. There's definitely a lot of places where you can lose a ton of health here at the end of this level.
Well, I imagine that's also harder to damage boost here because the objects are running, I think they're moving slightly faster than you, and they're also, moving within the same direction as you. So it's going to be hard to, outrun them.
Yeah, you've also got complications of like the currents, exactly how they're moving, trying to go against the grain that Funky can't move against as well, since he doesn't have like the jetpack or anything. He just has the corkscrew. Again, Funky is so good in this game. This is like one of the only places where like Funky struggles a little bit in the speedrun department compared to the family. Now moving through, gonna be able to refill his health one more time and start moving through these electric vines.
Yeah. Have you ever been like, I don't care about the enemies, I'm just gonna go? Like that's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, that's his setup right here. Again, like they always say it in speedrunning, especially with health. Health is a resource. You can't think of it as just protected all the time. Is that, hey, I'm going to use as much of this as I can to speed up different chunks of levels. That means that we're coming down to the barrel, our final level of World 4. Now we've got Mr. Fugu.
There you go.
Nicely done. Take that little bit of a straighter line at it. Now, I'm interested to see how Moa elects to go about Fugu right here. So, as the DK family, you actually can get behind Fugu and just slap him in the booty. Funky won't be able to do that nearly as easily. I wonder if he's going to be electing to go for some slower strats here and there. I'm genuinely interested to see how he's going to go about this. Because with Cranky, you can kind of reach behind Fugu and smack him on the butt. Because normally this boss is like a 2-minute fight. Yeah, looks like he is at least electing to go a little bit of a slower route here for the beginning of it. Let him blow down. Might actually take about like the 2-minute approach here instead. You're going to let this first hit line up and bop. All right, first hit down. And a lot of this from here, you have to kind of memorize exactly whether, this is one of the greatest pieces of commentary I've ever given, you have to remember if Fugu is going to suck or if he's going to blow. So you know whether you have to go with him to avoid taking damage on the walls, or you're going to
away from him,
or you're going to go away from him so you don't get sucked up, and that would not be good.
Also, can I just say, how is he not being topped by the several spiky hermits on the walls right now? Is this where he lives? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, right. This is where he chilling?
I don't think this is OSHA compliant. I'll be so real. This is a dangerous work environment.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Donkey Kong world would be very not OSHA friendly.
All right.
Going for the 6th hit here already, so down 2 phases. Now here's really, we're going for some of the other strategies can save a lot of time, because we have seen Mr. Fugu get a little bit bigger. We've seen him go into fatter mode. Well, he's about to go even further beyond. This is the ultra fat Fugu, as we're seeing right here. He's got to react to whether he goes up or down right here. Yeah, covering up. This is another very commonplace. I remember when I played this casually the first time, 11 years ago at this point. God, I'm old. I died to Fugu, the boss here, for probably like 30 minutes. I was like, what are you? Because it was also incredibly hard. Swimming was like a new thing. DKC returns. If you jumped in the water, it just killed you. So yeah, going for hit number 7 right there. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Now he's got some objects. This is generally a harder hit to angle. Yeah, unfortunate right there. But he'll be able to pick up the 8th hit in the normal 9th hit spot and then go for one more. I want to say shout outs. Moa not necessarily using the fastest of strategies right here in this boss, but has done it. I remember I went for challenge runs to do hitless runs of this game, and Fugu killed so many runs. Now I may be jinxing him right here, but he has got. Oh, I jinxed him right at the end.
He was
right
so
at the end, taking a hit Leslie. Dude, I had so many hitless runs die in that exact spot.
Oh my god.
Good job by Moa. 4 worlds down.
And as much as I say that I don't like water levels, because I think a lot of devs don't make water levels that great. Cough cough. Any Mario Bros game ever. Cough cough.
Bam.
I do actually enjoy the way that the movement in this game works within water. And you know what game it reminds me of? It's another game that you run, Spike, and it's Rayman Legends, which I also love. Oh
yeah, Rayman Legends. I've always drawn that comparison to them. Dude, I wish I could see more Rayman love at some point.
Yeah, those two. I'm considering running it myself.
It's swimming that makes sense. Oh, you should. Rayman Legends, I think, is like a top shelf speed run. It's full of super awesome tech and movement you can do with it. Yeah,
100%. Cool. Yeah, the swimming in that game reminds me of the swimming in this game and vice versa. It's really fluid.
Here we have got the penultimate world. We have got, we've had our general, our pretty common themes. You got your kind of jungly world. You got your underwater world. Now you got your fruit juice world. Where
as any good video game should have.
Dude, honestly, give me a good smoothie, right? Give me an acai berry smoothie right now. I'll be a happy man.
I don't care that it's 2:30 in the morning. I need that smoothie right now.
Dog, what's your favorite flavor of smoothie?
Definitely a good strawberry banana smoothie. Really
it's the classic, it's the boring answer, but it's right. Strawberry banana smoothie. It's correct, dog.
Because when you want a smoothie, you want so many good tropical flavors. That and anything with mango in it is usually my go-tos.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Mango's one of those fruits I underappreciated as a child, but man, it's so good as an adult. Now right here, Moa's going to be electing to take a damage boost through there and just not even interact. Ooh, very beautiful movement right here by Moa. Ooh, chaining together.
Oh my God.
Just barely dodging those claws. Now just stopping for just a second to let these platforms line up. Oh, that was a That was one of the best sets of movement in the entire run. Great job, Moa.
Bouncing on like the weapon that, bouncing on like the arrow that the enemy shot. Like that's so good.
That was so good. Yeah, thanks for the lift. That was great. Now we enter the penultimate auto-scroller level of the game, where we have got our second of our 3 rocket barrel levels. But also the only other time in the course of the run that we're going to see this dynamic camera angle, where it just does the over-the-shoulder look. It really allows you to appreciate all of the layers of backgrounds that Retro Studios put in work here. If you look at it, you're just like, there is an incredible amount of like hundreds of layers of work being done in the background to really create so much.
This is Gear Getaway. This is Gear Getaway. This is the music. It's like a remix version.
Oh, this is okay. I wasn't sure if this is what Gear Getaway was called. Yeah. Absolute freaking banger, dude.
Sorry, sorry to interrupt you, but I needed to get hype about that because I love this song so much.
No, that was worth interrupting me. Please interrupt me anything.
Very good. I forgot about this enemy. This was like something that I was really struggling with when I first played this casually. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. A lot of the attacks from this enemy, and honestly some of like the slicer moments coming up, is like very, very difficult to just naturally react to. Going down here, lets you to pick up the health. There's actually a spot with like some grapefruit in the next over-the-shoulder section that we made a case. It was one of the only like purely unfair hits we thought in all of Tropical Freeze, where you see a slicer, it goes up, it goes down, and then one's in like the middle. If you don't know it's going to be in the middle, you're probably going to slam into it. They definitely balanced it a little bit because in the original DKC Returns, that obviously is kind of the prequel to this. If you hit anything in the Rocket Bear levels or the minecart levels, then you die. You just explode. All that health up in the top left corner, it doesn't mean anything. But here they were like, let's let them actually have an amount of health equal to what they would have outside of the rocket barrels and the minecarts to make things a little more accessible. And honestly, these levels got so hard. I think that was a good choice. I think that was a good choice for sure. Picking up another life. He's only got 42 left. I don't know if Moa's going to make it through this.
What is this penguin's problem? Like, he's like an unnamed minor character, and he's acting like he's a boss or something. Like he's not that important. But look at him go.
Dude, yeah, he is kind of a mini boss. He actually has an absolutely gruesome death. So right here, he backs up into it. I'm assuming Moa's not going to let it be shown. Honestly, if you have children watching here at 1:30 in the morning, please put them to sleep. He gets blasted into the background. You can see him floating back there. That plant walking up to him, that penguin wasn't going to last much longer.
Oh, no.
It is a gruesome death. It is good for all the children watching.
I mean, he put himself in that position by acting like he was all that with the mini boss. My goodness. My God. We're just trying to get through here, and he's trying to get this, trying to kill us. My God.
We got 5-3 right here. This is actually one of the most underappreciated tracks of the game here in the little fruit factory. Just another super, super cool level. Making our way through here. There's normally this section coming up right after this where if you're just Donkey Kong or you don't have like access to a double jump or a hover or anything, you'd have to wait here for a while. But instead, we're funky. We're just going to be able to double jump through all of that, get that little bit of extra height, and now move on past, already flying through the level. Gonna be setting up for probably a damage boost right here. Yep. And not having to wait. Otherwise, you normally have to sit there and like pull the different levers in order to make the drill stop, the slicer stop. No, we're good. We don't need that. Now doing another little bit of a sequence break right here, jumping straight up to the platforms, over those swingers, and into the barrel, already at the halfway point of the level. Riding that conveyor belt right there, because it actually is another one that is pushing you to the right side.
Yeah.
Now right here, staying low so those don't clap him again. Right. Down to only 2 health.
Oh my God.
Only 1 health. He does have a barrel coming up right here. Can he clutch it out? Keeping this run deathless.
There, yeah, he got it. He's got it. Oh, killing him.
Nice, taking out the enemy. Let's go.
Very nice. I know I made the joke earlier, but like this is a factory. Like people work here. Like this definitely isn't ocean compliant. How do they get work done? That's what I'm saying.
A dog. And everything here is
that's
super
cruel.
sharp.
That's cruel. Baiting with the barrel.
Nice. Skip it out on the rest of the platforming right there. And yeah, dude, that's the next skip we need. Someone needs to find a way for us to actually hit that barrel at the top, not have to go through this auto-scroller juicing section. At GDQ, I almost died here. It was almost very funny.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and nice. Getting the earliest possible pounding into that barrel that you could, right as it's loaded off screen. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Very nice. Very nice. We're just zooming through this. We only have, like 40 minutes or less left of this run? My goodness.
Yeah, he's got 3 and a 4 and an 8 and a 12 and like 13 levels left. Yeah. So already, like you say, flying through this run. And gamers, we are flying our way to 1 million.
I was literally just about to say.
USD. Oz and I would love nothing more. This is for us. This is for our ego.
Please do it for us.
Please do this for us. Also for the charity. But please do this for us mainly. $997,642. If you have even $5 to spare,
please do.
That would be super, super sick. And then to contribute to this great event, once again, I'm going to be raising over $1 million, both USD and for euros. Very, very cool stuff.
Doctors of the World does amazing work. So please let us get to $2,000 before this run ends. So y'all have been doing an amazing pace. So I absolutely love the work we've been doing here. So yeah, what's going on here?
Yeah, nice little chain bounce right there from Moa. This is a bit of a scary level. Like, as we get into the later parts of the run, now the game's like, we're not going to give you barrels anymore. And, like, that's your main source of being able to get health in this game. So he's trying to get through this entire level, trying to conserve his health, you can tell, as well as he can. Nice little neutral bop off the enemy. There's a lot of just, like, cool stuff going on in this speedrun where you've got your bounces, your fully boosted bounces, your neutral bops off of enemies, and all of them are useful in different cases just based on the spacing that you need for different spots. Let you take his first damage boost right there. Those iframes will last just long enough to get him through this kind of middle section. Might elect to take one more damage boost right here. And this is the final level where we're going to be wanting to take the secret exit to get to 5B. Ooh, just barely beat out that cycle. Let's see if he can make this climb now.
All right.
Ooh, it looks like he had an attachment issue right there, where the game tried to put him on a platform that had not been formed yet, so that actually made him fall through it. Again, it's little stuff like that that's a little bit irritating, but able to make it over that last gap, now heading into the secret exit path. So well done by Moa, holding on to Funky the whole time.
Very nice.
Ooh, and the little cute double jump. Not even letting himself land on the ground, saying, hey, I've already got the boost out of the water. My dog can double jump. We're good.
Exactly.
Again, Funky is so swag. He's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. Like, in certain levels, he might not be the fastest character, but he is definitely always the swaggiest character.
Yes, 1,000,000%. Especially again, like when he's like skipping off the water, he does a different animation on every single one of them. And again, like this port for the Switch was actually not made by Retro Studios. I don't remember the name of the dev team, but they just made Funky Kong. This was not a Retro Studios original. And they found something that both, like, I don't know, was completely new. Something really good is like an easy mode for people. Again, at least casually. It's not necessarily easier from a speedrunning standpoint. But also was like true to the mechanics of the original game.
No, 100%.
It's a very, very impressive port.
And it's still like a challenge. Like, it's still challenging in certain senses. Like,
oh, 1,000,000%.
It doesn't hold your hand, but it's definitely like an easier way to enjoy the game.
Able to catch there. Nice bounce off the owl to get into position. Pounding into that button. Should be able to get caught by these platforms right here. And now going to drop through the long shaft of doom.
Ooh. Well, damage boosting through it, but you know.
Yeah, a little bit of damage boost. That's fine. Looks like he's electing to take the next cycle over, utilizing the moss right there, and should be able to just kind of chain these sets of platforms together, go for a double jump, a little bit of a damage boost, and start blasting through. Blasting.
We do love a good, like, cannon barrel section where it's just blast. So satisfying.
Oh, and using the hover to just extend the barrel. You see, giving the little fist bump. Let's go, Moa.
Go.
Yeah, he had the one extra health to spare to get a trade on that hoot in order to double jump all the way to the barrel. Very nicely done. And now Sorbet Suspects. This is one of my, again, another one of my favorite levels in the run. You can get some really, really cool momentum conservation because this is the first level. Again, the game's called Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. First time we're actually seeing the ice. It's because we're coming up on the island. It's a little bit of a prelude to it.
Freeze, yeah. I mean,
he got screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, actually got Frosty Fruits. You know, this whole world just makes me so hungry. Ooh, nice double jump to skip out on that lower section right there. Just able to make that. And boom, that beautiful momentum conservation right there. And getting a nice explosion of speed. Ducking under each of these and then going to actually utilize this puzzle piece path to get underneath that. Thank you, Nintendo Power, for that one. I don't think Nintendo Power was still a thing at this point, but that's fine. Dropping down, going into this duck. For whatever reason, if you then go off the duck, you get this again. The first. There it goes. The first other one. His positioning, as is obvious, was just a little bit off right there in trying to keep that momentum. Let's see if he likes to go for it again. But yeah, this is a super cool burst of speed if he's able to get it.
I mean, but also shout out to Samoa for going an hour and 9 minutes into the run without taking a death. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, very, very impressive, actually. This is, again, I've never had a deathless run of this on a GDQ. It's very easy to just have like 1 or 2 deaths here and there. Oh my goodness, he got oscillated again. There's weird oscillation that can happen because your Kong is slightly by pixels bobbing up and down constantly throughout the run.
There we go.
Ooh, and barely catching the bottom of that barrel. You can tell Mo was like, man, I had a deathless run going. This is great.
Now I just really want a popsicle, though. That made me hungry for a popsicle.
And that is inherently the lore now going into the Coca-Cola Bear, the boss of World 5 right here. Longest level of the game. This guy takes over 3 minutes to take down. But yeah, if you don't skip the cutscene here, you see he's just licking on a popsicle, having a good time. And you come in, it knocks the popsicle off and everything. And like, honestly, if I'm that bear, I'm pretty ticked off. I lose my popsicle, someone makes you drop it. I'm gonna pull out my big hammer. I'm gonna take you down.
Like I'm a little bit on the bear's side right now. You know what I mean? Like he was just
1,000,000%.
Like I think we're kind of the villain actually in this game if you think about it.
Scowl. That was throwing the eggs and everything, throwing their babies. Like it's debatable. Here we're absolutely the bad guys. We are the antagonists of this bear's story.
Exactly. Like sure, we were taken out of our home and our home island got turned into like a frozen wasteland. But like this guy was just chilling here. Like we didn't need to be this cruel.
Yeah, I was saying, what was he really blocking? I thought there was a boat we could have taken to get over. Come on, man.
Exactly. Like,
already through phase 1 of the Coca-Cola Bear, and phase 2 is where most of the fight ends up taking place. Like a minute and a half of it ends up being here. So he's going to drop down these icicle bits. He's got to watch out because, again, this is a very common place where that attachment issue that I talk about keeps happening, where he's like, oh, the hammer, and it'll just like suck you down into it. So you gotta be a little bit careful here when you're jumping over him, these middle parts of the cycle. But other than that, there's a lot of the bosses have a lot of like speedy ways you can take care of them. This guy, it's just hit him as early as you can. There's not much else you can do really beyond that.
Yeah.
If he likes to, a little bit of bouncing on the hammer. I know whenever I do this, I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna bounce off the hammer the entire time.
And
taking out, it's already 5 hits down. Very nice. Again, one world coming up after this, gamers. We just cracked 998,000 USD.
Less than 2,000 away. Less than 2,000 away.
Gamers, listen. I don't want to put a lot of pressure on y'all. It's like 1:45. Probably most of you were asleep. But that would be the coolest thing in the world if we were able to hit 1 million. For mine and Oz's last pieces of commentary for this event, I did 3. That felt like a lot. I got to do Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild earlier this weekend. But Osborne, you did 5 runs. What games did you do?
Yeah, I did Patrick's Parabox was my first run, and then immediately after I did Little Kitty Big City. That was at 4 a.m. today that I did those runs. And then earlier during this session, I did Limbo and then Kururin, and now I'm here.
Wow, you have given yourself an absolutely jam-packed event right here with all the comms. I get it. I love getting to sit here in the commentary booth, just talk about speedrunning. We're nerds. What can we say about it?
No joke, I think this is genuinely the most fun I have ever had commentating a run. It's been so much fun doing all of these runs this weekend, and just like vibing with really cool people and talking about games. I love it. I love it so much.
Did you have a co-commentator for all these different runs you've done?
Yes.
That's
a
cool.
few of which were
I'm glad we had so
exciting.
many people sign up to do this. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. But it's been so much fun. And I know you did Elden Ring and then another one as well, if I'm not
I did
mistaken.
Elden Ring and I did Breath of the Wild. Yeah, they're on day one. So yeah, we were very, very busy. Oh, we're going for the penultimate hit of Mr. Bashmaster right here. I had to remember his actual name. Now going for one extra. He missed out on one hit earlier, but can go for a pretty quick backup. Taking him down, 5 worlds down, one more slapping in the face. And now we go to World 6, Donkey Kong Island. Where it's kind of cutely themed after what it was in DKC Returns, where the entirety of Donkey Kong Country Returns in the original 2010 Wii game that is somehow faster than the 2025 Switch remake, but that's fine. They didn't do a poor job of the port. I'm not going to talk crap on it, but but yeah, there are 8 worlds in DKC Returns based off the jungle, the beach, the caves, so on and so forth. And each of the 8 levels in this world are based on the entire worlds from DKC Returns. So here, Jungle de Givers, however you say it, I don't know. Again, I don't speak French. But yeah, this one based off of the Jungle world, the first world of that. This is commonly like my arch nemesis when I play this game. Very, very easy to die. This level is either like potentially the shortest level in the entire run, or it takes you like minutes because it's really easy to death cycle. So taking it a little bit safe there for that first section. Nice little jump, double jump hover into the barrel right there, automatically into the mid part of the level. That's how quick this level is. Like, potentially, he's already like almost halfway through it. Nice, bouncing, rolling through the poker, off of the shooter right there, and now gonna be flicking himself off of this platform. Taking some damage. He has no health refills, so he does have to be a little bit careful here. But he's already almost to the end, jumping over all these obstacles created by that big bunny. And now rolling down for one more big platforming section right here with the moss. Climbing all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Now let's see if he likes to go for the big roll. Oh, he just goes for the big jump. Oh my goodness, he didn't even go for the roll. Beautiful ending to that level. Absolutely death-defying. Getting the chain bounce off the chucker right there into the barrel. Great job, Moa.
Absolutely amazing. I'm loving the pace at which this run is going on, and I think chat really needs to like get hyped because we're like so close to 1 million. We're like 1,000, like less than 1,500 away from $1 million. Like I don't want to detach from the run too much here, but I would really love it if we got that before time was called.
Gamers, you have 7 levels and then 1 boss left. Can we somehow crank out another $1,362? I had to do math. I was debatably either going to be a theater major or a math major. As it turns out, theater was the better choice. All right, here we go. Oh, beautiful movement right there from Moa, able to bob and weave through all these enemies, doing a great job to start off this level so far. And now going to just say, I don't need these vines. I'm going to double jump. I'm going to hover over all this. Ooh, and the low trajectory off the enemy to basically bop off their nose as opposed to trading damage right there. Nice off the poker. He should be able to double jump up into this barrel and then blast across immediately. And now, the worst thing you can do in speedrunning this game, ooh, let's see, all just making, because if you land too far left in that water, it'll actually push you back. He got to the perfect position, and then that allowed him to get that maximum boost. Wonderful job by Moa. I think the best level of the run so far. It was hard to even commentate it because he did it so fast.
God, yeah, like these levels go through by so fast, and just seeing the speed at which Moa is doing this, like it really goes to show how impressive of a run, great of a run this is, but also how impressive of a runner Moa is, because I absolutely like just being to go through these so quickly. Like we can't even commentate, we can't even keep up with the speed at which he's going through these.
I've watched this game like 1,000 times, probably unironically, and I was having a hard time keeping up with those comms. So great job to Moa. Again, blasting nearly at the end of the run, but gamers, another 1,000, another 1,308. Good. The math got a little bit easier for me right there. Make it even easier. Make it 0. I don't want to have to count anymore. I'm here to do commentary. I can't count. You can't expect me to count here.
Exactly.
That's so much pressure.
Exactly.
Oh, nicely done by Moa, maintaining all this momentum. Ooh, had a little bit of an attachment issue right there, started to suck him down, but he was able to adjust to it. He's doing a really good job of adjusting to any little thing kind of going off. I know we had the one death earlier, but other than that, has done a wonderful job of saying, okay, I have to do these backup strats, spawn backup strats, spawn backup strats. Definitely. That's what's going to happen. You do these marathon runs, you're not going to have a perfect run. You're not going to PB. Although I don't know what Moa's PB is right now.
We have the technology. We can check this out.
We can probably check speedrun.com.
1 hour and 36 minutes, it seems.
Well, 36 of I mean, he's I was as someone who knows how long the rest of the run is, he's doing a pretty good job. Because now there's only 5 levels and a boss left, sitting here at 119. Yeah, but now going into the final auto scroller of the run, we have got 6-4 right here, the third and final of the rocket barrel stages. And it's another one where this one actually never gives you any health refills. So, yeah, he's got the 3 health in the barrel. If he slams into a wall, 3 too many times, then all of a sudden that could be a massive, massive time loss. A little bit of a scary level whenever you're here on pace. Nice bounce off the enemy.
Let's go.
Take it off in the rocket barrel.
Last rocket barrel level.
Under 1,300 gamers, under 1,300. 12,
With your getaway, let's go. I love this song so much.
A final time we're going to be hearing it in the run. Exclamation donate, gamers, if you want to contribute to it.
Please do. I want to be able to get hype in this call before this run ends. More than I already am, because I just love this music.
And again, gamers, there's a lot of other really, really good runs. Make sure you don't skip out on the final amazing day here of SpeeDons. They've got some really, really cool runs, at least stuff like Hollow Knight that I know is going to be here. Hollow Knight, always an amazing speed game to watch. And finishing it off with The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom as their finale.
Yeah.
So, I mean, lots and lots of good stuff.
Even after this run, we have Cuphead after this. So, that's an amazing run.
Dog. All right, that'll be the one. We're about 4 hours past my bedtime, but I will definitely be laying in bed with the dogs, watching Cuphead go down. Cuphead, one of my favorite games of the last 20 years.
100%. And I'm loving every single bit of this marathon. I've been here for 4 hours. It is 3 a.m. and I'm hyped. My energy is through the roof right now. I absolutely love this event and doing this experience with GDQ. It's been so much fun.
Yeah, massive shouts to Oz for jumping on for not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 different runs of commentary. Like I say, Oz, not even experienced in running this game yourself, but doing an absolutely wonderful job of giving comms, giving your insight on the game, casual insight or not. That's always very, very impressive to me. I always believe in the really good commentators, they can do that. So.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And coming from you, I admire your work a lot, so that means so much. Thank you so much. I'm having so much fun. I was a little scared coming into this because I was just I'm not that experienced in this game, but it's been the time of my life. I've never had, I don't think I've ever had more fun commentating than I have with this, honestly.
You've done a wonderful job completely.
Thank you.
So, gamers, we are down to under $700 to go. I can't believe this is happening. No, I can't believe it. Y'all are incredible. $656 left to go. We got 4 levels and a boss after this.
4 levels and a boss. You can do
Nicely
that.
done by
That's enough time, right? Come on. But it's gonna go by faster than you think.
I'm a big believer. Moa on, like, looking at least going off Moa's time on the leaderboard, also just to note, he's doing really well. I don't know if this is quite PB pace. I'm not exactly sure what his strats are for the final 5 levels, but he's like right there with it, depending on how the rest of this goes. You do have one of, if not the hardest levels in the entire run right here. There's a number of big momentum conservation boosts that you can do off of the different flippy platforms, where normally the kind of the way they intend for you to go is you punch the platforms and that kind of flicks you off of it. And if you jump in correct places and bounce off of enemies in the right way, then you can actually chain that together and go really, really far. Does anyone likes to go for any of those or not? Up here, you can potentially go for one right here. Oh, he's going for it.
That was so cool.
Oh, and he's keeping it going. Oh, yeah, he's going to make sure he secures this landing on it. Yeah, I got to see a little bit of it right there. Yeah, very, very cool strats. Nice.
I love that so
Having
much.
a good trajectory, was high enough on that flipper platform to bounce off the top of that snowflake. They're going to be making their way through here.
This is so impressive. I'm mesmerized. I cannot look away from this.
Yeah, Moa doing a wonderful job right now. Yeah, this level done at the fastest possible way is like the single most impressive thing in all of Tropical Freeze speedrunning. Moa doing a really good job with it though right here. And could potentially roll off of this. Yeah, just gonna like to take the pound into it.
I figured.
He's still rocking the 4 health right here. Blasting through. Electing to skip out on some damage boosts here and there. And now let's see when he starts to roll off of this. Yeah, he's going to like to just take it down. This is a level that is very, very easy to take a death in. Getting to the final checkpoint right here. Getting over that guy. And now bounce off snowflakes. Oh, nice little 3 chain right there.
I felt like he was going to get hit on that last one. That was impressive.
He knew what he was doing. Man's played the game a few times. 2 health left, but we are here right at the end. Probably going to take 1 more damage boost. Oh, no, he's going to, just jump up and hover his way into it. Very, very happy with the Deathless right there. Good job, Moa. I love how expressive he is. I love expressive speedrunners where he's just so happy, man.
Right? My goodness.
Good.
We're so close.
Looking at the time. Gamers, Oz, you do the math this time. What do we need?
We need a grand total of $94 left. Oh, I'm seeing it go up. Now we need $68.
$68, gamers. You got 68 on. Yeah,
also, let's go a silhouette level. I love these levels so much. They're my favorite thing in any Donkey Kong Country Returns game. It's so good.
They look so beautiful, man. It's the only one we get to see. I do love how with Funky on these levels, man, that tank top be popping, dog.
That's what I'm saying. My God, I was really hoping that we would see one in this, and it's like, I love these levels so much. Like, these are my favorite levels in like both these games.
They are visually the most gorgeous stages. Unfortunately, in both Returns and Tropical Freeze, in the any % runs at least, we only see 1 instance of them. Oh, beautiful chain right there from Moa to not just bop off the enemy, but that pillar sticking up out of the ground, that spiky pillar, looking very, very cool. Bopping off the enemies, chaining into the mouth right there, and now should be able to, barely make that bind. Skipping out on the first right there, skipping out on the third one, into the barrel, already into the last section of the level. About to go for this climbing bit. And the way this climbing section works right here that he's about to go into is it's simply, once you touch a certain part of the platforms, that's what loads in the next one. So having good knowledge of what section you need to stand on can speed this section up quite a bit, actually.
And I hate to cut you off here, but we just hit $1 million. Let's go.
Let's go, gamers. $1 million and 37 on top of that. Let's keep the hype going. Big shouts to
$1 million
SpeeDons.
for Doctors of the World. That's amazing. I love what we've done here, chat. That's absolutely amazing. My goodness. And y'all did that. That was great.
Yeah, y'all did an incredible job, and you can keep going for it. All here in support of Medicines du Monde. Absolutely wonderful charity organization, and they're killing it. It's because you got to realize also, gamers, they've done this in like a handful of days. This is this is not a week-long event or anything. 4 or 5 days they get to work with here. They've got an entire day left to reach even greater heights. So, wonderful, wonderful job.
And Doctors of the World is an absolutely amazing charity organization. Please go donate some more to them if you can. But hitting $1 million, I'm so happy that I haven't earned this run because I wanted to pop off about it so hard, and we got to do it. Thank you so much. I love to see it.
And for us, obviously, 1 million USD. We got another one right there. Next couple of runs, y'all can get it all the way to 1 million euro. They're popping over 952,000 so far. Absolutely can make it happen. And again, final day hype, potentially even further. Now we have got just 2 levels and the final boss left here in our DKC Tropical Freeze run. This is another one where there are no health pickups throughout this entire level. So he's got to make sure he conserves that health very well. I've done funky mode at a marathon run before, and I actually went through the health. 5 health is not as much as you would think on this level. Very, very easy to lose all in. So there are only 3 health left on him. I'm trying to utilize the hover in a number of spots. Ooh, down to only 2 health for him. 1 death run so far. I'm sure he'd like to keep that to 1 and only 1 at this point.
I have faith. I have faith. With the high-level gameplay that I'm seeing here, I have faith that he's going to keep it at 1 death.
1 health left. He can potentially... Ooh, very nice. Now, this is a scary spot with the 1 health. He's going to have to climb over, drop down. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he went for that. I cannot believe he went for that. Woo! Off the poker.
I cannot look, but I cannot look away.
And now, can he land this last shot? Oh my God.
Amazing. Amazing. God, that's...
Oh, I thought he was going to try to take it a little safer. The fact that he had the gall to jump over that piece of electricity on 1 health, that was incredible. That's Justimo, absolutely killing it this run. One level left and one level left, and Oz, we got 1 more Rambi instance. And this one, there's no skipping Rambi. You got to use Rambi the whole time. All these blocks that pop up and everything, only Rambi can get rid of them. There'll be a lot of walls you would get stuck at immediately. Be like, well, I need to go back.
I love this rhino so much. If anything happened to this rhino, oh my goodness, I don't know what I would do with myself. Again,
don't put him in a pit. Don't put him in the lava. You need him. Once again, shoutouts to Funky's thighs.
Right?
The fact that he can lift this rhinoceros, my God.
He never zips like they, as you said. Yeah. If anything happened to this rhino, like, I don't know, I would have the biggest crap out of my life right now. But
raging, man.
Raging. But yeah, everyone give love to Rambi right now. Look like doing great. Like
he a good boy. Big divide in the DKC speedrun community because they generally make him pretty slow in the context of it. Just like a little clunky. The original Donkey Kong Country 1, fun fact, they actually had him have built-in input delay because they wanted him to feel like you were controlling a big rhinoceros.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's like, speedrunners are like, nah, that sounds awful. We don't want that. So they got rid of it in later games, thankfully.
Nah, man.
Rare went back on it. But here he is, like a good boy, blasting through all these walls for us. This is definitely is a shockingly tough level in the context of a speedrun. As it asks for a lot of like stop and start. That like, oh, you go to a spot and then you got to make sure a platform gets in position. So you trying to like having to time when you can start moving can definitely be pretty awkward. And this can be a subtly bit of a run-killing stage right here at the end of the run. Ooh, I was a little scared where his momentum was right there. Able to keep it alive. Now into the GDQ barrel.
Right.
Rambi's so big, he's got to stick his cute little head out of it. All right, into the final section right here. Just got to outrun this lava. We're all of a sudden playing Aladdin. We're on the magic carpet. The magic carpet in this context being Mr. Rambi.
Of course.
Let's go. Let's go. Slap. Slap him.
One would argue that Rambi is just as magical than a carpet.
Look, right?
And that is the end of Ramby.
Yeah, Sag. Ramby was a very good boy, saved us a lot of times, had some pretty exciting moments within this run. But now we are going into the final boss. I'm gonna double sure. Okay, so I'll go ahead and say this. Once again, as I don't want to put pressure on it or anything, but this is once again a boss. He's got 9 health. It's very hard to go 9 for 9 on this boss. So we'll see how it goes for Moa. If he is able to go 9 for 9 on this deceptively small hitbox on Frederick's backside, Moa would get a personal best in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze Funky only. We'll see what happens. So immediately he's going to wait for him to get in position and throw this enemy. This does not count for any of the actual health on Frederick. Now he's got to get in position, try to go for these hits. As he goes through his phases, he will get faster and faster. And right off the bat, missing the first 2 hits right there. Oh, missing all 3 of them right there, unfortunately. So that is going to be a 1-minute time loss, unfortunately. So can actually still potentially get a PD. But yeah, this boss is, I always equate it to like Bowser throws and Super Mario 64 speedruns. What you have to do is inherently simple, but it's very, very hard to hit it when you're on any sort of pace or anything. It's not an easy thing to do whatsoever.
No, definitely. And I can tell, like having something that loses that much time this late into the run and the final level is brutal, I will say. Oh, but getting...
Ooh, able to get 2 hits. Can he get 1 more right here?
There we go.
So he was able to get a perfect second attempt at those cycles. Now, as we go through Frederick's phases, he's actually going to start moving gradually a little bit faster. In addition to, he's about to add ice physics to the whole thing. So these hits are going to get harder and harder as you go. So 3 hits down, 6 to go for the dub.
That's just rude.
Yeah.
These ice dragons, too. Wow.
Yeah, all these can hit you, and now, once again, the whole floor you're on, now it's ice physics. So trying to keep straight, again, you would think, oh, he's got a really big back right there. It's not that much of his back you can actually land on. It's like, all you're really going for is like his shoulder pads, because his butt, he got a dad dumpy. That thing really runs off really, really fast.
There's a dump truck back there.
Now, getting in position, trying to go for hits 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, sliding around. Ooh, able to get the 4th hit. Now he's going to speed up a little bit on this hit. Ooh. Yeah, missing out on another minute. And that's what's so hard. A lot of times in these like high-level platformers, you're trying to go through the game and just save like, you know, oh, I'm 17 seconds ahead going into this. And you miss any of those first 6 hits, that's 1 minute off your timer. And all of a sudden, well, okay. There went the entire run. It's a very devastating final section of the run.
It's brutal for sure. But while we're repeating this second phase, we're gonna have to wrap up quick after this run, so I want to do my shout outs here and now. This has been my final run for the SpeeDons English Restream, and it's been so much fun to be with all the lovely people that I've been commentating with this entire event, especially here with you, Spike. It's been an amazing run. I absolutely loved being here for the full like hour and 40 minutes that we've been here. It's been so much fun. If you want to follow me, you can follow me on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, everything. I'm Osborne on all socials. But where can the people find you, Spike?
They can find me at twitch.tv/SpikeVegeta. I like to do a bunch of fun stuff on my stream, including speedrunning a bunch of games, including these modern Donkey Kong games. Been working on the DKC Returns HD over there. I'm also doing a multi-year-long challenge where I'm going through all 718 United States released Super Nintendo games. We're through like 267 of them. It's been a ton of fun, and we're going to keep going for the next number of years. And I'm also this month doing an event called Month of Mushrooms and Dave. We're having a lot of fun over there. We're playing through a bunch of Super Mario World ROM hacks, and we just started a few hours ago. Sitting here doing commentary shortly afterwards. So yeah, bunch of stuff going on over my channel. If you want to follow me, twitch.tv/SpikeVegeta. We have a good time over there.
yes. And thank you so much to GDQ for having both of us on this concept, for having both of us do a lot of work this weekend for the English Restream. It's been so much fun. And so we're going to shift back here to the final moments of this run. It is getting pretty intense, I will say. And I'm I'm actually kind of getting nervous a little bit for Moa, because I know that these final moments must be really tense when it comes to trying to get all these cycles correct for each of these.
Yeah, he's got Frederick down to only 2 bits of health. We'll see if he can get. Thankfully, the third phase isn't as punishing.
All right.
That's 8. Can he get one more hit? No, that's gonna hit him right there. Oh, gonna be another minute right here. Yeah, this is. Moa, if he keeps working at it, I'm just gonna throw this out there. The man's got like a 10-minute PB in him, like ready to go. Frederick is one of those, like, this has been a couple of minutes by itself, having to redo all the extra cycles and whatnot. But Moa's done a wonderful job showcasing DKC Tropical Freeze funky mode here at SpeeDons, getting us set up really kind of the kickoff or so this final day of the event. Let's see if we can get one more chuck into the background. Oh, barely caught him by the toe. Okay, he needs one more hit. Gamers, give Moa your energy.
One more hit. Come on. And come on.
Oh my goodness. It's like I said, you would think that's a massive hitbox back there. It is not. It is not in the slightest. You're really aiming for the shoulder pads, what you're trying to get. Okay, he's gonna. I think he gets one more set of icicle dragons right here.
All right.
Come on, Moa, you got this, gamer.
There we go.
There it is, right on the back. Say GG.
GG's. That's time. All right, so we gotta conclude quickly after this. Again, I've been Osborne. Thank you so much for everyone to watching. Keep watching after this. It's gonna be an amazing day of street runs. I love all of you. Thank you so much for getting us to $1 million US. Spike, any last words?
Yeah, thank you for the $1 million US, and let's get them to 1 million euros and beyond. Stick around for the final awesome day of SpeeDons. Thank you all so much, and we will see you all later. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, you are watching the English restream of SpeeDons here on Games Done Quick, raising money for doctors of the world. My name is Clinkit, and joining me now is Vicky Spleen, a fast and fabulous speedrunner who's involved in several French and English-speaking speedrunning communities. Today, she's competing in a 4-player race for Cuphead DLC plus base game any % solo here at SpeeDons. We'll be chatting about her passion for Cuphead, her journey with different speedrunning communities, and how she's feeling about today's race. Vicky, welcome.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
We're so glad to have you. How are you feeling going into the race today?
I'm probably going to be nervous, but nervous is good because I'm going to crush this. I know it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the confidence.
There's the confidence now for later.
For later.
Think about this.
Self-affirmation. So you're racing today against 3 other players. Are you going to be taking a lot of risks in this run to get ahead, or is it more of a consistent route? Do you have any strategies that you have for this 4-player race?
I think my strategy is I'm going to go in with a lot of confidence and hope that then the other 3 players are going to make mistakes, so I can, be the one that goes through the little ways, and I can make my way to the top without anyone else knowing that I was going to get to the top.
You're going to be the dark horse.
Yeah, that's it, the dark horse. That's the expression. But yeah, I don't have a lot of strategies. I had to learn a lot of new strategies going into this race because Rafo, Xilox, and Ashram are better than me. If you just look at the numbers, they are better than me. So I had to work a lot to get better. And I hope this is going to be my secret weapon.
Yeah, all that hard work pay off.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I hope so.
So Cuphead is a big boss rush, as you mentioned when we were chatting earlier. So what boss fights give you the biggest trouble, and which ones, I guess, are the most fun that you're excited to show off?
As I said earlier, I had to learn a lot of new strategies coming into this race. Sorry. So a lot of those strategies were on the DLC, because what this race is going to showcase is the DLC. Those bosses, if you try the DLC, are so much harder than the base game. They are faster. They have a lot of elements on the screens. So you have to be, just always looking out for anything that could be in your way. So the hardest boss for me is the last one of the DLC, which is the Salt Baker boss. The final boss is just so many things going on at once. And the boss that I like to showcase the most, I think I'm going to have to hesitate between two. Though there is one in the DLC, which is the insects. I don't know how it's called, the level. Well, it's kind of there are insects. It's the second to last one boss. And if you do it correctly, you can skip pretty much the final phase, and it's really, looking at it, it gives you this sense of, oh my god, this is so fast. And one boss in the base game has this feeling. It's the bee, the bee boss. You can skip an entire phase if you do enough damage. And in this category, it's kind of close to the no major glitch, when you cannot break the bosses as much as you do in Legacy %, but you have one couple of bosses that you can skip phases, and it's always very entertaining to see and kind of self-rewarding to do also. You're kind of proud of yourself when you succeed in doing that. So yeah.
That's really interesting to hear, and I'm excited to watch it. So you are also set to kick off Frost Fatales 2025. It's your debut with Frost Fatales. How does it feel to be opening this big upcoming event?
It goes in the list of things that I still don't believe are happening, but are happening. But yeah, I'm so very grateful to be opening for Frost. We always want to see representation. It's important, and that's why Frost exists, Fatales exists. I have been kind of struggling with seeing some other women play Cuphead, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna just submit and see what happens. And when I saw my name and I saw the opening, I was very much in shock, but very much grateful for that. I cannot wait to showcase this game, and it's always, bringing the idea of anyone can speedrun. Literally anyone. I struggled finishing this game, and now I'm here. So if you want it, if you have this idea going in the back of your head, just follow it. You never know what can happen.
Absolutely. So with this upcoming run at Fatales, you're running a different category. So it's going to be Cuphead, any %, no major glitches. Are there any differences we're going to see in this run? Any surprises or special incentives we should know about?
Well, at the beginning, the difference between the DLC plus best game, which I'm going to be running at SpeeDons, and the no major glitch category, which I'm going to be running at Fatales, is the character that you'll be playing. DLC plus best game lets you have Miss Chalice, which changes the game so much because she is much more easier in the movement and everything you can do with her. But in No Major Glitch, you only have the choice between Cuphead and Mugman, which are the same. It's just a skin change between the two. But maybe it's going to be the return of Chalice for Frost Fatales, because maybe there is going to be an incentive, and if that incentive is reached, I'm going to be playing Chalice for the no major glitch category, which is allowed in the rules. Nobody does it because it takes time to get to go get Chalice, but nothing is forbidden, so that's perfect.
I know I'm very much looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a wonderful start, a first run to kick off a fantastic week at Frost. Thank you so much, Vicky, for spending your time with us and sharing your expertise and passion for Cuphead and your representation of women in the speedrunning community. Best of luck to on the race. I'm definitely going to be watching and cheering for you. We cannot wait to see you again in about a week for Frost Fatales, where you're going to be opening with more Cuphead. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for this interview. It's an honor, really.
No, the honor is ours to have you here. To everyone watching, stay with us. There's plenty more amazing SpeeDons runs to come.
We are going to be taking over for the Cuphead run for SpeeDon. I am SPD Wolf, and with me on commentary I also have...
Me, Kirthar. Yeah, we're super excited to be doing commentary for this race. Not run, it's a race. So there's going to be a 4-way race in Cuphead DLC plus base game. And I can't even start to tell you how excited I am to see this. And yeah,
Tell you what, I don't remember the last time we had a race this big at a big event like this.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, this is like the first time we have like an actual 4-way race in Cuphead at a major speedrunning event. So I think this might be a first. I guess we did have like a co-op race, like 2 versus 2, but that was more like a 2-way race, but with 4 people. This is like an actual 4-way race that I think it's the first time. So I'm super excited to be seeing this and doing commentary for it. So you guys in chat are in for a treat with this race.
Heck yeah!
Yeah.
And the race will be for the any percent DLC plus base game category, which is so in 2022 a DLC came out for this game, which basically just adds an extra aisle, which with its own storyline. And the objective of this category is to just beat both the DLC and then just the base game. That's it. And we are also we're gonna talk more into more detail about it later, but we are going to we have some like insider knowledge that it looks like we're going to be seeing some different routes showcased. We're gonna have 3 runners showcase the Lobber Spread route, which is the more optimal, more inconsistent route for this category, and then one of the racers will be using Charge Spread, which is the more consistent, slightly slower route.
Yeah, so basically 3 of the runners are going to be using like one set of weapons, and like one of the runners is going to be using another set of weapons, which is more consistent, but a little bit slower, all in all. So we're going to see some slight like route divergence in the start, but I think Charge Spread might be able to pick up a little bit later on in the run, so...
Oh, it definitely might. And I mean, it's very viable. When we say slightly slower, I mean, like, there is a Charge Spread run in the top 5 right now by somebody here.
Somebody, yeah. Who could that be? I have no idea. Just kidding, it's me. But yeah, it's a valid like route to take. Not exactly as fast as Lobber Spread probably, but still, it holds its own.
Indeed.
Also, apologies if you heard my alarm. It's... Okay, I think we're good. Sorry.
I don't think I heard anything. I think we're good.
Okay, my mic is very good then. Great.
These are pretty good runners, by the way. Like, if you're looking at the PBs on the leaderboards, we got Raffo with a 41.43. We got, and by the way, for context, the record is a very high 37. Like 4 minutes within the record is very good for a game like this. So yeah, Rafa with 41.43. We got Celux with 42.52. We got somebody whose name I'll butcher it. I'm gonna say it's like Hakram or Hashram. I'm very sorry, but they have a 43.37, and then we got Vicky with a 46.51. And like this could be very competitive. I think the times are close enough together. Like the one death in this game can cost over a minute. That is enough to close the gap between these runners.
Oh, absolutely. In the race, like anything can happen really. They can just like it's make anyone like get to the first place basically in the race. Just a death can be a huge break.
And this is a very like dangerous game at that, because in Cuphead you only have 3 HP, and the fastest way to go fast in boss fights is to damage boost so that you can be more up in their face and shoot them. So like this is a game that very much rewards you for making very dangerous plays, but it's also a game that heavily punishes you if you overextend too much.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Although things will be slightly safer for this category because for the most part runners are going to be using Chalice, and Chalice has 1 extra HP.
Yep, and a double jump and some other cool stuff. So,
yeah, we'll be getting to see a lot of cool stuff during this run.
Yeah, it's really cool that like not only is this a 4-way race, it's also like a bit longer category than a usual base game 90% category. So I'm really happy to see like 4 French runners all in one place doing this.
Yeah,
it blows my mind.
And yeah, for context, the base game 80% categories are all sub 30.
Yeah.
This is going to be over 40 minutes probably. And it's very cool for a game like this because this is a very technical game. So any kind of longer run I'm a fan of because it just gets to showcase more cool stuff. There's a lot of variety in tech too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We mentioned something about Lobber Spread being kind of the optimal weapon for this category. I do want to mention real quick how that's kind of remarkable because it was nerfed heavily since the game's like conception, because there used to be a glitch where if it impacted on the ground, it just exploded twice and it just dealt double damage, and that's how you melted through bosses. And then that got fixed, and it's still the optimal weapon combo.
Yeah, it just has a lot of utility, that weapon. Like Lobber is it's very good for like setting up traps and stuff to like deal some extra damage between phases, and yeah, we'll be talking about that a lot, I think, in this race. But yeah, it's a really cool weapon and can use it in very like creative ways to deal damage to the bosses.
Yeah. It's really crazy, just the amount of... I remember when the DLC just came out and we all thought it was just kind of dead as a weapon combo, especially because the DLC bosses tended to be more slippery and it was like a lot harder to actually hit bosses with a Lobber trap. But I remember the times of like the slow theory crafting of like finding small ways to use Lobber here, small new ways to like use Lobber there, and now it's just still fantastic. It's a weapon that allows you to use it in such creative ways.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very fun weapon. Charge is cool too, but it's more basic, I guess. You charge it up and then release the shot. Which is cool.
Which is also kind of why it's more consistent, because you don't need to like rely on a whole bunch of specific things, which also take a long while to learn.
Yeah, exactly. And it has a like better range too compared to Lobber. Lobber has like no range.
Yeah. Which helps. I don't know the details of it, but I know that on the final boss for the DLC, there's a strat that you can only do with charge shot.
Oh yeah,
like a face freeze. I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think for the last boss in the DLC, we're gonna be seeing one of those really big Lobber traps too. So.
Yeah, so yeah, it seems like these runners do go for that.
Yeah.
That would be pretty cool.
mode hard, donc déjà difficile, et le mode super, qui est un mode super difficile. C'est encore plus difficile, c'est en mode one shot, etc. C'est sans appel parce que là on est sur un 93. Pour l'instant on est sur, voilà, il y a 1945 € pour super.
This is not something I saw too closely, but I wonder if any of the runners are still going to attempt the like lobber crit. Because I did mention earlier how the double damage thing was patched, but I kind of lied.
Yeah, I guess that's still a thing. Although except for dealing like triple damage, it only deals
It's such a complicated thing. It's such a complicated thing to explain every time, but basically, like on old patches, the Lobber EX deals double damage unless you hit it right in between a boss and a ground, and then it hits triple damage. On newer patches, it's always single damage, and except if you aim it in between a boss and a ground, and then it's double damage.
Yeah, but it's still like 50-50, right? Like there's some jank there with the.
Yeah, I kind of looked into the whys, and I feel like there's a race condition going on with this game, because it seems like a lobber crit happens when the game processes what was it, ground collision before enemy collisions, or the other way around, I don't remember, but like when you hit your lobber EX, the game just processes collision in what seems like random orders.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's depending on the order that you get different amount of damage.
Also, I hope chat are enjoying our little talk here about like advanced strats and glitches and stuff before the game is even started.
Right.
Yeah, I hope everything will become more clear when we start.
Yeah, we could talk about the cup attack forever. There really is a lot to it.
Oh, there is. I mean, we could talk all day.
It's a little abstract when we're just having, a conversation like this, but
yeah.
Or you could run low percent, and then you have no tech. Just play.
Well, I would disagree. There is some tech.
Yeah, okay, there is some.
Yeah, not nearly as much as like other categories where you have several, like 2 weapons instead of just 1. So yeah.
Yeah. Because this game also has exploits that involve switching weapons. I mean, on release, this game was super broken because they made it so that when you switch to your secondary weapon, the cooldown for your first weapon still went down. So if you just kept switching between weapons, you were basically shooting both of them at once.
Oh yeah.
And then that got fixed. But like it turns out that if you shoot an EX move, the game like is supposed to stop your regular bullets, but if you weapon swap during the EX animation, which the game does allow you to do, you can still shoot your bullets. So like we have all these techniques to rhythmically like swap your weapons during an EX move, so you can just like increase your damage, and like it saves like half a second per EX, but you do like 100 EXs during the run, so you save like over a minute.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny how, like from the start, like weapon swapping has been a huge part of the tech in this game, like for speedruns. Even though like the major weapon swap glitch got patched out, it's still a huge part of going fast, like switching weapons between like during EX animations and like just using different weapons for different situations also.
Yep. And I remember finding it pretty amusing how, like, with the old weapon swap glitch, like, there was... The leaderboards changed, but, like, at the time of the game's release, we had a glitchless category. And I remember finding it funny how, like, on Legacy, if you press the weapon swap button, you just perform the glitch.
Yeah.
Like, people were trying to decide on a glitchless route. This was before the first patch came out, which took a little over a couple months to come out. And, like, people were, like, debating on how to, like, decide on a glitchless rule set. And, like, some people were just using charge because it's, like, the one weapon that's kind of immune.
I just think it's...
The exploit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. That was the thought.
Yeah,
that was the sentence.
I just think it's funny, like having a glitchless category for this game. Since I mean, can you even go through this game without encountering at least one glitch, even by like accident? So yeah, you can't really have a truly glitchless run of this, I think. Unless you're
There's
really...
like either percent run, which is something that the Mexican runner came up with, and like it's precisely like the kind of category that bans all these quote-unquote glitches, because you know you tend to have like some people newer to speedrunning who like come in and they're like, hey, people are using glitches in my speedrun, and like. It's funny because that category has such arbitrary rules. Like you just enter a stage and you just can't dash or whatever, because dashing would like create a glitch.
Yeah. I guess that's true. Yeah, 80%. I mean, you're going out of your way to avoid glitches in that.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. All right, I think we're about ready to get into the race. So yeah, this will be a 4-way race in Cuphead for the category DLC plus base game any percent.
Yep.
So we're in for a good one here.
Yep, as we said earlier during the break, this is.
What?
Oh,
okay.
I was not expecting this.
We have the actual characters running the game. This is even better than I imagined.
Oh, okay.
Or even like King Dyson.
Even better. I like it. So yeah, as we were saying, this is the biggest Cuphead race we've seen at a major event in a while. So I'm pretty looking forward to this.
Absolutely.
Any percent DLC plus base game, so you beat the kind of storylines in both the DLC and the base game. And yeah.
Oh, even has a purple suit on. I love this.
Nice point. I like the commitment.
Can you even see out of that? I don't think you can. At least the King Dice thing looks like a box.
Yeah, I've never worn anything like this, but I've always wondered how people even see through those things.
I did wear a Miss Chalice costume once, but it wasn't I didn't have anything on my head really.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's literally just hitting me that the commentators are cosplaying too.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Like, it's like in Cuphead thing.
Yeah. I just noticed.
It's the devil, and I guess from the eye patch, that's Captain Brawnybeard.
Yeah, I gotta be.
Okay, got the game feeds up. And I think we're getting a countdown, and the run is about to start. There we go.
There we go. All right. Good luck to the runners.
Good luck indeed. So, I will spoil in advance, as I said earlier. We are going to see some slightly different routes. 3 runners are going to be following the same route. But then, again, I'm butchering this, but Hakram is going to be following the charge spread route, which we'll talk a little bit more in detail about later. But first, they're all going to play Forest Follies because we cannot escape Forest Follies in a speedrunning category in this game. Except low percent. Low percent's the best.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're doing here in the start, no matter what route you're doing, you need coins. We need 8 coins in the start here. So we picked up some coins there from an NPC, and now we're doing a running a level where you get 5 more coins. So we're going to try to get through this level as quickly as possible by collecting all the 5 coins. And we're coming up on the Acorn Maker here, so we'll see if anyone is going to be going for some spicy skips here. Let's see. All right, they're going for the collect there. but failed it. So.
Okay, Hakram did attempt ninja clip. I don't believe any runner got it, but yeah. So there's a billion ways to skip the acorn maker. That's the fastest one on this patch at least, where you get right next to the acorn maker. There's an invisible wall, but if you turn around and you press jump and the EX button on the same frame, you're gonna clip through slightly. There's other ways. There's something called the two-tone hop, where you take a damage boost at the very top. You can find a rare pink butterfly and parry over it, and other ways that I won't bore you with, because these runners are about to buy their weapons. So, again, everybody's going to be buying Spread Lubber, except for Hakram, who's just going to buy Spread, and then they're going to buy Charge in the DLC.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, by the way, they're heading towards.
It takes a bit more to get the charge weapon. So Hakram is gonna have to get some more coins in the DLC and then go to shop once more. But all the other runners already have their weapons, so they're kind of good to go, really. But for now, we're doing the Mausoleum, where we just have to parry some ghosts, avoid, like, not let them get to that urn, because then you get then you fail, basically. But we have to do this Mausoleum in order to get access to the DLC, so this is why we're doing this.
Exactly. This is a completely optional stage normally, but the way you access the DLC is you free up Chalice. Chalice's spirit in the urn over here. And that allows you to go to the DLC quest, which involves Chalice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Which, by the way, there's also a funny thing that you can do with the NPC, which is technically optimal, but it's a bit of a harder route. If you get Lubber Spread and you do Goopy, Rootback, Ribbon Crocs first, you can use the NPC as it spawns right here, as it's going to do. If you're switching yourself like to its kind of bottom, it can clip you out of bounds, and you can access heal that early that way. So that's a faster route through Isle 1, but the problem with that is that then you need to delay the DLC until Isle 2, so you need to play a lot of the game without Miss Chalice.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, Hakram here is going to play the Chalice tutorial. No other runner is going to have to do this. They're doing it to get more coins.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing...
going to talk to this other NPC with the newspaper, and then they're going to buy Charge from the shop.
Exactly. So we got all the other runners already entering the first boss here, which is Glumstone. So you'll be seeing Lubber as like more of a ranged weapon, I guess, and then we have Spread, which is like the main damage dealer, because it deals a lot of damage, but it has a very short range. But Lubber has some utility too, as you may have seen there, where you can do some Lubber traps, basically. It can bounce 3 times in one place before it dissipates, basically. So you can set up some traps by shooting it strictly up. While
jump roll incoming.
Oh yeah, got the jump roll glitch here, maybe. Let's see. Oh, Silax got it. Nice. And Rafa as well. Very good. This is really nice for this phase to get this jump roll glitch where you just kind of float inside the boss's hitbox and just shoot with Spread all the time. Oh, Vicky got it as well. Nice.
I think I was the one who suggested this name, because it's also the name of a trick in Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, it works completely differently, but like the animation is the same.
Yeah. Alright, nice. All the runners got the jump roll glitch, so really nice to see.
Indeed.
Right, so we got the...
I love these DLC bosses, but yeah, using Lubber against these bosses is definitely a lot more difficult, because as you can see here from Mortimer First One, like he's just like going left and right and left and right. It's just kind of hard to set up traps and like track him when your other weapon is just Spread. Yeah. That's like one of the advantages of Charge. You can just like charge it, and then when he pauses, you just shoot it.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these DLC bosses are like moving a lot, so it makes it a bit harder to actually hit your Lubber shots and like Spread shots and stuff. Yeah, with Charge it's a lot more consistent, because then you can just kind of charge up and then let go and just hit the boss every time. So yeah, we got Raffo finishing up Mortimer.
Nice.
So you can go for a lot of these Spread EXs inside last phase's hitbox here, which is deals a lot of damage. It's pretty safe to do.
Yeah, spread EX, like excluding extra damage that the Lubber EX can provide if you hit it in a very specific way. Spread EX is the most powerful individual EX in the game.
Yeah.
Well, outside of That's a Lie, Roundabout, if it hits all of its hits, and Twist Up. But those are also more special because
I did not expect
to justify what I just said.
I did not expect Twist Up to be mentioned, but here we are.
Twist Up is a funny weapon, for real.
Alright, we got Rappo taken care of. Howling Ace is here. This is pretty tricky this phase with Labber, because like these little dogs here are going to be going around in a circle, and it's kind of hard to hit your shots with Labber spread.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier with charge, which we'll probably see on Hakram's stream soon there.
Yeah. I mean, even in phase 1, like, the problem about this fight is that you're on this plane and, like, it tilts depending on where you stand, so it can kind of throw you off.
Yeah.
Or even this final phase, I turned my head for this. Like, I legit just, like, tilt my head horizontally.
Oh, wait. Got a death on Celux.
Oh, no.
Very unfortunate.
It's okay. Honestly, like, it might look like a big kind of disadvantage, but a game like this, another player just has to take a death and it's like all back.
Yeah, exactly. Like as we said, like things can turn around on a dime.
Actually, from Vicky. Rafa's kind of zooming right now, going towards Esther. Played as Chalice. So we, when the DLC came out, we also had kind of a debate. We weren't sure of like if Chalice or Cuphead was better for playing levels, because they have completely different EX moves and their damage is also like kind of weird, and it's not immediately obvious whose projectiles are more powerful. So Chalice's regular bullets are indeed more powerful, but not by much, and you need to hit all three of them for it to be better, and that can be kind of hard to do during an entire fight. Cuphead's bullets are easier to hit optimally.
Yeah, I think Chalice's weapons are like the machine gun at least is like about 10% stronger, but yeah, you have to hit all the bullets to get that advantage, really, which can be hard on some bosses. But for this fight is pretty good because you have like a really big hurt box on the boss here, easy to hit the bullets. So we're in the last phase here with the sausages, and yeah, Raffle taking care of it like a true gamer.
Indeed. Akram not too far behind. Like again, I think this is going to be a pretty competitive race.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially since they're using charge. Like I can easily see Akram just like having more consistent times because of that.
Yeah, exactly. In some cases, like just for race purposes, I guess consistency can be more advantageous than just going for tough stuff, because you actually see the game Jimmy being used here to get some extra HP, which it's allowed to do in this category. If you're not feeling safe, like in some bosses, you can get some extra HP by doing like 3 laps around, like turn around 3 times, and then you get the Jimmy showing up and giving you extra HP for the next fight. You got Hakon doing it as well.
It's a very nice safety option. Like it loses 6 seconds to activate, but you are gonna be like very safe for the fight because you're gonna have a lot of HP, and you can also expect to get some time back just because you can take more damage boosts. By the way, I completely forgot it was called the Game Jimmy.
Yeah, nice throwback to the Game Genie on the retro
NES and
consoles.
such.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see Snail Skip?
I'm not sure actually. Well, this might be a bit of a tough setup here.
Yeah,
you might maybe get it. We'll see. So there's a thing here you can do to like kind of skip the very last phase if you. Okay, they didn't go for it, but it's a really cool thing that can happen. Yeah, it's tough to go for there.
It happened in my casual playthrough, like when I first played this game for the first time, and I had no idea this boss had a fake knockout.
Yeah.
Because I just got a real knockout instead.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, we got Raffo going up against the last boss of this DLC now, Salt Baker.
Yeah. This is by far the hardest boss in all of Cuphead. Like, not even close.
Yeah. Also has the absolute best animation of any boss in this game.
Yeah.
It's so nice to look at.
Like, kudos to the folks over at Studio and HR for their work on this game, and particularly on Salt Baker. Like, this is genuinely impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of love went into this game from the very start.
Like, for those who are not aware of the deal with this game, this is all hand-drawn, like on paper.
Yep.
Like, I believe it's colorized digitally, but like people did this on like ink.
Yep. Every frame with an animation, hand-drawn. Oh,
Check out this slobber trap. I think Raffer's probably going to move out of the way because they're at 1 HP, but yeah, that's still very powerful, like instantly ending that phase. It's extra powerful because there's parts of the floor that are made up of 2 overlapping ground kind of collisions, and so if you aim a lobbery axe there, it just hits for double damage because it explodes twice. It explodes on 2 floors.
Yeah.
And then making quick work on the final phase. Awesome. That's good for Raffle.
Yeah.
Again, that way just uncontestably being the hardest boss in this game.
Absolutely. And we got Hakram on the same boss here, going into the 3rd phase. So we can't set up any traps really, but we can shoot this phase like a little bit off screen with the charge weapon. And this last phase is going to be a lot easier with the charge weapon compared to Labber, because, well, with Labber you have like really short range, but with charge you can just pretty much shoot the boss across the stage and without much issue. So yeah, quick work of that. Very nicely done.
Awesome. Rafa is starting on the main game bosses. So, like, it's funny to play Root Pack after Salt Baker.
Yeah,
but yeah, this is
like end game difficulty bosses, and then just follow up by Root Pack, the first boss that most people do in their casual playthroughs, and also the first boss that we usually do in speedruns as well. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of lobber traps there too, like being used, and extra effective.
Yeah, that really showcases.
Extra effective when you're on chalice because you have the double jump, so you get some extra height too, so you can get some longer lobber traps with that.
So yeah, the main game bosses are going to showcase the power of Lobber a lot more. Also, I imagine we're going to see the secret phase. Rafa didn't do it. It's actually not that different if you have Lobber, because you can set up a pretty powerful trap for the onion. But I imagine for charge, you would definitely...
Yeah, Hagrom is going to go for the secret phase here. So he's not going to be shooting the onion, which triggers the secret phase where he just goes away.
Yeah.
But then instead
it's fine to shoot at the very end, because the check is like at some point during its animation, and then you can shoot it to farm like extra cards for your super meter.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a way to end the onion phase early. You still have to fight the carrot at full health, and it's going to be harder because you have this strategy at the bottom. But it is a faster way to go through the onion.
Yeah. Right, we got Raffo.
Is Raffo attempting? No, they didn't get it. There's a trick called Super Skip that Anorafo attempts if they get the right pattern for it, but
yeah, still got the regular phase skip there, which is
which is
slower
very nice.
in that with that pattern, I think, but yeah, still it's very nice to skip that phase basically.
Super Skip is where you bait an extra attack in phase 1, and then you deal so much damage during the last attack that you clear phase 2 before the check for Ribby to start his roll happens. And what happens is that Croaks, the brown frog, is going to immediately crouch while being on the right side. And then it looks very glitchy because Ribby does his roll and to the left and then teleports back to the right. Yeah. That's from Akram,
Yeah, he took some unfortunate hits there. He was trying to get into the sweet spot there on his foot, but he took a few hits trying to get there. So he played a little bit unsafe there and got hit again. But I think he's going for the super skip this time, I think. So we might be able to see that. We'll see what
looks like it. Didn't get it though.
No, didn't get it.
See, that's easier on... It's a complicated mechanic, but at some point, once you've dealt enough damage, these frogs start taking double damage if you shoot them while they're overlapping, and so that's your opportunity to just like start going ham on them. All right, Rafa's on Goopy. We're setting up some nice lubbers.
Yeah.
Goopy is a unexpectedly very technical fight. There's a lot of stuff that you can do, especially with lubber, to make that go faster. Not just because like tracking is difficult, but because there is a lot of opportunities for you to line up crits, which is this thing where you get right in between a boss's hitbox and a floor and you aim your lubber there. And if you get lucky on a 50-50, depending on which collision the game processes first, you can deal double damage with that EX move. And those are like difficult because you don't have very good visual cues to line them up. But also during the phase transition to phase 2, there's a sprite swap happening, and if you aim your rubber EX when that's happening, which is like a 6-frame window, then you can deal even like extra double damage. And so if you go for both at the same time, both of those stack, you can deal quadruple in this patch. No, wait, I think it's triple. Yeah, you deal triple.
Yeah. We got Rapo. So yeah. On Hilda here, which is the first plain boss in the base game.
I was sitting there talking about like goopy tag.
It's fine. I mean, there's a lot to it, so I understand. There's a lot to talk about there.
Meanwhile, Rafa on Devil. Okay, I'm sorry. Go for it.
So you're gonna see him go for a couple of damage boosts here to set up these like EXs there that are gonna pass through Hilda as she's going from left to right. That deals a lot of damage, and it's 100% worth going for, even though you are at 1 HP after. But should be good here, going into the last phase here. So you actually don't deal damage while she's like starting to enter this phase. Right now you can deal damage, but we just shoot her to get some extra cards there, so we can do some more EXs here. And if you time these EXs right, as the UFOs are spawning, you can get some extra clips basically stuck on those UFOs. And that will deal some extra damage to the Hilda if like the UFO and Hilda's hurt boxes are overlapping, so a little bit extra damage.
Yeah, those UFO clips were kind of a mystery for a long time as to why they exactly worked, and Grandius finally figured out the science behind them. It's a little too complicated to explain, but shout out to Grandius.
Yeah, shout out to Grandius. Absolute legend.
And yeah, Hilda is a great showcase of how this game rewards very aggressive plays. Like this is easily one of the spots in the game where like even new runners will probably want to start playing this fight kind of aggressively, because going down to 1 HP and doing both of those damage boosts saves just several seconds.
Exactly.
Okay, Rafa on Cagney with the dance moves.
Yep. Very good song too.
It's a fight where Lubber is a pretty solid weapon, because Cagney's hitbox is kind of awkward, and if you just try to stand up close and you spread, some of your bullets are going to miss. But Lubber is a pretty like decent damage weapon that can reliably hit Cagney, and so that's pretty nice for this.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those bosses where Charge will win out a little bit over Lubber, because Charge can deal a little bit more damage, and it's more consistent like for dealing damage to Cagney. In this category, so we'll might see Hakon getting a bit of time there on that boss compared to the other runners. Yeah, we got Rocco finishing up Cagney, so he's done with the Isle 1 here, so it's going to be moving on to Isle 2.
Are we going to see the frame rule in the die house? No, barely missed it.
Yeah.
There's an animation of King Dice hopping up and down, and if you talk to him early enough, you save an animation cycle and it saves a second.
Yeah. The squat frame rules are important.
Yeah. Alright, Baroness von Bonbon. This is a fight where you have to fight 3 mini-bosses before fighting Baroness herself, and they're selected from a pool of 5 in random order. Pretty high variance fight. Pretty hard to like kind of route this too, because you got like a lot of possible sets of minions to like have to plan around.
Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot of lobber traps here as the minions are spawning.
Yeah.
Like, it's all those lobber bullets gonna hit right as it spawns, so is a good thing to set up between the minions. And then you fight.
You can get some really fast kills.
Yeah. Then you fight the Baroness herself. Oh, that was a bit sketchy there. He just threw out her head. If,
1 HP even.
Yeah, 1 HP. So if he didn't get Baroness there, he could have died. Yeah. He knows what he's doing. All calculated.
Indeed. Okay, and then we're gonna see some mini bombs getting picked up. I don't actually know for sure if any of these runners go for it, but there is an advanced technique that you can do things to mini bombs on played levels, which are called Luigi swaps. Shoutouts to MultiLuigi100 for finding this glitch and then immediately hating the trick. But yeah, if you... it's kind of so I don't know if we talked about Kalava swaps, but on ground levels, if you weapon swap during an EX animation, you can continue shooting your regular bullets during it. You can't weapon swap during an EX animation on plane levels, except for the first frame. So this is a frame perfect trick where if you're coming from like mini bombs and then you go into the machine gun, well, you can do this onto mini bombs too, but it tends to be done more often on the plane EX. But if you weapon swap as you're coming back to that plane EX on the same frame that you weapon swap, you're gonna continue shooting your regular bullets.
Yeah, exactly.
It's even more powerful because the EX animation is even longer on plane fights, so you get more benefit. That pause buffer that you saw right there before the final phase, that for some reason makes the final phase come up on screen sooner. I don't think we still know the reason why.
We don't know why. It's a mystery, but hey, it saves time, so we do it. Don't question it.
It seems to be anything that pauses the in-game time. So even a parry does it. Even a whetstone hit does it. Even like a PC just having a lag frame does it, I think.
I love this. I love this game. So much fun, Jack.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I can't believe I'm only noticing this now, but at least Xelox has their game in French.
Oh, I see. Well, you want to be able to follow along the story, you know?
Yeah.
In French.
I do like how version 1.2 added language translations to this game. Like I tend to play every game in English myself, even though English is not my primary language, my native language, at least I should say. But I do like seeing how they translated boss names in other languages.
Oh yeah, same here. I'm Swedish, but I'll basically never like, even if there is Swedish as a language, which is very rare, I don't play with that language. Much prefer English.
Yeah.
Right, and what we've been talking
Rafa
about
is on Jimmy. Jimmy,
yeah.
We don't have so much to talk about. It's actually one of the simpler fights in the game.
Yeah.
We're not even gonna see the secret phase, which would add some spice. So that's Jimmy.
Yeah.
These parries here under the puppet are actually kind of tricky because they get fired at sort of random times. And it's hard to react to them.
Yeah, you mostly want to go for the parry that comes out last, but sometimes he kind of stalls a bit before tuning out that parry, so you get kind of messed up with the timing and miss it. Yeah,
I forgot there is an interesting thing about Jimmy actually. They messed up the hitbox to the puppet on the latest patch. It used to work fine, and then for whatever reason, once you defeat the puppet, as it's going, like, as it's in its defeated animation and then going back up, for some reason its hitbox gets teleported down by a whole bunch. And so you're gonna shoot your bullets and it's gonna go right through it. But actually, if you just like move and shoot under its feet, then you can hit it.
Yeah. There's a lot of things like that with with hitboxes that aren't really explained. I don't really know why they changed the things. Like, for example, on Wall as well, there's some hitboxes that are kind of wacky as well. Just going all over the place.
By the way, Rafa is attempting Bappy glitch.
All right, we should talk about that, yes. Okay.
Yeah, they're retrying. This is a whole setup. So this is a concept that can work on other bosses too, but Beppy is like the one that more reliably continues to work on newer patches. So if you deal enough damage to clear the phase, like a specific phase before it starts, some bosses glitch out, and Beppy is one of them. They might have enough damage here now.
Oh,
unfortunate.
I think that was very close, actually.
But what that looks like, yeah, I think it was really close. I think we're gonna see a very fast phase 2 here. Yeah, that was probably just half a second of damage. So what that looks like, if you do get it, phase 2 starts, but it's already cleared, so the game just like is never going to see the flag being set as like the phase being finished, and so you can continue damaging phase 2 and it will never finish, but like you're still bringing the boss's health down, so if you continue shooting, eventually you get the knockout. And so basically it's a way to finish the fight while still being in quote-unquote phase 2, which is a lot of time because this is a boss with very long phase transitions where you can't damage it. I believe it's over 20 seconds that you're gonna be saving from getting the glitch.
Oh, I think Hakram is actually going for it. He used the game Jimmy.
I think so, yeah.
So he's going to be able to take a lot more damage boost here if he wants to make the fight a bit more safer and easier to get the glitch. Yeah, he's definitely going for it. So hopefully we'll get a good...
he's waiting another cycle too.
Okay, he's going extra safe here, waiting for another cycle. Now he's going for it.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, I hope he doesn't get it too early.
It's a lot of good damage. Yeah, that's a very good Beppy pattern. This is the Beppy glitch. There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, as we said, phase 2 is gonna come up here, and then it's just not gonna end until the knockout. So this is a pretty massive time save.
Yeah. Saves about 20 seconds, I want to say, compared to doing it normally.
Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, Rapo is on Grim. This is one of my favorite boss fights. Oh, we got a controller disconnection.
Oh no. Yeah, not even is the game
Unfortunate
against
technical issues.
The runners, the controllers are as well.
I think we might be...
Oh no, it might...
We might be gentlemaning this?
Yeah. Yeah, Rafa's passing.
Oh. Oh yeah, we have some troubleshooting here.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, we can maybe talk a little bit about Green Matchstick here. So this is a fight where what I really like about this fight is the way the cloud platforms work. So they're kind of randomly generated, basically. So it's a complicated way the game generates this, but basically you're gonna have clouds decently close to each other, usually generated at random like heights, and you usually are gonna have to kind of react to their position and try to stand on them. It's particularly interesting when you're trying to optimize your damage in this fight, which means you stay close and you spread, and you look to the right of Grim to see oncoming clouds, or just to the left to see which ones are incoming, and maybe if you should use an EX move and try to land on them. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's a very dynamic fight.
Yeah, we got Rafa finishing up there. Let's see how Akram is dealing with this fight with charge.
Charge is a much safer weapon for this fight.
Absolutely.
Although Lobber is like pretty good too. If you just stand to the top of a cloud and then just shoot it down, usually you're gonna hit him.
It's a bit heartbreaking though, because sometimes when you can shoot those fireballs that come out and they just eat up the whole charge bullet, which sucks because then you're losing out on a lot of damage when that happens. Yeah, it finishes up pretty quickly there. Good fight.
Okay. Celux is back in action, it seems.
All right, good.
That's unfortunate. This game really does have like random controller issues, it feels. I've had that kind of stuff happen before.
Yeah. All right, we got our full, with Rumor Hana bottom, finding out the police speed there to start off. So we'll see if you
a police speed. Can you believe it?
No,
Are we doing beep puns or not?
I mean, go ahead. I actually didn't think about any beep puns before this, but you can go right ahead. I'll mention any as they come up in my head.
That'd be right.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's actually interesting things to talk about. So this is a fight that's supposed to have a final phase. We might not see it. Because it's another one of those fights where you just kind of uncapped in the amount of damage you can deal. And there we go. That's an easy early kill. You can just kind of go ham, and like you can kill her so early. Like she has a phase transition to the final phase, and then the final phase starts. You can kill her during an attack during phase 2. So like before even the transition animation. Like it's kind of absurd the amount of damage you can deal if you're carefully like controlling your damage before the start of an attack and then going ham. It is very hard though, because there's another fight with randomly generated platform positions.
Yep.
And they can randomly go missing at the worst of times. All right, so this is something we don't see very often, but I believe all 4 runners might be doing this, using Chalice on Dr. Cal.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think it's gonna make, compared to using Cuphead, which is what most runners do for this fight, this first phase is going to be a bit harder with Chalice, I think, because it's harder to get all hits with those like machine gun bullets that she has. But I think the rest of the fight is going to be pretty easy compared to that. You can see Rafa, he used the nuke there to take out the second phase like right away. So we jump right into the last phase here. But I think for this phase, yeah, it's going to go for a lot of nukes here. So it's going to take a lot of parries and use those 5-card nukes. Then just mostly using the machine gun there to deal damage. And I guess for that, since it deals a little bit more damage than Cuphead's machine gun, I guess it's a bit more optimal in some cases. Yeah, Rafa finishing up nicely there. Got Hakram on the same last phase here. He's got 1 HP, which is a bit scary here. This last phase is definitely not what you want to do in 1 HP if you can avoid it. He's playing it safe here. He's getting through, getting nukes, and playing very safe here, which is very understandable. I would definitely do the same thing.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous fight.
Yeah.
Okay, on Rapo's screen, we should see an attempt at Sally Glitch, which this fight had a secret phase added in the last patch, which involves lowering the 2 angels and then the secret phase starts. But if you get Sally close to her normal phase transition, you lower the angel and then you clear the phase. We're not gonna... Oh no, we did get it. We did get it. Nice. Okay, so what that does is it skipped phase 2 entirely. Like, it just... I don't know the exact coding reason why, but there's supposed to be a phase 2 and you just go straight to phase 3 and it just completely like deals the damage that you would like be going through in phase 2 as well. So
yeah,
that's it. It's just like a 20-second time save or something.
Yeah, it's very massive. I mean, if you get a super optimal like fight here, you can even like match the times that you get in the legacy like fight of this game, which is pretty incredible because you just melt bosses with the Swap glitch in legacy, and here you can do it with a simple glitch. Or it's not simple, but it's just a glitch that helps save so much time.
And that final phase with 1 HP is actually kind of nerve wracking, and unfortunately you're also going to do it pretty often in this fight at 1 HP.
Yeah. I didn't see it, but I think Hakram got the same glitch there? I think
so, yeah. Might be wrong, but...
Oh, and we got the the Grim, like the black screen there for Grim.
Yeah, I think that's frame perfect.
Yeah, if you get the knockout right when the like the lightning in the background happens, then you get like some weird sprites basically. So sometimes you get like a black Grim there and black clouds and stuff. Anyway, we got Rapo taking care of Verna Vermin, which is pretty simple fight all in all. Basically just using spread and sometimes lobber, and just doing a lot of spread EXs when you can. It's a very simple boss for a late game boss. This is a very simple boss, really.
Yeah, it's well, you could go quite in depth with this boss. There is this thing you can do where it's called Flake Lobbers. You approach him with spread, and then as he goes back, you backtrack, you swap to lobber, and as soon as the cooldown is ready, you turn around for like 1 or 2 frames and you try to fire it towards him. That's a bit better than standing back and mostly using lobber and just using spread when he's up close. There's also some spread swap shenanigans, just like on Goopy, that can allow you to hit higher damage lobber reacts. But yeah, like it's you can definitely play this boss and keep it pretty simple.
All right, we got Ruffle on.
Briny Beard is
Beard.
an RNG fest.
Yeah. Oh, and he got the quick on there as a second attack, so we'll see what kind of attacks he gets here. He might be able to get a 3 cycle still, but I don't know. This might not be enough. That's a very tough parent to get.
A fourth attack.
Yeah. So yeah, I think a bit safe
Briny
here.
Beard is special because he's one of those bosses where once you deal the damage required to transition to the final phase, he gains invincibility.
Yeah.
So he's one of those bosses where the length of his attacks matter, and you want to see the attacks that just barely give you enough time to do a 3 cycle. And any more than that, any extra attacks, any extra time spent watching his attacks is time lost.
And meanwhile, you see Hakram here with the charge weapon. Like, RNG doesn't really affect this fight. If you want to play with charge, it's perfectly fine to just stand back and just take shots when you can.
A lot easier to handle some of the harder patterns here.
Absolutely.
Charge.
Yeah. All right, we got Ruffle moving
And I think
into...
that is a 3 cycle. Yeah, Calamaria, that's another fight done with Chalice. Technically slightly better. But the ghost attack kind of forcing him to go back.
Get the turn.
There is an interesting tech about Calamaria that we're going to be seeing in phase 2. I think you probably do it with... Well, I guess I don't know if these runners are going for Luigi swaps. I haven't paid attention to that detail.
I don't think so, actually. I think they're going for this phase, or the next phase. I guess not.
This is scary, actually.
This is very scary, yeah.
Okay, cool. You survived that. Yeah, there's a attack you can do at the start of phase 2 where you do a Luigi swap, you let go of the shoot button during the Luigi swap, and then you just let yourself get petrified by Calamaria. And then you can continue shooting during that, like constantly. In theory, if you mash the shoot button during the petrification, you can sometimes get a bullet off, but that's not like consistent. And that was also very scary.
Yeah,
those eels can easily get you. And then having to play that final phase very dangerously. You just have to watch the right side of Calamaria and see, watch for incoming spike things incoming and just dodge them.
Yeah, as long as you stay in her face, you don't get hit by anything that she shoots out. Yeah, you just have to pay attention to the spikes coming up and move around them. But yeah, other than that, it's usually pretty safe. Just don't bonk into her face or anything, which is something that happens sometimes.
That's on Werner.
Oh, no.
So I think this is a pretty competitive race between Vicky and Silox, and also a pretty competitive race between Raffo and Hakram.
Oh, definitely, yeah. The Hakram is not far behind here.
Not at all, yeah.
I'll say like quarter of a boss fight behind or something, maybe a bit more. But yeah, we got Raffo on...
Well, honestly, Raffo gets Spider on Devil and that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an infamous attack on the Devil that loses like too much time.
Yeah. Right, so second phase of... oh, nice, he got the 1 cycle there. That's pretty...
That's hard.
Pretty tight to get. But with Labber and Spread, it's actually like a pretty good loadout for getting that, but still very hard.
Yeah.
So very nice.
Yeah, no, that 1 cycle is something you'll see top runners miss. Like that's genuinely impressive.
Absolutely. Right, so moving into the last phase here.
Oh, is it Ghost Wrangling? That's yeah. This is one of the coolest attacks in the game. So you keep this ghost alive, and then you get its parry, and what that allows you to do is jump higher prior to the start of the phase, so you can set up a better trap. You can hit like 2 more lobber bullets like that. It's not a huge time save or anything, but it looks so cool.
Yeah. Now seeing it. That was a bit scary there, but he got the last phase there.
Ooh, yeah.
Before any... Yeah, that last phase is so scary on 1 HP because there's a lot of...
That last phase is not fair.
A lot of random...
You're gonna try to shoot it, and then you get an immediate flame that arcs down, and you just die.
Yeah. Yeah, those fireballs don't play by the rules. They're so mean.
Yeah. All right, so we got the last 2 fights in the game for Rafa. One of them is King Dice, which is the longest fight in the run by far. So the way this is gonna work, this is inspired by a level called the Die Palace from Gunstar Heroes for the Mega Drive or Genesis. There's a selection of 9 mini-bosses, and you roll a die. And depending on which spot you land on, you're gonna fight a different mini-boss. And you have to fight at least one mini-boss from like each set of 3 spots, because the die only allows you to roll up to a maximum of 3. And then once you make it to the end, you fight King Dice.
Yep. So first off here, on the Lobber Spread route at least, you fight the cigar here, which lends itself pretty well to like using spread and also Lobber sometimes when he goes away like this. Yeah, pretty well done there from Rafa.
Rafa's, that cigar getting smoked. Okay.
I expected myself to be doing more puns than you, but you... I've barely done any puns this race, actually. So I'm a bit surprised.
We're landing on 4. This is I'm surprised by.
Oh, right, yeah.
So this is... there's another route. You would be doing 3, 5, 7. That saves a dice roll, although those bosses are a bit more difficult. Domino, which is number 4, is much easier.
Yeah. I think number 7 is not as good in this category. True. Because you don't have as good... Like, Lobber's not as good in this category compared to, like, previous versions, so... Yeah. I think this one...
It's still very good, but not as good, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to be going for 3, 4, and 8. At least for the Lobber players here.
Yeah.
Oh, Hakram actually went for the cigar as well.
Yeah, I guess we're seeing the same route here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the 8-ball is by far the easiest boss in this board. These bosses are all pretty fast. Really the only problem about this set is that you have to do an extra dice roll.
Yeah.
On King Dice, which is like, what, 6 seconds? Maybe 7. I unfortunately don't think we're gonna see any monkeys today. That's a fight that you would do in Legacy. It's funny. It's basically a game of memory, and it lasts like 40 seconds. It's insane. But on Legacy, there's a glitch where if you parry 2 cards at exactly a precise time, and then you scroll the screen to the right, you can make the monkey clip out of bounds, and then there's a fail-safe where if the monkey is too far out of bounds, it just dies. That's actually a glitch that the devs knew about. And that was their fix. They didn't have enough time to figure it out before the game's release, so they just coded a failsafe to kill it if the bug happened.
Yeah. Thank you, MDHR, for giving us speed tech.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Rafa finished up
and then King Dice. Yeah, King Dice itself is like a pretty simple part of the fight. They did add extra parryable entities on top of cards precisely for Chalice, because her parry works differently from Cuphead. Like, you parry stuff from the side, not from the top. And so they had to add stuff on the cards like that. And now we're on to the Devil, which is a heck of a boss. So this is kind of infamous in runs of this game, where it has an attack that is basically a 50-50. On newer patches, you're probably going to see it. It chooses either between the dragon, which is what you want to see, or the spider, which is this attack where the hitbox just kind of disappears periodically, and you can only hit it every once in a while. Okay, we get the dragon, which is best. But unfortunately, Rafa is down to 1 HP.
I can't believe
that was scary.
He jumped over it instead of like ducking under it. That was crazy.
Okay, this is pretty pretty tense. If Rafa takes a death here, that could put Hakram definitely back in the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. It will make it that even in that case.
Yeah. Okay, phase 2 is not the hardest thing in the world. Phase 3 is where this fight starts to get kind of scary, because you start to have bats that are swooping in, you start to have demons on the side shooting stuff at you.
Yeah.
We'll see here if he manages to close it out. We'll see the devil start to cry. Oh my god, that's scary. Okay. This is a bit safer. Just don't die to the chip here at the end.
Oh,
and that's
time.
it. Damn.
Very nice.
Congratulations to Rafa. That was a tense ending.
Yeah. I was at the edge of my seat there. That was super scary, but yeah, he clutched it out.
Yeah.
GG.
All right, Akram just following close behind the charge spread player. That was a pause buffer, right?
Yeah, that was a pause
I did
buffer,
see correctly.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's called a geo buffer. You can pause during the phase transition, and that allows you to shoot an EX move, which you're not supposed to be able to do. And that EX move allows you to regain control sooner. And so you can start damaging the devil about a second sooner. All right, into the third phase, but this time... I was just about to say Akram has 2 HP. Now he has 1.
Yep. Commentator curse. I think he can do it.
That went pretty low. Okay, that's
nice.
it.
GG.
GG to Akram. Again, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Akram. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So now we got the race between Celox and Vicky. Again, the two are not far behind it or far apart at all.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Seeing another cigar.
Vicky just finished up Fending Express, so she'll be moving into King Dice as well here. So yeah, it could be a
nice knockout on the left side.
Yeah.
That was fire. Get it? Because there's fire in the fight, and so saying that something is fire...
Yeah, that joke was smoking hot. All right.
Okay, respect. And we're seeing another domino too.
So yeah, the Celox is a bit ahead here, but yeah, anything can happen in a race. So yeah.
Vicky also entering Cigar. I guess we might be seeing the same route from every runner after all.
Yeah. Oh, did we mention that if you land on a space which has a heart on it, you get like an extra HP as well?
Oh yeah, true. That's usually what you like to see, just for extra safety. Well, safety and also allowing you to use more damage boosts, which tends to speed up the fight because again, you get to be more on the boss's face when using spread.
Yeah.
There's also a mechanic where if you get a heart after taking damage and then you continue to take damage 2 more times, you can get a 0 out of 3 HP section on the results screen, which completely skips that section and saves 0.8 seconds. Yeah, 8-ball from Xelox, standard fight.
Yeah, all these mini bosses are just falling like dominoes.
Indeed.
I'm a bit late in the pun game here, but I'm trying to.
Hey, you're catching up, yeah. Okay, 4 HP from Xelox here in the final phase. I don't think things are gonna get too dicey here.
Nice. So yeah, with the amount of HP here, you can just damage boost through everything. Don't have to take any parries.
Yeah. Vicky going through the 8-ball. She also has a good amount of health. And yeah, I guess this is coming down to Xelox double fight. Again, very scary fight. Honestly, I'm somewhat surprised we didn't see a runner die to it. I don't want to jinx anybody, but like I'm just saying, it's a dangerous fight.
Oh, actually, Vicky is down on 2 HP here, which might actually get a bit dicey. So, might see some.
Hey, that was my pan.
Yeah, I'm stealing it. Sorry.
Ooh, all right, are we gonna see a spider? Oh, that's 1 HP already. Oh, yeah, that's scary.
This is scary.
And that's the spider.
Oh no!
All right, you get to see just how rough this is.
This is terrible.
And it lands, and it's back up. And it lands, and it's back up.
Yeah. Sometimes you can get it spawning in where you have the lava traps. You set up some lava traps, and hoping that the spider will land on it. But it's a bit random where it's gonna be compared, compared to your position. Might not always land on that lava trap. So
You can memorize its landing patterns, but it's legitimately a list of 20 possible offsets from your player's position, and it's a heck of a lot to memorize.
Yep.
Very few players even try.
One hell of a lot. Yep.
Okay, we're going to be in phase 3 again. This is still dangerous.
Yep.
Oh. Okay.
I'm scared.
Ooh. Okay, we might be in the clear here. Just on that with the chip.
Ooh, that
okay,
was
awesome.
Close. But yeah,
That was
it
close.
there.
If it didn't die from Daddy Axe move, that would have been scary.
Yeah.
GG took Celox on the third place. And Vicky not too far behind. She should be finishing soon.
Let's see what we get here. Okay, we got
the dragon.
Yeah, that's good.
That means this fight shouldn't drag on.
Good one. I see another Geo buffer there.
We got the HP still.
So the important note here is that you can only deal damage to the pupils of the eye here in these phases.
Which, funnily enough, these hitboxes for the eyes go back and forth, and if you aim a Lubriax on the eye on the left, just as it's about to go left, you can hit direct damage on the eye on the left, and then have the splash damage hit the eye on the right as it's coming back to the left. Okay, 1 HP going into the final phase. That chip. Okay.
All right.
And that's a knockout.
Touched it out. Nice. GG to Vicky.
And congrats to all of our runners. That was a pretty phenomenal race.
Yeah, that was a really good race.
Yeah, that's fun. Four-way race. Four-way race is fun. And I'm glad we got to showcase DLC plus Space Game 80%. This is a cool category.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as I said before, like, not only that we get a four-way race, but also in this category, which is like a bit of a longer one. So yeah, really happy to have been a part of this.
Indeed. Play Cuphead if you haven't already. It's a phenomenal game.
Yep. And if you feel like speedrunning this, look up Cuphead on speedrun.com. You can find a Discord link there.
Yeah, very big Discord, lots of helpful people. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, been going on over 7 years now, but we still have a lot of activity actually, even after all this time.
Yeah. And we also got a lot of resources, including practice mods, tutorials, anything that will help you get you started in this speedrun.
Yeah, I think that's been us. Should we shout out our Twitch channels or?
I mean,
all right. Well, you can find me on twitch.tv/Griffar. I run this game from time to time.
I also stream on Twitch. I also run this game from time to time. I used to run this game a lot more actively, but I still very much love it, and occasionally make my return to it and try to get good times. It's a very good speedrun. It's it's a very good speedrun. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for having us here, and also thank you, Wolf, for tolerating me on comms and just in general.
I mean, if we're going that path, I started on the puns, so thank you for tolerating me.
All right, mutual tolerance. That's nice.
Exactly. All right, thank you very much. Hope you continue to enjoy Speed On.
Et enfin, notre champion, Rafo.
Non, mais en soi, ils ont tout dit, mais c'est vrai que c'était vraiment incroyable. Deux beaux mois à train tous ensemble, c'était vraiment une belle expérience. Et merci au public aussi d'avoir été là, et merci aux commentateurs, aux commentatrices.
Avec plaisir.
Et Rafo, en tant que grand vainqueur, tu as remporté ce prix.
Tu vas repartir, tu vas ramener la coupe à la maison.
La Cuphead Cup. Félicitations.
Eh ben, je pense que ça va être bon pour nous.
Ben oui, dis donc.
On va pouvoir rendre...
Est-ce que je peux me permettre de vous demander quelque chose? On a un photographe sur scène. Est-ce que ça mériterait pas une belle photo de famille avec le public derrière? Vous remettez tout votre masque.
Ah bah, let's go.
Vous avez des costumes. Quand même.
On va faire ça, mais du coup, on va vous rendre l'antenne comme ça.
D'accord, comme ça, vous vous préparez.
Exactement, comme ça, on se fait tout beau et vous pouvez lire des dons, continuer à bourrer les dons, évidemment.
Oh là là, y en a eu.
Rester rapide et fabuleux, fabuleuse.
Let's go.
Et des bisous.
Bon dimanche, Speedon, profitez bien.
Merci beaucoup.
Exceptionnel.
Magnifique cette coupe là à la fin.
C'était trop bien, mais le
C'est
trophée
rare,
quoi.
hein.
Mais vraiment,
C'est
ils
rare.
se sont donnés les costumes, tout. Comme on dit toujours, run cosplayer, run de qualité. Et c'était encore une fois la preuve par 4 pour le coup de la véracité de ce proverbe.
Et il y a eu un plus 10 000 euros quasiment pendant tout Cuphead. Voilà,
Mais
on est
ouais,
passé de 960 à 971. On se rapproche du million.
Franchement, allez, 29 000 balles, là, vous nous bourrez ça avant Restart. Donc là, maintenant.
Avant Restart, c'est-à-dire dans 3 minutes.
Ça défiscalise à balle, là. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a
Eh ben, tu crois pas si bien.
Bah ouais,
parce que nous avons le contrôleur des impôts qui a donné 10 euros et qui nous dit je passerai vérifier que ça défiscalise bien dans la salle.
Justement.
Et nous avons Vanks également, 200 euros, une contribution pour donner de la force en ce dernier jour. Bonne chance et bourrer les dons. Gouillot pour les 200 euros. Et je te laisse.
Don Emile qui donne 40 euros. Magnifique run de Cuphead, bravo à tous. PS, merci Anthony pour la place, plus petit que 3. Darjeeling Nul qui envoie 200 euros. Regardez comme elles sont magnifiques. Oh là là.
Ça. Oh là là.
Oh là là, sublime. Ouais, le drapeau, ouais.
Oh, le masque du King Dice,
c'est trop beau. C'est trop beau.
Regardez-moi ces yeux de filou là. Oh là là.
Regardez ça, c'est magnifique.
Excellent.
Magnifique.
Excellent.
Le drapeau, la petite chalice et le drapeau de Fast and Fast. Je suis fière de vous. Alors que Namorke, donc c'est après le matin en néerlandais, qui donne 500 euros. Merci beaucoup. Benoît donne également 500 euros en disant miaou. Et donc, Darjeeling Nul qui donne 200 euros en disant bravo à toutes les personnes impliquées dans cet événement incroyable. Comme toujours, bourrez les dons et gardez la pêche. J'ai la ref, le meilleur Zelda, tunique.
Allez, Coussac a donné 100 euros. Allô les impôts, je peux plus le payer. Hein. Réclaille, 100 euros également. Quel plaisir de pouvoir enfin suivre Speedon avec mes enfants. Des bisous à Jérémy et Zoé. On les embrasse bien sûr.
C'est le matin dessin animé. Hein.
Lily, 20 euros. Quel plaisir de revoir du Cuphead. Merci à tous pour cet événement.
Et Luc IAG donne 100 euros. Bravo à tout le monde pour ces 4 jours qui auraient cru qu'il y avait autant de chats miaou dans les jeux. Et coucou à Dadou qui en profite sur place. Queen Apple, coucou, qui donne 13,12 € en disant pour Jarmou sur Hollow Knight parce qu'on n'est pas fatigué. Queen Apple à qui je fais un énorme bisou et je voudrais que toute la salle applaudisse très fort parce que c'est elle qui a design ma tenue de Super Mario Kart.
Ah oui, pas celle-là. Oui.
Pas celle-là, non, pas le peignoir, non, mais la couronne et tout, c'était elle. Donc vraiment merci infiniment. Et BKER donne 500 balles en disant petit don pour soutenir nos fiers médecins et la solidarité. PS bis de la Bretagne. Ah ça y est, c'est le retour des forceurs du lobby breton.
Ah,
excellent, ça nous manquait.
Enfin des gens intéressants. Alors, monsieur Yann San, merci pour les 5 euros. Des bisous de la salle. Bravo pour cette race Cuphead. Un jeu aussi beau que cet event. Sacha qui vient donner 100 euros. Bonjour, j'ai 3 mois et c'est mon premier Speedon. Je ne sais pas trop ce qui se passe, mais si je peux dire, c'est Don, achète.
Achète. Bravo, Sacha. C'est trop mignon.
Allez, 100 euros de Darek. Bravo tout le monde. Chaque année, c'est un plaisir à suivre. Mon père était un médecin du monde et il serait fier.
Bravo.
Paf.
Itberil donne 50 euros. Voilà 3 jours qu'on vous suit depuis Taïwan. Enfin, un événement qui prend en compte le décalage horrible. Merci aux runnereuses, commentatrices, ambianceuses, aux bénévoles et aux vieux monsieur pour ces 4 jours de folie, plus petits que 3. Manu, alors attention parce que coup sur coup, à 10 minutes d'écart, Manu a donné 2 fois 500 euros. Incroyable, merci beaucoup.
Lisactu, 10 euros, qui nous dit allez, Vicky la goat. Les 3 autres aussi qui sont super. Bon. Gonzoer, merci beaucoup. 5 euros. Cuphead. Clip pour les 50 euros. Merci à tout le monde pour cet événement. Mention spéciale à Dame et Jarmou pour illuminer mon dimanche matin. Je sais pas de qui on illumine là, mais c'est vrai que bon, on est sur notre 31.
On est vraiment sur notre meilleur drip.
Bravo, c'était bien.
Évidemment. Félicitations la team Cuphead. Vous étiez formidable.
C'est super, mais il est dur votre jeu quand même là.
Ouais, c'est un peu difficile, mais la toxique gameuse en moi, évidemment, a envie d'essayer encore une fois. Alors que The Devil... les problèmes. Alors que The Devil in the Place donne 20 € en disant « Venez dans mon casino, bande de mortels. » On a vu, ça a mal tourné. Hein. On a Talku-sama qui donne 5 €. Petit don depuis la salle pour cet événement de fou. Merci pour l'ambiance. Et on a la Turbo Anar, pas de politique évidemment, qui donne 10 €. Merci beaucoup. Diffusion restreinte donne 10 €. Ce jeu, vraiment ma tasse de thé. Excellent.
Vas-y, t'en es où, continue.
Ma tasse de thé, j'arrête les jeux de mots pourris, je vais plutôt acheter. Excellent. Nous avons le diable 20 balles en disant le chef de la salière n'était qu'un faible, boss de fin, c'est moi, je vous attends. Oh, ça va, je suis là. Oui, mais c'est la faute de Dame, elle a bronché le t-shirt. Pardon, on a Bouzni.
C'est la violence de Cuphead qui m'a...
C'est ça nous a retourné. On a Bouzni qui donne 1 €. Coucou Bouzni, qui donne Team 1 € de l'optimisation lotière. Et en cette journée de fête des grands-mères, un hommage à toutes les mamies et les papis de la team Angle Droit présents dans la salle et dans le chat. Coucou.
Je ne sais absolument pas où on est.
On est là, sur celui-là.
Sur lui, là?
Ouais, l'autre.
Clip qui a donné...
Non, tu l'as fait.
Ah ouais, c'est vrai. Bon, voilà. Hein. Anonyme, ça montre à quel point je suis. Hein.
Non, mais...
100 € de la part de on sait pas qui, d'ailleurs. Quel plaisir de profiter de cette 5e édition de ce fantastique événement. Merci beaucoup à celles et ceux qui rendent tout cela possible, notamment les bénévoles qui agissent dans l'ombre. Et on fait des bisous aux bénévoles, bien sûr.
Et oui.
Qui se sont...
Tout le monde est remplaçable, sauf les bénévoles.
D'habitude, les bénévoles, c'est par team de couleurs. Et cette année, ils se sont tous chauffés pour faire des évolutions. Tu sais, donc Aquali,
excellent.
Ils ont tous des petits badges et tout,
c'est trop mignon. Mais en plus, ils nous font des étiquettes quand on finit l'ambiançage et qu'on loupe le créneau pour bouffer. On a notre petit nom.
On a une petite étiquette.
On a nos petits noms avec des étiquettes holographiques. Et en plus, moi, j'avais un petit hôte de Mario Kart dessus et tout. Bref, ils sont
à défaut de trouver du évolution prismatique, au moins, on a des bénévoles sympathiques. Et Selenia, merci pour les 75 €. J'adore voir Cuphead en speedrun, c'est un excellent jeu. Merci Speedon, bravo à toute l'organe. Les speedrunners, speedrunneuses, ambianceuses, MV qui rompiche, j'espère.
Oui, s'il te plaît. Recouche-toi.
Dis-moi que tu es en train de dormir. Pour cet événement, toujours incroyable. Le nougat sans le thé, 200 € pour le million de... Alors attends, le million est speedonatien de Montalzac, d'accord?
Oui, c'est une nouvelle proposition de nom pour la mascotte qui est... Mesdames, mais la mascotte Mais Mandarin-chan, qu'est-ce qui t'est arrivé?
Désolée, c'était plus fort que moi.
Oh non, mais... Catastrophe. Faites diversion, vite, Stanley Quirrell qui a donné 10 €. Voilà, I would like to report a murder, vite. La police, c'est trop grave. Oh la vache, un spirale qui donne 50 €. Bravo aux runneuses, les Michel, les bénévoles, l'orga, les ambianceuses, le public, bref, tous ceux qui rendent un tel événement possible. Vous aidez à sauver des vies grâce à Médecins du Monde, mais aussi en permettant à une neuroatypique comme moi de se sentir acceptée plutôt que comme l'alien de service. Vous êtes tous géniaux. Du bruit pour ma team de TSA, TDH, ODHJ sûr, s'il vous plaît. N'oubliez pas de prendre votre Ritaline et vos médicaments.
Et sinon, juste un peu de vitamine C aussi le matin, parce que je t'avoue, ce matin, ça a été dur.
T'as vu le shot de jus d'orange, ça a bien marché, hein?
Ah bah là, oui, ça c'est sûr.
On est au top.
J'aimerais avoir le 10e de ton énergie.
Tiens, prends Dame, lis les noms, prends l'énergie.
Oh, qui pique, merci pour les 200 €. Toi aussi, tu me donnes de l'énergie. Hein. Merci pour l'événement, toujours un plaisir de vous regarder, soutenir l'association Road to 3 millions. Chapeau. Quelou, force de la Belgique, merci pour les 50 €. Wallan, 50 €. Incroyable run Cuphead, bravo, vers le million.
Oui, Mix Jojo, 10 € depuis la salle, comme promis Vicky, je suis venue t'encourager, t'es la meilleure. Poketchou donne 100 €, speedrun Cuphead, BO effréné, rythme endiablé, profitons de la folie, bourrons les dons. Et un don anonyme de 500 €, bravo.
Alex Sway, OMG, il y a Vicky, merci pour tes 40 €. Smice, 20 €. Cuphead, OST, très très bonne. Hein.
Elle est exceptionnelle. Clerc donne 100 €. Merci à tous les runners et aussi les commentateurs pour nous enjailler ce dimanche. Petit coup de pouce au meilleur Zelda, Majora's Mask. Nap donne 50 €. Go Cuphead, go Speedon, go le Mili. Merci à tous ceux qui rendent cet événement de fou possible.
Et Bababouin qui a donné 5 €, on n'a toujours pas atteint le million. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est que cette histoire? Donne et achète le t-shirt qui n'est pas dans le bon sens. Si voilà.
Achète.
Et évidemment, le meilleur Zelda, c'est Ocarina of Time. Mais faisons en sorte de faire comprendre à Nintendo que ce serait pas une bonne idée de ressortir Zelda. Alors WW, c'est lequel?
W, c'est Wind Waker.
Oui, Wind Waker, pardon. TP, c'est...
Twilight Princess.
Twilight Princess sur Switch, je m'y connais beaucoup en Zelda, bien sûr. Un jour, j'ai joué.
Un jour, c'est vrai.
Et vous n'êtes pas d'accord, la team? Mais si, Barbabouin, merci encore pour ton message. Pili, merci pour les 200 balles. Tata, yeah, 50 €. Votez Jarmou. Vous aurez une Super dans chaque école.
Super NES, et oui, je m'y engage absolument. Si vous votez pour moi pour le...
NTSC ou PAL?
Ah, mais une SNES switchée, évidemment.
Ah, par FF6 Man, bien sûr, que l'on salue.
FF qu'on embrasse, vraiment, tu viens quand tu veux à Speedon.
Aïe. Alors, il y avait alors Iruken, je sais pas, qui avait donné 200 €. Il disait on veut une run de Dame Dame sur Trial.
Bah ouais, Wen.
Tout à l'heure, moi je caste, je joue pas.
Ah oui, mais il faut revenir. T'avais pas fait une promesse, genre si on atteint les 2 millions, je me remets au speedrun?
C'était 2.
Ah oui, d'accord.
On avait fait 2-0-1.
Ça tient toujours pour cette année alors?
Ouais.
On va ressortir les tweets. Hein. On va ressortir les tweets, c'est bon là.
Mais c'était valable 1 an.
C'était, eh bien, écoute, année bissextile oblige, on est toujours dans l'année. L'année n'est pas révolue, donc go!
Excuse de ça.
La prescription n'est pas encore là, donc les 2 millions pour Dame Dame. Tu n'y couperas pas, ma chère. Nous avons Diogène qui donne 50 balles. Vive Speedon, le gaming matinal et la douche, c'est très important, évidemment.
Alors, moi j'avais copié-collé un message du chat tout à l'heure, donc là c'est pas un don, mais c'était Otage dans le chat qui disait: je tenais à vous dire que le Restream japonais est rempli de gens hyper enthousiastes et surpris que la France c'est un event aussi massif lié au speedrun. Be proud. Alors be proud of you because you can be what you want to do.
Yes, you put what to do. You be what.
Voilà.
Exceptionnel. Alors, avant de lancer la prochaine run, qui est donc Restart, on va faire le point sur l'incentive. Est-ce que les gens se sont réveillés et ont plié le truc pour renverser la situation? Écoutez, bel effort de Hard qui a récolté 125 €, mais c'est évidemment le mode super qui sera joué, donc qui sera super dur. Mais ne vous inquiétez pas, Nitzel et Rocher vous expliqueront tout ça. Donc, écoutez, c'est parti pour Restart par Klex en mode super. À toutes.
Et bonjour Speedon.
Bonjour
Speedon.
Exceptionnel.
Et bonjour Nitzel.
Bonjour Rocher. Donc là aujourd'hui.
Hello GDQ and welcome to Restart.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
That's
yep,
Restart.
Restart. Yep.
And we got a special treat for you today.
Yeah, we got Restart on deck. A game we both love and run and enjoy very much.
Very much.
Look at that shirt.
That is such a cool shirt. Oh my gosh.
That's our boy Qlex, very active in the Restart community, running every category he possibly can. He's been making a lot of big waves in hard any percent and super any percent recently. And it looks like... Yep. I wonder if he's running... Do you know if he's running hard or super right now?
I thought he was running super percent.
I also thought he was running super.
The overlay seems to say hard any percent, but I thought the donation was for super, but maybe it got beat. I don't know. I might have missed that.
We'll see.
We will find out. So do you want to kind of explain the differences between normal mode and hard and super?
Okay.
While I get started?
Yeah, that's fine. So in the main menu, you can go to options and you can just turn on hard mode at any time. However, through playing the game and unlocking treasures via the bonus stages, oh, okay, so he's on super. You can unlock the super mode, which is kind of like hard, but has a little bit extra difficulty. So normal mode, you have, 4 lives and a few continues. And you actually have 4 HP in the stages. Hard mode, you start with 1 HP in the stages. But you can get more wherever there's health littered throughout the stages. Super mode, you have 1 HP, 0 lives. If you get hit, it's a continue. So whatever checkpoints you would normally have, you have to restart at the beginning of the level. And you can't get extra HP throughout the levels. You have 1 HP to beat the level. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 1 HP, no extra lives on the level, no checkpoints like you said. It's just you get hit, you go back to the beginning of the level. Fortunately, I don't know if you mentioned this, but it does have infinite continues on super. So it's not the end of the world if he does get hit, but
it's a time loss.
It is a huge time loss. So there's never been a deathless run of super, as far as I know. Right. So if he doesn't die this run,
it's going to be hard to beat time.
That is going to be a difficult time to beat.
Let's talk a little bit about Ristar. So besides walking left and right and jumping, the main way he interacts with his world around him is by grabbing. He has these really long, extendable, stretchy arms that he can use to climb objects and even hit enemies. And when he hits an enemy, there's this little thing we do called recoil canceling. So it normally takes 25 frames for Ristar to be able to start moving again after hitting something. But if you recoil cancel, which is about halfway through that recoil animation, you can grab again. It pretty much cuts your lag in half and you can start moving again a little bit earlier.
And he just finished the first stage of Flora, going on to the second one. You saw that swing that he hit to exit the stage. We're going to be seeing a lot more of those, and this one coming up is the first big one where we can save a lot of time. And the key difference between super hard and normal is on normal mode, after you leave a pole, after you swing 7 times and turn into star mode, you can actually control where the star goes, like where Ristar heads. But in
so right
super,
now you're seeing him in this pit here spinning. It's a frame perfect release here in this case. So right now it's a little tough. Normally some of these are salvageable and you can kind of control how Ristar leaves the pit here. But again, it's essentially frame perfect. He's just going to go ahead and skip it for now. You'll see, you can kind of go over this log here instead of having to hit it and knock it down and wait for it. Ristar's like, oh, what's going on? But we would already be way past that if he had hit it the first time.
Yeah, if he was able to hit that frame perfectly, he would be at the top of this tree by now. Like after that swing, he would already be at the top of the tree. And he dodges the bomb. That was scary.
Right, because again, normally it doesn't matter. You can just hold forward in normal. Every hit is death in this, so it's a little rough.
Yep, these little grapes that the guy in the background is throwing, sometimes will just auto track and just hit you. And
yeah,
there's
it's
nothing
RNG.
you can do about it.
100%
So I'm glad
RNG.
he did not get hit by those. And that's Flora 2. Very good job so far.
Another thing to talk about is the structure of the levels. So every first level in each world has a mini boss, and the second level you just play through, and then the third level is strictly just a boss. It's like the world boss.
First boss coming up, not a first mini boss, but the world boss. What he's going to try to do is pretty self-explanatory. Is just grab him off his back. Oh, and he missed it.
So now you're gonna have to see him play it regularly. You can hit the monkey that's on his back 3 times in a row while climbing him. It's called a quick kill. And but here you can see he would have been done with the boss right now, getting ready to leave the level. It's okay though. He's still doing great. He hasn't died yet, so we're gonna bank on that. I think we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but really, how many deaths are you betting he's gonna have?
Ryan, I'm gonna bet 0. I'm gonna think he's gonna pull it off. I think he's gonna pull it off. We're not gonna see a single death. I got faith.
That would be amazing. I mean, I want to say 0 too.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I mean, he's been running the game for 8 years. You know, he's
I think he said he was playing since 2010.
Yeah, he's been playing since 2010, but he's been running it for doing events, I should say, for the past 8 years.
Right.
And he's trying to do every category. So I got faith. And along with you, he's also been working on the task too, like quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's one of the task scientists.
He helped me a lot.
So-
We worked together to make the boss rush task recently. I actually learned so much from him. I'm kind of like a newcomer to the Ristar, so he gave me a lot of information that I was missing.
Let's see if you get. Oh, I tried to go for pillar skip there. Normally you can just, like he was climbing that pillar with his grabs. After he grabbed the orblet, he could have did a couple downright grabs and just kind of glitched onto the pillar without having to wait for the water to rise. But that's a tough trick. That is tough to hit, but also worth doing every time, because if you miss it, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
All right, so here's our second mini boss. All we really have to do here is just 3 waves, literally 3 waves of enemies. The first one being a set of orblets that throw rocks. The second one being a set of fish that throw a bunch of blue stuff. That can be tricky to dodge, so the worst is over. The next one is just 3 Squidwards that don't shoot anything. They just zap themselves and do nothing, essentially. As long as he doesn't get hit by Squidward, or the Squidwards. And there you go. That is the first stage of Undertow 2.
Yep. And so something else we should be talking about is kind of, if you think like Mario 64 or just any other game where there's water levels, it's kind of like,
terrible, awful.
But then one thing I hear about everyone that's ever like maybe popped into my chat or talked about this game, the water levels are pretty quick. Ristar's pretty quick with it when he's under the water, and this level is predominantly swimming. So we'll get to see that a little bit here.
Yep, this is personally one of my favorite stages to run just because of the swimming. Like the swimming, the 8-directional movement feels so good, and it's fun whenever you get a flow going. It's very quick, or it just feels good. I don't know.
Yeah, 100%.
And normally, after killing those mama squids, you would get an HP, but not in Super. No health to be found.
So normally here you're waiting for the water to rise, and the enemies, when they touch the water, they kind of come back to life and start swimming around. But we just climb up the wall and kill all of them before it's time. So you have to kill all the enemies before this pillar goes away. But
that's pretty much how the whole structure of this level is set up. It's like set into a bunch of rooms. That was awesome. Very hard to not get hit there. Very good. Anyway, you get locked into a bunch of rooms where you just have to clear the whole room of all the enemies, and then you're free to go. You got the dolphin out of that chest.
Did you say dolphin?
Yeah, I said dolphin. What do you call it?
That's a seahorse.
That's a seahorse? Sometimes I call them macaroni noodles.
That's fair. But anyway, that room with 2 chests in it that he just passed, it's actually a 50-50 RNG. So you can either get a star out of it normally in the other levels, but you get a gem here. Or you can get a seahorse. So if you get a seahorse, it obviously just takes more time.
A little longer. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up is a shark, but really he's a slot machine in disguise.
Yeah.
This is all RNG right here. So for the first 2 patterns, that could have been very bad. He came out on the bottom. Normally he like comes out in the middle, and if he would have stayed in the middle, he would have missed it. But he didn't because he's smart. All right. Ooh, no school of fish. This boss is totally random after he hits the pillars in the background. Once the rocks fall, beyond that, he can do one of 3 things. He can spin in the background, come out like he did earlier, or have a school of fish follow him.
Oh, well, actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so that timing, you have to know, essentially, like, mentally be prepared for him to do the school of fish, because it's so quick.
Yes.
And I just wanted to touch on the fact that he can actually come out, as you were saying, he just swim off, but he has 2 different regular swims. He has a quick one, and then one where he kind of like reels back. The one where he reels back is actually a good pattern. But we'll see. Hopefully he gets a better pattern here. Unfortunately, that is 1 death to the death counter.
Yeah, so
another thing he's doing,
that's 1.
Right. Another thing he's doing is scrolling the screen. You can make OSAT make his decisions faster by how you position the screen. It's a lot to go into right now, but you see, he just went off the screen a lot faster there to bonk the pillar.
Okay, the one thing we don't want to see this shark do is spin in the background.
Yeah,
He's hitting
spinning
his
is
head against the wall. That's a time loss. That's okay. Yeah, he's not wanting to come out to the forefront and get hit. He's scared. He knows.
However, if he does a spin, if he does do a spin, his next pattern is unhittable, and it takes a lot of time.
But we cleared it. Had a death, but that's all right. Honestly, like having a death at this point in a super run is pretty good. Like Undertow 2 is scary. Like not getting hit there is very impressive.
Yeah, my experience playing hard mode, which is similar to super, the times I would die the most, like early on, would be Undertow, which is the second planet. So now we're on Scorch.
Yes.
And this planet has a lot of things that can kill you for sure if you're trying to go fast. You see these little platforms on the ground where Ristar jumps on them and the cages trigger. Normally you're supposed to throw a statue on those and the cages will fall down so you don't get trapped in them, but we just jump through them and clip through them. Wow, he went for that.
Risky. Oh my goodness.
It's
that
only
is
a
very
few,
tight window.
It's only a few frames to jump over the fire there.
That was very good.
And then so until 2019, we did not know about this here. There's another pad that I was talking about where you throw the statues all the way over here. And if you throw a statue there, it cuts a lot of the level in half. It's such a difference doing it this way than there's like a whole maze where you have to swing around poles for a very long time. But this is much faster. And now we're at this mini boss. Go ahead and
Oh, this mini boss kills me. It's a short-term memory puzzle. See, he has to kill the orblets in order, as it showed there, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this time we're going to see 5, but the numbers aren't going to stay, so you have to remember when they spawned and kill them in that order. And then in the final pattern, all 6 holes are going to be
And they're
filled.
faster.
They're faster, and they don't have the numbers. And I will tell you what, this stage kills me so much. Like, more often than it should. It makes me feel real smart when I fail this. But he cleared it, no problem.
Okay, so this is where we're actually going to see the spinners in action. There are 3 really big spinners here, star poles. Okay, that's tough. He's probably going to try it one more time.
And remember, normally
Oh, he's gonna go
in normal, you can control the direction where you go when you're in star mode, but he cannot in super. After he releases from the pole and goes star mode, that's it.
Yeah, it's essentially, again, you have to get the exact right frame, so it can be a little bit tougher. Yeah, so this level is way different on normal versus hard or super, just because of that, because a lot of the level is traveling via the star handles.
All right, this is the last pole swing here. Let's see how he handles this. Okay.
Okay, that was pretty solid.
That was so close.
I've never
that was a
seen
good
that.
swing.
I've never seen that angle.
That could have been crazy.
Could have been really scary.
Yeah, it could have been scary too, but we made it out. No problem.
So coming up here, there's some RNG that can actually kill you because again, you only have 1 HP. There's rocks that fall from the ceiling due to this mole. Strictly RNG, and there's 2 you gotta dodge. There, you got it. He's good.
Hitting that chest was also really smart because after you hit something and recoil, you have a slight invincibility window. So if a rock would have hit him while he was hitting that chest, he would have been okay.
I believe it's 30 frames of invincibility. You have, it's a lot. It's about a half a second. So you'll actually see us abuse that later on. We'll abuse the invincibility that Ristar gets by recoiling off of something.
So what we want to see is him do that, where he just sits down on the ground. The boss does. We don't want to see him float up in the air. It's like half a second. I don't know the frames or the data necessarily, but you haven't tasked that yet?
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Oh man. If he floats up in the air on that phase, it's a time loss. But I think he only did it once. And then he had good falling patterns too, so that was pretty quick. That was a quick out of hand. And he didn't get hit. No deaths.
Pretty
Only
solid.
1 death so far, and we're already halfway through the game.
Our next planet is the music-based planet, Sonata. And Sonata 1 isn't too bad. Sonata 2 has so many places. I had some good runs in hard mode, like straight up lose to Sonata 2. There's so many places you can die. It's rough. So we'll see how he does here. Do you want to talk about the God cycle at all?
I will, but first I want to shout out the star on the couch. That guy is holding it down. I wish I could shake his hand.
Imagine having studio lights on you while you're in that suit.
He's literally shining. He's a literal shining star. Okay, so up here we have what we call God Cycle. Well, it has come to be known as God Cycle. He's basically, you have to get through this little section as quick as possible to be able to get this fan to deliver the metronome right there, have that claw carry the metronome all the way over here, and then have this fan shoot it up as you're going up. I hope that explained that well enough, because if you're too slow, that fan will not blow the metronome up while you're climbing with it. It'll blow it up before you get to the top, and then it'll suck it back down.
Okay, then now we have coming up, we have another kind of trick coming up. It's called a metronome skip. So there's another metronome. You can swing on a star pole, and while you're going up, you can grab a metronome. It's tight timing. It's like a 2-frame release. Window. Yeah, it's a 2-frame release into a 2-frame grab. It's kind of tough. So it's 2 frames in a row. There we go. That was very good.
Very good. Good stuff. So yeah, that's the gist of this whole level is you're escorting metronomes to birds who forgot how to sing. But when you give them the metronome, you like unlock the next part of the song that's playing in the stage, which is really cool. And this is the last one, and you get like the full song. And then the full song plays during this boss fight.
Yep. And the reason we run the Japanese version is because you see those little music notes pop above their head. It indicates which ones are going to attack at each phase. In the English version, there's no music notes. They were just saying good luck.
That was a good boss fight too. Pretty good RNG. I didn't see. Did he get the 4th hit on the first phase?
I know. I was focused on something else. I actually didn't notice either.
It's all right.
But here we go. This level is a treacherous one when you have 1 HP. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of damage boosts, or not damage boost, but invincibility abuse he goes for here. So normally you go, there's a path you can go down here, but there's a bird that's kind of really rough to deal with. So he just goes over the drum by doing a little bit of recoil canceling out of some of those grabs there.
Yeah, this is the much safer route than going down below. There's too much stuff that can hit you down there.
And if you do it perfectly, it actually is faster too. Okay, here we go.
That's all
He grabbed the ceiling. He goes for the ceiling.
Beautiful.
And so Ristar is standing on those clearly defined spikes because, again, he has 30 frames. He has 30 frames after recoiling off of something where he's invincible. That's why he was able to do those first ones, but didn't quite get the timing for the next one.
That's 2.
Yep.
Only 2 so far. I think he's doing pretty good, honestly.
Very solid. Very solid.
Yeah, it's a solid run, especially in a marathon setting like this. And the arena that he's in, oh man, my nerves.
This game's hard. Yeah, believe it or not.
This game is very hard. It doesn't, when you're playing it on normal, it really doesn't seem that difficult, especially if you played it a couple of times, but having only 1 HP is, you start to realize, okay, this game actually has some difficulty to it. It's scary. Doing the...
Yeah, he didn't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, he didn't feel it. That's okay. Let's see if he gets this. Nice, good stuff.
So that's definitely not the intended way to do that either, but...
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
He's gonna go up. We're gonna see more of these guitars. Hopefully they don't fall. Oh, he's just waiting for him.
Got
he's just
2.
waiting for him.
So normally we go under here where those guys are, but we can normally damage boost through a lot of the things that are in there. So that's the chicken I was talking about, the bird, that you have to deal with in the other part. But it's a lot tougher because you're in an enclosed space and can't really dodge it as easily. So going over the drum's just safer.
Right.
All right, so now here's that. Yeah, so here we're really going to be abusing the recoil, the invincibility we get from it. So there's a perch here that we have to knock a bird off of. And when you hit the perch, you are recoiled very far backwards. However, just like backwards long jumping, if we face the other way, the intended idea is kind of negated and we just get recoiled back into the pole. So there's a little bit of an oversight there. And we can just keep hitting the pole over and over again.
And you'll see how he's recoiling out from underneath the perch to get to the bird boss quicker. He also has some iframes after doing that, so if there's any glass falling from the ceiling, it's not going to hurt him. And as far as the boss's pattern goes, he did lose a little time there. What you want him to do is just kind of like float around the middle of the stage, kind of like that. But on the last phase, he went to the top, and he started, when he goes to the top like that, you can't reach him, and he's invulnerable like as he's moving up.
But one thing that he did, he went to the right side of the screen, and if he makes a check for whether or not you're close or far, he'll do a far attack if you're far away. So that's why he dove at him. Also figured out by Culex himself. Very smart guy. Very
He's
helpful.
figured out a lot of strats, especially for the bosses. A lot of things you can do to manipulate attacks from the boss, like getting him to do that dive bomb attack. We'll also see not this boss, but the world boss after, how you can manipulate his attacks.
So here, this level is pretty straightforward. Pretty much enjoy the tunes until the mini boss here coming up.
Yeah, we're just gonna do a nice little skating down memory lane with the tunes and the vibes. This level really is just an auto scroller. Honestly,
it's so beautiful though.
I love it. It is my favorite stage just because of the soundtrack and like the colors and the vibe. It's just like, oh, I'm home, you know?
Yeah, being such a late stage release for the Sega Genesis, they really knew what they were working with. And even on top of the fact that a large portion of the team that made this game went on to be Sonic Team.
All right, so you see how he's like jumping in the air and then throwing the ball, and the ball is crazy looking? That normally... Wow, he's not getting a snowball. Come on, Rystar. Jeez.
Building a snowball is complete RNG, by the way.
Yeah, sometimes he'll build a snowman just because he wants to, because he thinks he's cute. And you know what? He is cute.
So 2 frames before landing, if Restream throws a snowball while airborne, he throws like a really fast ball. Otherwise, you have to time your throws with the enemy throwing his snowball.
Yep, normally you want to hit him whenever the enemy's throwing his snowball and his like belly's exposed, but if you do that really fast ball, like Restream was explaining, it's a guaranteed hit. Unless he can, there's like a slight window where he throws it, he can like jump over the ball, but that rarely happens.
Yeah, but it has happened.
Now, this is another scary level where getting hit is a real possibility, especially later on.
So there's some icy slopes like you saw in the last level. However, instead of riding back and forth on the slopes, we grab the ceiling and change our momentum to go faster. You'll see that coming up very soon. I do want to say Restream recently had his 30th birthday, so happy birthday to Restream. It was last month in February.
Sure was. Happy birthday, Restream. You are old just like the rest of us.
So here you see him grabbing the ceiling and shifting his momentum. Normally you ride up the slope and then reverse, like you'll see on the last one here.
Beautifully done. That was quick too. Good lord.
That's tough. That's tough.
Good stuff.
All right. So now we have Edomore Lunch. Edomore Lunch. That is his name. And we're going to be throwing whatever you decide. You can say that it's curry. You can say that it's pizza. I've even heard hot cereal. Personally, I believe that it is curry. What do you think?
I always said it was soup, but you know,
that's fair.
Curry soup. It's pretty similar, right? Like a bowl of tomato soup. It's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah.
You think he's gonna go for? Think he's gonna go for the free skip right here? I want to see. what he's gonna do.
If he does, that would be legendary.
No, he didn't do it. Okay, there's a crazy little jump that you can do where you can jump over his freeze breath and then throw the soup into his mouth like as soon as he starts inhaling. But
there's a few ways. There's a few ways you can do free skip. One of them involves damage boosting. Obviously, he can't do that one right now. However, his freeze breath, the particles that freeze you are actually RNG, so it's a little tough to have that set up. Yeah, so pretty much you're throwing the hot cereal into his mouth.
Pretty simple boss fight too. It's the same every time. Like he always does the exact same attack patterns. It's not RNG at all. So simple stuff. Now the next stage, however, is not simple stuff. This is in my opinion, second hardest. Well, no. He's not gonna go for pole skip. He goes the anti-gravity route, right? For super.
I don't know. I've seen him go.
Oh man. Well, we'll find out. I haven't ran this category. I only run normal 90%. So I'm not wholly familiar with the super route, but
I mean, it's essentially the same. It's just a matter of are you insane or not? Are you insane or because there's a pole that we're not meant to be able to go past. However, there's a small area where we can grab and skip a part of the level. However, there's a lot of enemies over there that shoot a lot of projectiles. And with 1 HP, you can't just hold forward like you do.
He's gonna go for it. Oh my gosh. Oh,
we have a little setup here to kind of grab the pole. He's trying to set it up there. He almost had it there, pretty close.
He's trying to aim for the base of the pole. There's like a little spot where you can swing over, but it also can bounce you out because it is rude.
Believe it or not, this still saves time. Apart from the fact that he died, that still would have saved time if he had made it through.
Absolutely. The route going the other way takes a very long time compared to just swinging over that pole.
Yeah. Sorry, he's got this. That's an acceptable place to die.
Absolutely. After that pole, there is an armada of enemies waiting to just shoot projectiles at you and get rid of you. It literally turns into like Ikaruga, a space shooter. Like just so much bullet hell, stuff everywhere, games lagging. It's a nightmare.
I wonder if he's gonna go for it again.
I hope so. I really want to see him get this. He's doing it. He's doing it. Look at that. That was quick.
Okay, he's playing it slow now. We just got to deal with the slinky. The danger slinky. Yep. All right, just take it slow. He's got it. He's got this. That's good.
Little danger noodle. No worries.
All right, we're kind of smooth sailing now. All that's left is kind of the mini boss coming up. He's got a few spikes to deal with, but I don't think he's gonna have a problem with any of these here.
I love this part. Watching this on Super is really cool.
Oh, that's scary. And again, he didn't die. He didn't die because of Ristar's invincibility after recoiling.
Yeah, he's got it. No worries. Good stuff.
So-
that is a scary part on Super.
For sure. So we have Commander Hat coming in. He has 4 different patterns that he can do, and you have to hit him 5 times. So we kind of just position ourselves in the best way we can, and then react to which pattern he does.
We know what attack patterns he's going to do based off the first one. It's always like in a sequence, but the first one that he does is random. So we started with that weird like flat circle one, then he does the helix, then the circle, then the cross, and then he will go back to the first pattern that
He's going to do the first horizontal circle.
Yep. And then he'll come down one more time just to let you get the final hit on him.
This is what's coming up, I think, is besides Freon 2, which was the second ice level, I think this is one of my favorite levels. There's a lot of different rooms you have to complete, and they're all kind of like a different style of completion. Different little...
I've never seen that before, what he just did. How he just jumped over the thing and like threw the crystal down and just went.
Oh yeah, that's what I do.
That's new to my eyeballs. That's great.
You need to go watch my
That's
runs.
cool. I do, apparently. Good lord. Or pay better attention.
Okay, cool. So there's just a bunch of different little, I don't know what you would call them, like a gauntlet of different rooms that you have to kind of deal with here.
There is a fun little soft lock that can happen. It won't happen in this run because you have to be going for it.
Yeah.
But these little rooms with, like, you saw it earlier with a platform like floating up and down, and then you can hit them and move them left and right. If you position yourself on the teleporter, like on the edge, and you have one of those platforms push you into the teleporter, it'll actually push you into the wall, and then it'll freeze the game. Like this room. This room is where you would normally do it. So we got that platform. That's like a pretty tight window to hit that platform to go all the way across like that. You just kind of got to jump and grab and pray.
Yep. So each part of the wall he's tearing off there, it's RNG whether or not you get the crystal. So you could get it on the first one, but he got on the fourth one. It's fine still.
Yeah, it's all right. That was a good swing.
Yeah. And even his landing there, there's a specific frame where you can kind of break the wall and be under it and kind of cancel your recoil even faster than normal.
Normally just hitting that wall dead on, you'd like bounce out of it and have to recoil cancel and go. But
yeah,
if you land and grab it where he did, it just kind of does it for him. And he's already on the ground and going.
Which we'll actually see that being abused on purpose in Uranim. He just did it again.
Did it again.
Wow. That's insane. So Uranim is the world boss coming up here right after this level.
That's all you have to do for that room is just wait till the orblets stop and the crystal spawns. And the safest place to do that is on the swing because you're fully invincible. So coming up, like he said, was Uranim. I mentioned it earlier how some of the bosses were able to manipulate what attacks come out, and the next boss is we're going to see a lot of that. Normally here you would just do the one swing and kind of hope you can get across the spikes and into it, but we're on super. We don't want to get hit or risk any of that, so that's why I went for star mode there.
All right.
There we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, you want to explain Uranim?
So pretty much it's just the guy you have to hit him 1,000,000 times. And the way we do it in any percent and a boss rush is that we damage boost and get under him. Culex is going to find really creative ways here to get under him. Timing for the jumps there. Look at that. He's so good at it. He is the best Uranim fighter I think that we have ever.
He really is. He's got the timing down.
It's not easy.
No.
But he understands it more than anyone. Everything I know about this boss is because of Culex. Look at that. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, the positioning of where Rystar was, like how he baited out the Hadouken, he went to the far side of the stage. That's how he baited the Hadouken when the urinum was pink. And then he positioned himself just perfectly enough to where he didn't. Normally, he would like jump in the air and do this football tackle, and it's really obnoxious. But he positioned himself just right, just far away from him, where he did like the punch instead, and was able to get under him without getting hit.
So the same thing we were talking about, like the deterministic thing, where the bird like did a dive because you were far away. He walked away far enough so that Uranim would choose a far attack and try to shoot a big blast. But he walked right back after that and was able to hit him for free instead of him jumping and doing some stuff we don't like.
All right, coming up are the last two bosses of Rystar, and in Super, they are a little different.
Yes. So, okay, let me think. The boss that we're about to see, he has 5 separate phases, and his HP is 3, 4, 4, 5, 5 in each of the phases. And then hard scales that up, and then super scales that up. I believe now it's like 5, 5, 6, 7, 7 or something like that. So he takes a lot more hits. I don't know the exact numbers, but it does scale up in Super.
And what we're going to do for this fight is basically just recoil cancel constantly and hit his shield as much as we can. That's the strat to killing this boss. Just hit him fast and constantly. Whenever he goes down to rub his eyeball, that's when he's vulnerable and you can push him into the next phase there. But while the shield's up, he's technically invulnerable, but hitting the shield so many times is what causes him to rub the eyeball and come down.
Yes, and the phases are determined by the colors of the snake's tail.
Correct.
When the snake's eye is flashing, every hit you do on a shield actually carries over into the next phase as well. And then here we have Greedy, who is already like a hard boss casually, like extremely hard actually, on normal. On Super, he's even faster. So we'll see. I mean, this is a good run. This is pretty solid.
This is a really good run for Super.
Time will be coming up soon. I guess we don't have to, we're not doing that, huh?
No, we're on the other side
stream.
of the ocean. They got it over there. They'll handle it.
I'm too prepared. Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
So there exists a world where he doesn't, it's called shield in the programming, I believe. Where he does that shield where the orblets, the little blue guys, spin around him and he shoots them at you. He's actually completely intangible there. You can't hit him. There's a world where that doesn't happen at all. But on Super, you have to prioritize not getting hit rather than being as fast as possible and hitting him. So.
And that can be a lot to juggle on this boss fight with him dropping orblets every time he gets hit and flying around the stage. Ooh.
So there exists an invisible sprite object. You saw him hit those turrets twice, and they didn't get defeated. There's an invisible sprite there. And if you hit something while it's over top of that, whether it's the turrets or Greedy himself, it doesn't take damage. And we have no idea what's going on there. We can't find anything about it. So if anyone listening has the wherewithal to figure that out, go ahead and do that and let us know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can hop on the speedrun.com board for Rystar and join the Discord if you are interested in running this game at all, or just have some information that you want to pass along. Tell us that we don't know nothing. We would love that. We would love somebody to come through and be like, you can beat this game in 10 minutes. Watch this.
Yeah. So everyone in the Restart Discord, we love this game. It's like almost like a cult following, I would say. There's so much charm in this game. I love it so much. I've enjoyed running it for the short time I've been running it. But GG to QLex. He did such a great job.
GG to QLex.
What was that? 3 deaths? 4? 3? 4?
I think it was 4. 3 or 4.
Pretty good. Pretty solid. That's tough.
Very solid, especially in a marathon. That was very solid run.
For anyone playing this game casually, 3 or 4 deaths in a regular run would be pretty impressive. So him doing it with 1 HP and no extra lives is very good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I've been Rizstar.
I've been Harem Scarum. Shoutouts to Restart. Shoutouts to Klex. Shoutouts to the Rystar Discord, and shoutouts to GDQ for restreaming this and having this. That was
100%.
Good stuff. I had a lot of fun.
Yep, me too.
Now enjoy the end credits song.
The credit sequence is so great. It reminds me of Pokemon Gold and Silver credits. I'll actually have to go back and listen to P-Lex, even if it's in French, the way he's singing.
I still want to know who's in the star outfit.
I didn't know where he got that shirt. I wonder if that's the one I was talking about before. I remember seeing a really cool shirt that he had.
I want to know where he ordered it.
I need that.
I do too. Honestly, we all need it. Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us, guys. It's been real.
Il y a plein de choses, on a plein de taf, on a eu plein de dons, mais nous avons un message de service à vous faire passer, parce que on a pris un truc là. Ah oui, parce que sachez que pour l'instant, vous avez, il reste donc toujours des victoires évidemment, et votez Jarlou pour le Night, c'est très important, mais pour l'instant, les incentives pour débloquer des trucs étaient tout au complet.
Tout à fait, ouais.
Alors, surprise!
Alors, surprise, on a ouvert une nouvelle incentive, donc vous avez la possibilité de, quand vous faites votre don, de cocher pour une petite barre de progression supplémentaire. Alors, c'est un run bonus. Alors attention, ce run bonus ne peut avoir lieu que si au niveau du planning, on est OK. Ce qui pour l'instant est à peu près le cas. Donc voyons si ça continue.
Merci à Klex et les 12 minutes de subestimate,
ouais,
notamment.
C'est ça, ouais. Donc le run bonus, c'est céleste.smc.
Alors, savez-vous ce que c'est?
Alors moi, je ne sais pas, je connais Céleste, mais pas
moi, je sais ce que c'est, céleste.smc.
Allez, décris-nous rapidement.
Qui aurait lieu, donc, après la run de Céleste de ce soir, qui va déjà être le main event. Céleste.smc est un case de Super Mario World. Et donc,
très dur.
Basé sur Céleste, et donc extrêmement dur. Très très beau. Donc là c'est parti pour bourrer pour l'incentive de céleste.smc. Vous avez 50 000 balles. Donc en vrai si vous nous la remplissez maintenant, voilà, on peut déjà. Moi encore je rêvais du million pour clôturer notre ambiance.
Donc c'est vraiment le croisement entre Super Mario World et Céleste. Et c'est un fan mode en fait. Hein.
C'est ça. C'est un Kaizo. Donc des gens qui ont fait avec un éditeur de niveau qui peuvent faire plein de Super Mario World. On se rappelle de Luminescent l'année dernière avec déjà CNN aux manettes.
Sachant qu'on aura aussi du Strawberry Jam.
Et donc il y a du Strawberry Jam juste avant, mais voilà, c'est pour remettre un peu de Céleste, voilà, mais avec
de Céleste, finalement.
Du Mario, voilà. Et moi, t'as vu, moi, je me suis amusée pendant l'ambiançage.
Ouais.
J'ai fait un peu toutes les runs pendant lesquelles.
Et ça, c'est à gagner du coup, c'est ça?
Je sais pas, Moi, c'était pour passer le temps parce que pourquoi lire des dons et travailler quand je peux dessiner, tu vois. Mais
très bien.
Alors, c'était bien.
Écoute, sache-le, Demon's Crest, c'est juste après et c'est déjà prêt.
Oui.
On va lire, allez, on lit 2 dons chacune et puis
voilà.
Là, on passe tout de suite.
Faut bien les choisir.
Eh bien, écoute, moi je remercie Iliazam pour les 100 € Road to Million. Merci tout le monde. Donne et achète. Sachant que la cagnotte globale est à 983 835 €. Et on a aussi Manu qui a donné 300 €. Merci pour cet event qui donne une bouffée de pensée positive dans ce monde qui part en vrille.
Très bien. Moi, j'ai 2 dons particulièrement apolitiques à vous lire. Il y a Marshmallow qui donne 300 € en disant ce don est apolitique, mais remboursé à 75% par l'État. Et Tandem qui donne 13,12 €. Magnifique événement. Bravo à tous. Bourrez les dons et vive les Bretons.
Et vive les Bretons. Tout de suite, le speedrun 100% de Demon's Crest joué par le Hulk, casté par Mister MV et Yamato.
Ça va être fantastique. À plus.
Bonjour, c'est mieux. Salutations de bon matin. On se régale, enfin bon matin, quasi midi. Comment vas-tu, Yamato?
Oh ben, comme une gargouille qui vient de perdre sa couche de pierre là et sortir de sa cathédrale, je suis rompu, je suis décédé.
Oui, ça commence à tirer en effet. Mais on va se régaler. Nous sommes avec un grand...
Bonjour mes amis.
De beaucoup de jeux, beaucoup de records du monde, notamment sur des consoles 16 bits. On est avec
monsieur.
Le
Hulk.
And I'm Victus.
Ça va très bien.
And today will be the commentary. Oh, sorry.
No, you
sorry,
got
cinema.
it. Go for it.
Today will be the commentaries for the next round. That is Demon's Crest 100% by Le Hulk. My God. This is...
That jacket is so good. So 100% in this game is all the collectibles, which means all the different gargoyle forms, all the heart upgrades, all the vials, I believe, And there's
And
one more
Elder
collectible.
Scrolls.
Yeah, that's it. I couldn't remember.
Yeah,
what
Elder
the last one.
Scrolls and Talismans. And for 100%, we see a lot of interesting route. The route was changed like in 2 or 3 years. And there we go, we begin.
We have begun.
Yeah, for now, we have this intro. I really like this intro from this game.
This is a good thing to note too. I wasn't paying attention. Is he on Japanese or English?
Yeah, it's Japanese.
This boss fight is different on Japanese.
Yeah, this boss fight is the only reason we play on Japanese, because the text on this game, we can just mash over it, so it's not a problem. The only problem is on English, this boss is harder and takes more hits. Like we need 6 on US, and on JP is only 3.
It's quite a weird difference for being the only difference in languages.
And yeah, also his AI improved for whatever reason. From now on, the game is the same.
Yeah, other than obviously the text is in Japanese, but
Yeah, right away we will be collecting your first upgrade. Here you take this big coin. Is the currency of this game. It's called Zen. You need those for buying some stuff in the shops. We mostly use potions. Unfortunately, magic is not useful for this game, at least for the speedrunning. Casually, it's fine.
here's our first legit boss. Because Samulo I don't think really counts.
Yeah.
This is Hippogriff.
Oh my god, he's giving him the bad RNG.
Oh, I love when he just
Twice.
stays at the top of the screen.
Yeah, that was fine, but we want him to go down and we mash him and he stay close as close to the ground, because Hippogriff can be out of the air and you can't reach it. There's no way. Okay, now for those next sections, we need to be careful with those falling platforms, because we try to not get out of the lag of those falling platforms. You can see it right here that on falling platforms it lags the game quite a while. Oh, also this is the first bottle of potion we get it. We need those for potions.
Another cool thing to note, movement-wise, is that if you shoot while you're on the ground, your character stops moving for a second. So you'll always see him shooting while he's jumping or while he's descending from a jump. You saw it with the spiders in the room before.
Yeah, we will see a lot in the next form, especially in the next form.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And now he's on the first instance of armor.
My favorite boss
is a very
in this
interesting.
game.
Yeah, this threat, for as far as I know, and also this boss is annoying because he's another boss that can be out in the air and you can shoot him. Okay, it's fine for now. Oh, sorry, Cinema.
That was a better Arma fight than I've ever had in my career.
Yeah.
A good thing to note as well is that most of the bosses have invincibility frames, which is why he was timing his shots as opposed to just shooting as fast as possible at him. You'll notice most of the bosses will like flash white when you can't hit them.
There's some exceptions for this, but we can talk about later. First things first, he's going forest. He's taking another big coin right here for more 20 Zen and this next bottle. Normally this room lags a lot. If you let the enemies spawn, that's why Lehok killed that IBAT so he can do some lag reduction.
I believe he also, at the beginning of that previous room, flew to the top of the roof to prevent an extra bat from spawning.
Yeah. He did it for lag reduction. Unfortunately, it's not true about this room specifically. This room, there is no way we can avoid lag. Oh my god. You can see it right now.
This room's so much fun.
Also the dashes. At least the flame was not trolled and didn't lag a lot. Can you talk about the next boss, Cinema?
Yeah, this is Flame Lord. We got it's Ground Gargoyle, right? I think that's the same.
Yeah, Ground Gargoyle.
We got him for two reasons. Number one, his movement is faster. The dash is faster than the regular jump, but also this attack he does while he's standing does 2 damage as opposed to 1. So he wants this boss to swoop down as much as possible so he can get off these ground attacks that do twice the amount of damage.
Okay, that was perfect.
Yeah. He wanted to try to finish the boss in a specific spot so that the item landed on him while he was dying. It skips a bit of the death animation.
Yeah. It's and also after he's dead, you can't still move for 5 seconds. Okay, this is one of the most difficult parts of this run for sure.
Agreed.
It's the Trio de Pago minigame.
So the thing is, I think it's 25 skulls you have to destroy before
25 skulls.
Before the 8 torches on the right all go out. Easy. 4 torches left.
Easy.
Wasn't even a problem.
My God. Back when I learned this, this was one of the most challenging things we need to do it.
That took me forever to get when I first started learning this game. That menuing was fast, and the routing is different from the last time I played. You want to tell the people what he just bought?
Yeah, he just bought 2 Mercury potions. Mercury allows us to go back a screen. And what we call screen here is the fade to black screen. So Lehok will come back one of those. So yeah, this is for a glitch we'll use. It's one of the useful glitches. For most for the old time was the only glitch used on this run, but yeah, because of the route changes we now have more things. Also a lot of damage boosting for getting these. Oh my god, that was very close.
Yeah, this is risky.
Okay, that was very close. The trick he did with damage boost we call early hand. The hand talisman allows you to have one more projectile in the screen, and it's a very risky series of damage boosts because it only stays you with 1 HP until you get this HP upgrade. And for now it's safe. And this is the next boss. The next boss, it's Belf. Belf can be an easy boss. You need only 11 shots from the ground gargoyle to kill him. But yeah, we'll do some he'll do some shenanigans here. Let's see it.
Yes.
Perfect.
There's one. That is very precise.
Yeah, this is the trick we talk about. This is the Mercury cancel. We use the Mercury potion as we grab the item. You have true frame to do this, and it allows you to come back to this room without exiting through the map. It saves a lot of time. For this first one, saves like 11 seconds.
Another tiny thing to note that most people probably won't notice is when he was in the water, when you take damage in the water, it'll send you backwards. So he will try to spin his character at the last minute so that he gets shot forward.
Also, yeah, Cinema didn't see this, but yeah, we'll see the first instance of
Let's
zipping.
go. That's insane.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, there's a thing about zipping on this game. You can't stay inside the wall totally. Because if you stay inside of the wall totally, the game just straight up kills you. Because it works like Mega Man 4 on NES. They put a kill box inside of the walls.
And just like that, we're to Nunu. That was crazy.
Yeah.
It's way too early in the morning
cave
for
was
Hulk to be
easy.
doing stuff like this to me.
Yeah, you can talk most about this fight, Cinema, about of Nunu.
Okay, I'll try my best. I'm trying to recover still. So this is Nunu. These eyeballs are going to come out. He needs to destroy all the eyeballs in order for the big eyeball that's in there to show itself. I believe each eyeball takes 3 hits. So 1 ground attack and an air attack. I could be wrong. It could be 2. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's 3.
It's 3.
You're correct.
So he was standing on top of the goop because he wanted to try to kill them as they were coming out. And now, this eyeball should be free with how much health he has. Yeah. And now he's going to... Are we doing it again here?
Yeah.
Oh,
he's tried
the
to
blind
set up.
Mercury cancel.
Okay, got it.
What
Excellent.
a goat. So the fastest way to pick up that upgrade is to get it basically before it comes on screen. So you want to be at the bottom of the goop. You got to time going down in the goop because you actually can just go all the way down the goop and die before the upgrade appears. And he wants to time that Mercury with the upgrade without being able to see it. That's insane.
Yeah, and because of that, you save a lot of time. This saves like 30 to 50 seconds just of going back for this upgrade. And because of this, now we do, with this route, we do town in 1 go.
That's
now he's body mode 3.
Wild. I think the old route was to go back to that area way later after well, not way later, but later after Nunu and using a sulfur after you get that upgrade.
Yeah. And
a sulfur just sends you back to the map.
They revisit that just for that. So that saves a lot. And now for the tower. Man, the old times there's a zip here, but we discovered later that it is not saving any time at all.
Is it the one off the moving pillars?
Yeah, the moving pillars. Unfortunately, that pillar zip doesn't save time at all because of the cycles begins as you enter the room, and even with the zipping, you need to wait. Also, this is a setup. He'll set up here another Mercury cancel. He'll go here, use the Mercury, so he can go back to the wind room. And when he Mercury cancels in the next boss fight, he'll come back to that room that he entered through the tornado.
Sick. That's genius.
Maybe? No. I will explain about what Lehawk tried to do with Flyer in the beginning after this fight, because this fight is quite difficult. Okay, he got the pattern.
The spin to win, baby.
Yeah, you always want the speed to win, so you can stay on his tail and going for some shots. Okay, now he's going for the next Mercury Cancel. This Mercury Cancel has a very special property. Because of the lag, the amount of frames you need for this Mercury Cancel just doubles. So we need 4 instead of 2. This is the easiest Mercury Cancel to do in the game as YOLO.
Yeah, the Hulk, in my opinion, no bias, is the best player in the world at this game, and I don't think it's remotely close.
Also, he also cooked this route. Now for Hippogriff 2, we fight with the ground gargoyle for the extra damage from the ground shots. Also, we did talk about Tornado. He used for the zips, but the main reason we get out of the Tornado out of those zips is because Tornado creates a platform for you to climb. You can see it right here. You just climb faster.
Damn, easy. He's gonna use it to get back up in this room too, I believe.
Yeah. Here we get the Crown Talisman. Unfortunately, there's only 2 talismans that is useful for us. The one here that is using Hand, and the second one is Fang. We'll get the last because it's on the last stage. Also, there's another one that is Armor, but Armor is a backup. Okay, now for the... Oh my god.
Time for Return of the Arma. I hate this boss with every fiber of my being.
Everyone hate Arma 2.
So this is Arma again, but he's green this time.
Yeah, this instance of Arma has 32 HP. And he's very annoying because of the same reasons as the first fight. The first fight, he has only 16 HP. Every instance of Arma doubles his HP. So yeah, he has 32 HP. And because you need to wait him to go down so you can hit him as the ground shots, it can be annoying. Also, when he's half HP, he's using his Tornado move, as you can see it on the screen. But of course, it's the best opportunity to hit him.
Okay. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, that was okay. Yeah, it wasn't not that bad, but that was a trolling movement.
Yeah, and a lot of times in that boss, he was at the mercy of what the boss wants to do.
And now, yeah, when you defeat the first 3 stages, or the 2 open, the first 2 is the Frozen Castle, and the second is Atlantis. We'll go right here, and on this first screen, you just need to stay in a place, and all of the enemies won't bother you.
I believe there's one collectible to get on the second screen here.
Cinema can say the old route when I begin to run, the old route we do the castle first instead of the outside.
Yes.
For a reason.
The basically both routes were a thing, but doing Griwan first was a lot harder. So a lot of people opted to do the other boss first because it gave you a better gargoyle for this.
Yeah.
Because in this fight now, he's got to basically try to stun lock it, and if this goes wrong, it just starts stockpiling and you can die really quick.
Yeah, this boss fight, Griwan, we do a manipulation. We stay a little above his head, at least double his body, so he cannot do the what we call leg breath. He takes 16 hits from the fire one, and for now, Lehok is perfectly manipulating him.
This is textbook. This is how you want this to go. That fight can be nerve-wracking though, because if you get out of that cycle of stun blocking.
Yeah, he tried to do a Mercury cancel, but yeah, he missed positioning here. The problem with this Mercury cancel is the ice physics of the stage.
Oh yeah. So all that Mercury cancel would have done is make him not have to do this again.
Yeah.
He didn't have to go back to
This doesn't save a lot, but yeah. Oh, sorry, Cinema.
You're good. He just wouldn't have to go back to the map.
Now we go for the ice castle.
This part, casually, I believe you're supposed to like, at least in the second room, you're supposed to like light all the torches so you know where you're going. Lehulk knows where he's going, so. Oh, first collectible. I forgot about this one.
Yeah, it's the heart upgrade. Okay, it's time for some sick ground gargoyle movement. I think you didn't see this, Cinema.
Oh boy. Yeah, we used to use Flyer here. I'm so excited. Oh, let's go.
Yeah, in the old route we use flying gargoyle for this, but of course the ground gargoyle is faster as the movements go. But yeah, of course we need to use the flying gargoyle right here. Also, about the flyer boss, as you enter, there's one frame that you can throw a shot on him. We call this the early hit. On flyer, it's very difficult to execute, but there is a free one in the next boss fight after this. Also, he got the pattern again.
That's insanely good luck. So in the old 100%, when Lehulk fought this flyer the first time, he would have used this gargoyle. But in the new 100%, I guess we do it with ground gargoyle, which is fun.
Ah si, c'est bon. Ah, c'est bon. Vous nous entendez, Lyon? Préparez-vous à vivre.
I got my rooms messed up. This is the one I was talking about, where you usually casually would light the torches to figure out your way.
Yeah. But you can just use the candles, and if your bat screws you over, you just need to shake him.
And that's where you pick up armor.
Yeah. Armor Talisman reduce in the half the damage you take, so it's useful as a backup. Hopefully you will not see it. There's only a situation we can see armor as useful, but that is not one. Okay, this is the free early hit.
Yeah.
And this is the last instance of armor. He has 64 HP, but because we have Demon Fire only takes 12 shots, because Demon Fire is the strongest shot in the game. So he got the tornado again.
So the cool thing
that was a very good fight.
In the routing, in the old 100% routing, if you did this guy first, this boss would be harder than Griwan, and vice versa. So this would be the scary boss, because you wouldn't have Demon Fire.
Yeah. Back then, we take 24 shots of fire to kill Armor 3, and Armor 3 was, like the other armors, was a very RNG heavy boss. Okay, now Lehulk did bought some Sulfur. Sulfur Potion allows you to go back faster to the world map without going through a boss fight. And this is the mandatory revisit on Colosseum. There is no way to avoid it. Not yet. No, there's no way, because we don't find a way to zip without the tornado. So there is no way to avoid revisiting Colosseum.
We're revisiting this for one item that's in a wall that you needed buster to open.
Quelqu'un qui aurait 2000 € dans la salle?
Yeah, probably it will be a big breakthrough of this route if someone finds a way to zip without tornado and allows us to grab the upgrade and get out.
I'm gonna be honest, doing this movement with ground gargoyle is a lot harder than Lehulk's making that look.
Yeah, especially the second run because of the lag. And there's the upgrade we said. This is the only upgrade we need to come back here. And yeah, there's the only reason we come back here for that upgrading specifically. And now we go for Atlantis. Man, this stage always gives us the war flashbacks because of the next boss fight.
Oh, I love that boss fight. Let's go.
Yeah, there's
1 million.
Oh my god. This will be the 1 million euro run. I think will be it because the numbers is climb faster.
We got this.
Okay, first things first.
That's
There's an
1
upgrade
million,
right here.
baby.
Oh, we did it. We did it, guys.
We did
1
it.
million euro. Let's go.
That's 1 million, baby.
Hi. Okay.
I wish I could be more excited, but it's 6 a.m.
Yeah. Now there's a boss fight here. Crawler. It's a big RNG factor also, but he's giving the perfect RNG. That was a perfect RNG crawler.
Now, Mercury cancel? Pause.
Yeah, let's see. Oh no, he didn't hit it.
We're 3 for 5, right?
Yeah, 3 for 5.
That's still really good.
Unfortunately, this Mercury Cancel here is another Mercury Cancel that lose. If you miss it, you lose like 20 seconds. But yeah, we'll be compensated by this sick tech we will see here on the ground, underwater. Unfortunately, the underwater section of this game, it's bad. It's totally bad. There's no runner that likes this underwater movement.
Doing this movement fast is so difficult.
Also, the lag from the projectile.
Yeah, this is when I used to play, this was my least favorite level because doing it fast is a pain.
Oh, there's another upgrade here.
So what makes this so difficult is the projectile is... let me grab my SNES controller so I don't get these buttons wrong.
Okay, let's see it.
The shooting is Y.
Yeah, there's a zip
B,
here.
and the B is a sprint, and the A is to raise yourself in the water. So you gotta like hold the controller really weird so you can do this sprint at all times.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the specialty button for you to do the fast swim, it's not good. Also, the lag here. You know, yeah, this is a boss that Lehulk can easily get killed by if the RNG is not good. This is Hollow Turia we do with the Legendary Gargoyle. And the Legendary Gargoyle has armor for itself, but this boss fight, what he does is so can blow you up for all the time. And depending on how this is going, like this one, this is a bad one because he's blowing you. Oh no. Oh my god, he needs to go. Yeah. And as a backup, he's using armor. Like I said, he's using armor just to tank through it. Oh, he's very close. Okay, that was...
He's gonna have to...
That was another clutch moment. Unfortunately, there's a problem with Hollow Turian. He can blows you away or can blows you away or very close. So
I think what you want him to do is either keep you at the bottom corners or for him to send you through him. Those are the two best options. If he sends you up into the top corners, you can't hit him, and you're just sitting there taking damage, essentially.
Yeah, and that's a problem because this boss fight is being... Later when I saw Lehok's runs, Holo Turin, he's killed a lot of those just because he's blowing him away. Okay, this section here, the underwater cave from the forest, we need to time well the up and down of the water. For now, Lehok did grab the perfect cycle. Oh my god.
Oh, please. So it's weird because you in the water you can't just like spam the A button to jump up. You gotta like time it to get the most height out of it.
And also we need to go through the bottom. If you go the top, the game lags a lot. He grabs another health upgrade. The health upgrade is almost finished. He only needs 3 for the full HP. And now he's going for the next boss fight, Skula.
So let's see how this goes. Yeah. That might be the easiest boss fight.
Got it.
Oh, that's the Mercury Cancel? Let's go.
Yeah, that's the Mercury Cancel.
4 for 6.
Yeah. And for this, he's go back for this one. And he has 2 upgrades in the fire path.
I just realized this route. This is insane.
Yeah.
So the old route, how you used to do this, is you would purposely die to Flame Lord because that gets rid of the flaming roof above you. But that's way smarter. Because then you could just use the sulfur here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he uses a sulfur here.
That's genius.
Now you can do a deathless run without a problem.
There used to be an automatic death in the run. You would have to die to Flame Lord.
Now he's going for the last stage, that is Phalanx Castle. Yeah, you just need 3 shots from those jokers, but only the first 2. The other 2, he'll just go around damage bush here and go using iframes. Also, there will be more new strats cinema for those next rooms. For now, we just find another another gargoyle. Oh, hippogriff, I forgot.
This last level is essentially a boss rush, so it's going to be 2 bosses you've already seen before, and then the final boss on the same level. So we got this guy.
Yeah, and here we need a mandatory use of the aerial gargoyle because this is the climb section, then there's spikes, so we need to use the air gargoyle for going up. But there is a secret here.
Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, you gotta hit this bell. This bell has an upgrade in it.
Yeah, another thing, he shoot the tornado. He put the tornado there just for having the upgrade right here. And also for the next room, he used tornado. In the strat we did it, we used claw because claw puts a climbable wall on the spikes, so you can use it. But later, Lehok found that you can just use tornado. And it's quite faster and safer. And here we see another ground gargoyle movement.
That's sick.
Yeah, Lehok saw. I I talked to Lehawk about this, and he said that is almost a second faster using ground gargoyle there instead of doing this full legendary gargoyle.
He just
Also,
has a faster drop speed. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Also, he got the last talisman that is Fang. Fang is just doubles your attack.
And here's Griwon again, if you didn't have fun watching stun locking the last time. So he wants to run to the edge of the screen so you can... Yeah, there we go.
Okay, now for the last boss fight. This is Phalanx. For 100%, Phalanx has 3 phases. The first phase is easy. You just fly up there and shot 5 times and he's done.
Easy. There's no health pickups this whole time too, so whatever his health is at the top is going to stay that way.
And in the old ways, we want to preserve our health as much as possible, so since we take a lot of damage from the last cycle. The last cycle is was the most brutal when
are we going for the quick kill?
Yeah, he's going for the quick kill.
Let's go. This was a thing before I retired, but it was really difficult.
Yeah, for the second Phalanx, the water will rise for the half HP, and after this one, he's going down, and he's trying to stay up there so he can fast kill.
Nice.
Excellent.
He wanted to time his jump button perfectly so he didn't lose height when he took damage, so he could stay up there the whole time.
Yeah. And now, for the last phase. This one was a completely nightmare when I learned.
Oh boy, was it. I did this with like 2 HP in front of a bunch of people. This is the most nerve-wracking thing I've ever done in video games.
Yeah. The Phalanx third phase has, we need to hit him 13 times, but his iframes are very, very, very strange up. But for now, Lehawk will try to set up a quick kill. Let's see if he get it. He needs to get an orb and do a damage boost through it and just position it well. Okay, perfect. Oh no,
Yeah, he might have to abandon ship. No, he's good.
No, he's good.
What a save.
And
that is insane. Yeah. What a legend.
Yeah, GG's. Yeah, for the quick kill, we must stay as close as possible to Phalanx and mash his face. But there is iframes on Phalanx, and because of those iframes, we don't hit all the shots we did it. But of course, those shots that he mashed through it, maintaining a stun lock phase. Because of this stun lock phase, the hands won't go down, and with the hands not going down, we just can stay safely mashing on his face and do all 13 hits, or at least 12 of them, and just damage boost through it and do the last shot. The quick kill saves a lot.
Just to show how, in a league of his own, the Hulk is. That time he just got puts him second on the leaderboards.
Yeah. And now he's going for the incentive. There's an incentive on this for Lehawk to do the Dark Demon. That is the secret final boss of this game. Yeah. And also, he needs to do it without potions.
Yeah, okay, wow. Oh.
Yeah, for back then when I began to run, that was insane achievement.
Yeah,
but
I don't think I've
there's some
beaten this boss, to be honest.
Yeah, there is some sick discoveries. You'll see cinema.
I've seen the boss. I just can't beat it.
Yeah.
This boss is
But
really hard.
yeah. Let's say the time I use the phrase I use for the Dark Demon, that is the secret final boss of this game, is he's a bullet hell on this game. Yeah, for the guys who there, this is an incentive for this run. The incentive is to help to do the Dark Demon, that is the secret final boss of this game. That you need password to access. And he's doing it without any potion, with any potion at all. When you use this password that you achieve as you do 100%, you need just to wait the credits for this. We unlock this, and this will unlock the ultimate gargoyle. That is the gargoyle that has the power of all crests combined. Okay, here we go, cinema.
Oh boy. I want to see how much he makes this boss look like a piece of cake. Okay, we're just switching to Buster. Cool.
Yeah. One thing, Buster is strong for this phase.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, the weakness of the first phase of Dark Demon is Buster. Dark Demon has two phases. He changes between the two phases. Hopefully we won't see the second phase at all. And Lehawk is trying to follow Dark Demon by using the Air Gargoyle, but you can see it, the tons of damage he's doing to Lehawk.
Yeah,
The second phase is
this Dark
stationary.
this is the phase that kills me every time.
Yeah, he's changed it to armor just to tank. And GG this time.
That was
the
just
first
that
try.
easy. Why did I ever struggle with this boss? I don't know.
Yeah, the thing that blows my mind about Dark Demon is the first phase being weak to Buster.
Yeah, I was mind blown
blows
when he
my mind.
switched.
Yeah. Normally, when we talk about Dark Demon, we about Buster itself, is the weakest shot on the list, but incredibly, the secret boss, the first phase was weak to it. That blows my mind when someone said to me.
That's an insane run. Insane secret boss. The Hulk is the GOAT at Demon's Crest.
Yeah. Okay, guys, so yeah, that's it for us. I need to thank you, the guys here, for having me for commentary. That was a very exciting moment, and also need to thank my partner here, LP3 Cinema. They're one of the guys that made me run this game back in 2016.
Thank you, good sir. It's been a pleasure. Everybody go and follow Le Hulk. Please. He's one of the best at a lot of Super Nintendo games.
Yeah. So, yeah, guys, that's it for us. And I need to thank you. Also, thank you, the chat. I was watching the chat all the time. And thank you, guys, for having me here again. And see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Bonjour à tous.
Bravo encore, tout à fait. Eh bien, mon cher Valentin, ça va siester un moment ou...
Ah, ça va siester là, ça va complètement siester.
Moi aussi, je vais essayer. Hein,
histoire de pouvoir aborder le rush final dans des meilleures conditions. Et qu'est-ce qu'on enchaîne? On enchaîne sur quoi là? Les ambianceurs.
C'est Okami qui arrivera après.
Ah,
Okami, on se régale. Eh bien, écoutez, à vous et à plus tard, tout à l'heure.
Merci beaucoup. Merci et bravo le Hulk encore une fois pour cette run incroyable. Demon Crest évidemment.
Salut Lyon.
La machine à Super NES, dès qu'il touche à un jeu, il fait World Record.
Oui,
il palanqué. Mon cher Hugo, comment ça va?
Ça va, Chacha, merci, ça va bien. J'ai passé une drôle de, une drôle de nuit. J'ai fait l'erreur, je donne le leur, mais j'ai fait l'erreur de commander du poulet hier soir. Et porter un caleçon Calvin Klein blanc n'était peut-être pas le meilleur choix que j'ai fait aujourd'hui. Mais c'est pas grave. Ne vous inquiétez pas, on essaiera de le rajouter en lot.
Mais en attendant, tu es là et c'est tout ce qui compte. Avant de lancer la prochaine run qui est Okami HD, ce que je vous propose, c'est qu'on fasse un petit tour parce que nous avons une invitée avec
nous. Et oui, l'art est au programme encore.
De tout temps. Coucou.
Salut.
Comment ça va?
Eh ben, très bien, très bien.
Est-ce que la régie, on peut avoir un petit plan, on va parler parce que la run qui arrive juste après, c'est celle d'Okami, comme on a dit.
C'est ça.
Est-ce que tu as déjà des idées pour ce qui va être fait?
Bien sûr, bien sûr. Okami, c'est le jeu du cœur aussi. En fait, j'ai que mes jeux préférés cette année, donc c'est vraiment parfait.
Donc tu vas nous faire un loup de Zelda Twilight Princess, qui est ton Zelda préféré, on est bien d'accord?
Aïe, 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 aïe.
Link's Awakening.
Ok, je me calme.
Oh là là. Mais d'ailleurs, non, mais là en plus c'est la totale discorde parce que je vois que les votes, les incentives par rapport aux meilleurs Zelda, Twilight Princess est ressorti encore une fois dessus. Je suis désolé, les Dark Sasuke, il va falloir aller au lit.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Et puis on va remettre Wind Waker sur le devant de la scène et ça va très bien se passer.
Voilà. Ça, bref.
Non, mais je ne veux pas.
Bon, du coup, plus sérieusement, donc tu as déjà un petit peu ton plan, tu sais ce que tu vas faire.
Oui, ben, on va faire le petit loup, les cerisiers en fleurs, tout ça quoi.
De toute façon, tu as 2 heures.
J'ai le temps.
Un peu moins.
Joli créneau.
J'ai prévu moins.
Voilà.
Donc je suis large, je suis prête. Je vous
t'es en slow run, c'est très très bien.
Exactement.
Prends ton temps, on a confiance en toi et merci d'être là. On peut applaudir s'il vous plaît à Lyon aussi tous les artistes qui nous accompagnent pendant cet événement. Et qui sait, peut-être que l'année prochaine on pourra encore en avoir plus. C'est toujours le but, mais merci.
Voilà, le but de tout ça, c'est que si vous faites des dons pendant la run de Okami HD, ben, vous rentrez dans la tombola automatiquement pour tenter de gagner ce dessin. Donc, qui sera signé en plus de la main du runner.
Et oui, du runner et de l'artiste en question. Et d'ailleurs, tu fais bien de préciser que lorsqu'on participe à des dons pendant certaines runs, il y a des lots à gagner. Et on en a un lot là qui a pu. Vous
alors celui-là, il n'est plus à gagner maintenant. Il a déjà été tiré au sort. Mais voilà, c'est un exemple de pouvoir
gagner. Et il est très très beau. Hein.
Oh non!
Bah non, je sais plus comment ça s'appelle.
Comment il s'appelle? Faudra qu'on regarde.
Magnifique. Hein. Et Bouboule?
Comment il s'appelle?
C'est Spignou?
Béboule?
Hier c'était Coucouille, donc il va falloir que je le regarde. Hein.
J'étais resté sur Don Homme, mais bon après voilà.
Don Homme, il est magnifique aussi. Hein.
Mais Béboule. Alors, ok. Pour l'instant c'est Béboule, mais vous pouvez encore influer sur le choix de ce petit
Ils ont raison, c'est ça,
personnage qui est à gagner. Hein, je rappelle, c'est à gagner. Hein,
il y en a qu'un à gagner ou il y en a d'autres?
Non, pour l'instant il y en a qu'un à gagner. Après, on en a eu plein parce que les équipes de consulting, pendant leur shift, effectivement, des fois, voilà, pendant qu'il se passe rien. Eh ben, non, ils ne s'ennuient pas. Mais du coup, ils essayent de se maintenir éveillés, donc ils font des petits. Voilà, donc Béboule des petits. Voilà.
Et peut-être qu'on les glissera peut-être dans d'autres cadeaux.
Voilà, Béboulette.
En tout cas, n'hésitez pas à participer. Et bien sûr, on va le rappeler, je l'ai fait 20 000 fois hier avec Zera. Mais bien sûr, on vous rappelle que pour tout don d'au moins combien? C'est bien. Vous pouvez remporter cet ordinateur d'une valeur de... Pardon? Ouais, on comprend plus ce que vous dites, on comprend plus. Mais 3 000 €, donc c'est un beau cadeau. On vous rappelle, au moins 5 € peut vous faire gagner ceci. Il suffit juste, bien sûr, quand vous faites un don, de cocher une petite case pour pouvoir déterminer que vous faites bel et bien partie du tirage au sort. Est-ce qu'on a des petits dons, Chacha, ou d'autres?
Des petits et des grands, tout ce que tu veux. J'ai tout. J'ai tout dans mon attirail. Je peux t'en faire des pleins. On a notamment Rick la Liche qui a donné 999 €.
Bravo! À la limite du 1000.
Exactement, et qui a dit le million. Et on a Salienne de Mars qui a donné 1000 balles! Et qui fait le million. Bravo à tous.
On a aussi Anonyme qui nous donne 50 € et qui nous dit Jarmou, ton programme m'a convaincu, je te donne ma voix. On a Sibéry qui nous donne 10 € et qui dit donnez les bourgs, bien sûr qu'on va le faire. Et c'est grave.
On peut peut-être un petit peu attendre. On est comment régi en termes d'avance et tout
Si on peut encore en dire quelques-uns, vous nous dites. Hein. Mais
un ou deux, allez, c'est parti. On se fait ça vite fait en rap god. Tortue Passable qui a donné 500 €, pas de message, merci à toi. Zaka qui a donné 500 € et qui dit merci et bravo à toutes les runnereuses et à leurs gars pour ce bel événement à tout. Luyal qui a donné 25 €, on doit à la hauteur de mes moyens, mais les petits ruisseaux font les grands fleuves. Merci à toutes et à tous pour cet événement de qualité supérieure. Le Castellet qui a donné 100 €, Céleste et Mario, Take My Money, merci à tous. Et enfin, Kurok qui a donné 25 €, je suis quelqu'un de simple, je vois Clay faire une masterclass, je donne.
Et on rappelle juste avant qu'on on part, s'il vous plaît, restez 2 minutes. Mais on vous rappelle que, bien sûr, il y a toujours l'incentive pour la run bonus de Céleste SMC. On est déjà à 33% de cet objectif. Donc, s'il vous plaît, on bourre les dons pour ça et on achète. Voilà. C'est parti, c'est à vous les runners. Direction Okami.
Okami.
C'est parti.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour Speedon. Bonjour Minirotin.
Et bonjour Étienne, comment ça va?
Très très bien et bienvenue dans cette run d'Okami HD. Pendant les 2 prochaines heures, notre runner Tinker Knight, ici présent, va vous performer l'un des runs.
Welcome back everyone to SpeeDons, raising money for Medicine du Monde. I am the King's Pride, but you can call me Pride, and I am so honored to be commentating for Okami HD coming up, and helping me along will be Empire Ship. Say hello.
Hi, I'm Empire Ship. You can also call me MP. I'm super excited to be here with Pride for Okami HD. I'm super excited that we got to see over €1 million raised. That's just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely mind-blowing event so far. And we are not done yet because, folks, we have an amazing run lined up for you. This is Okami HD. This is one of my favorite games of all time. I'm pretty sure it's one of MP's favorite games of all time. And this is a game that I speedrun, so I'm very excited to show off this fantastic game from an amazing runner, from an amazing community. So I think that we are about to get right into it. MP, any thoughts before we start off?
Yeah, I was just going to say, while I personally do not speedrun this game, I have been playing it for a very, very long time. It is one of my favorite games. I'm hoping to be here and serve as your lore guide for all of the wonderful cutscenes that we get to skip throughout the speedrun.
Yep, so we are starting now. So the first thing that we need to know, first of all, we are a little bit of that lore. We are playing as Okami Amaterasu, the god of the sun, who happens to be a big old dang doggo. She is the best girl. And we're going to go on a quest to do stuff. They're not really clear about it at the beginning, but the first mechanic that we need to know about before we start anything is dash restores. So you'll see that Tinker Knight, before he starts moving anywhere, is going to dash forward. That is going to get us running immediately with that green trail behind us, and then he's going to jump into cutscenes. That is because if you are jumping, it stores your dash state. So whenever you jump again, and then you land, it will bring you back into that dash. That's basically just to keep fluid movement. It's so that whenever you jump, you land, you hit the ground running. But we can take advantage of that by it storing in the air. Whenever we hit a cutscene, if you jump without moving the stick at all, then it keeps that dash state. And when you land, it puts you right back into it. So we're going to get our first brush power here. This is rejuvenation. This is used exactly, I want to say 2 times in this speed, 3 times. No, 2 times in this speed run. I forgot that we skipped the water wheel.
Twice of these is in the tutorial.
Yeah, it's basically just for the tutorial. It's a pretty neat power. It just lets us fix things that are broken. It has some cool puzzle applications in the casual game. Unfortunately, we skipped most of those cool puzzles. I believe that there will be, it is 3 uses, because we're going to use it on the River of Heavens there, we're going to use it coming up here, and then one more time in a dungeon later. But this is the River of Heavens. This is our tutorial area. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a straight line. We're going to get to the back of it. We're going to pick up another brush power, and then we're going to head on out. And whenever I'm talking about the brush powers in this game, if you're familiar with like a Zelda game, basically this is the best Zelda that isn't a Zelda. That's like your dungeon items, your hook shot, your bow and arrow, that kind of thing. It's just little powers that give us both combat utility and exploration abilities. So we're in the Cave of Nagi now. And we're about to get our power slash technique. This one is going to come in handy a lot. We're going to use it in combat. We're going to use it in exploration. Just lets us cut through anything that we can see on the screen. That's going to be very important, that it's anything that we can see on the screen a little bit later. Just a quick horizontal slash, and there we go. But we're about to get into a really complicated trick, okay? First trick of the game. It's called walking to the left a little bit. Amazing. Let's hear it for Tinker Knight, everybody. That is the easiest trick in the game.
It's literally so easy that I do it in my own casual playthroughs. Because why fight things when you don't need to?
Why would you ever need to? We did it again, by the way, while we were talking. So
Yeah,
there
in
are
case
2
you didn't
fights in the
notice.
River of Heavens. Yeah. All of the triggers for fights in this game are basically giant cylinders. And if you just walk around the cylinder, you don't got to do the fight. We'll use that in a couple of later places. It's not quite as easy most of the time. That time, you literally just walk to the left a little bit. It's pretty silly. But we are about to head into Kamiki Village. So there are a couple of different routes for this game. That's one of the really big strong points of Okami, I feel, as a speed game, is that the routing for the community has been very thorough, very good, and very user-friendly. That it's like, hey, what tricks are you comfortable with? What tricks aren't you comfortable with? Leave some out. Here's, 3 different tiers. We have kind of an easy, medium, and hard tier of speedrun, although medium is still pretty difficult. It's a very trick-heavy run. But it's really accessible to get into. And Tinker Knight here is going to be doing essentially the world record route with a couple of modifications. So he is going to get Sunrise here. That's going to be our 3rd power. Entirely unnecessary to get usually. You can skip Sunrise. It leads to a very brutal trick later. So basically, just for safety, Tinker Knight is going to go ahead and get the power of the sun. That is Amaterasu's own brush power. Technically, in the lore, I think you start with it. Like, you don't get it from anybody. It's just her inherent thing. But we're going to point at the sky here. We're going to draw a little circle, and we're going to make the sun come out. Fun fact, the reason why you don't need Sunrise at any point, and MP, you might not have known this just from researching the run, you don't actually need the brush power to use it at any point in the story. It only detects for a circle in the sky.
That's beautiful. Yeah, you'll notice that in a lot of this, it's a lot of drawing basic shapes to modify the environment. Lots of drawing circles, lots of cutting through things like that.
Yeah, it's a extremely charming game. It really gets across that traditional watercolor feel. It's gorgeous, and Okami 2 is coming sometime. So really.
What do you mean? We have Okami 2 already. It's called Okami Dead for the Nintendo DS.
Oh yeah, that game does exist.
Yeah, it's the Okami 2 at home.
Okami 2 at home. We just dug up some radishes there. That's just to get some praise. So there are 2 main routes that we're going to need to watch out for in this game. We have yen, our money route, pretty self-explanatory. And then we have praise, which is our upgrade material. So we have to get enough of that. Also, here's a trick. We're going to see if Tinker Knight can get it quick enough so we can skip this boulder. Oh, beautiful. There's a lot of things in this game that put you in the grounded state. So any text boxes will treat you as if you're grounded for a frame, I think it is. Pretty much any, there's a lot of things, basically. But Tinker Knight took advantage of that for just a frame. Whenever you bonk on that rock, Isun, our little green speck, says, hey man, you can't break that with your head. And if you do that in the air, if you clear the text box fast enough, you have 1 frame where you are treated as if you're on the ground, and you can just jump like you're on the ground. You can wall bounce, and you can get right on out of Kamiki Village. So we don't have to do a whole long story sequence where we have to go talk to a guy, then talk to a lady, then talk to a guy, then talk to a different guy, then get some sake for the guy, then talk to the guy, then go to the boulder. It's a whole thing. We just bonk on a rock. But since we need to clear that text box fast enough, the only way we can do that is in Japanese, where there's 1 text box there instead of 2. So that's why this game is run on Japanese. I believe that is the only reason. I don't think that any of the other text is meaningfully faster because we clear it all almost instantly.
Rip to everybody in Kamiki Village, though. That boulder is still there.
Yeah, the boulder's still there. They're cut off from the world, man. It's a dire state.
I mean, really, it's the fault of whoever put that boulder there. I have no clue who that could possibly be, though.
Yeah, who could that possibly be?
We're never going to meet that person.
We will legitimately never find out. But we are here in Hana Valley, so this is where we're going to get our next brush power, which is extraordinarily vital. We are going to grab Bloom. So Bloom is going to be our main skill going forward. It's going to let us clear areas. We cannot get through the rest of the game without Bloom. Also, we have a yellow imp here. So we picked up what's called an exorcism slip earlier from the chest. I'll give you one guess what an exorcism slip does. That's right, it exercises things. So that lets us clear that yellow imp, which has a ton of health. He goes through a ton of invincibility phases. Lets us just take care of him like that. But there's another one on the way back. We'll see how we deal with that. We don't have another exorcism slip. We're going to use Sunrise on this tablet. Again, it only detects for a circle there, not for actually using the brush power. Well-programmed game, everybody.
I mean, it is. I mean, if we think about it, so Okami originally came out in 2006 for the PlayStation 2. Since then, it's gone through a couple different iterations. It's come out for the Wii and the PS3. I actually played it first on the Wii, which was very fascinating with the Wii remote. But then there's also these HD remakes that came out in 2017 that actually, for some reason, patched out a couple things that made the Wii and PS3 speedrun pretty interesting when we're talking about New Game Plus, but this is what was about to happen is much more fascinating, actually.
Yes. So they technically, fun fact, they did patch it out. Asterisk, they forgot something. So what is being referenced there is what is called KT glitch. It is the karmic transformers that you get after you finish the game that lets you transform Ami into a lot of different forms, just different dogs. An HD retexture, which is awful. But that's another thing that puts you to that grounded state. So they patched that in future releases. But if you press the button that makes you go bork, for a frame, you can jump again. So in the HD remasters, we have Bork KTs, the actual name of that. I love this community so much.
Yes.
Also, that was an orb.
Yeah, that was an orb, and what you saw was probably the hardest mechanic in this game, which is pushing a sphere up an incline.
Yeah, it's terrible. The orb will kind of magnet to your nose within a specific cone. So if you move out of that cone at all, the orb falls behind you. It's awful. So trying to do that while keeping up your dash is just really nasty. But we... nice Sunrise. So we did get our bloom power here. Draw a circle around anything that's dead, brings it back to life. We can plant flowers, we can plant trees. It's a wonderful little power, and it's going to let us progress through the game because those guardian saplings need to be bloomed to get out anywhere. But here, we're going to do a wall jump. Nice. So that, again, gets around that big old cylinder of a fight trigger. We just skip right over that second yellow imp.
Yusuf is also telling us about a couple different things that Bloom can do. We're just going to ignore that and keep running. But what he isn't going to tell us is the most powerful thing that Bloom can do, which is making trees.
Yes. Also, another fight skip. We just walk around a torch. It's no big deal.
It's fine. They're just enjoying the campfire.
Yeah, let them drink. You know what? They earned it. They had a big day of just sitting there.
Yeah, I wonder if there's ever a part of the game where we get to hear more about the inner workings of the imps and their lives, and how they do their job of being evil. I'm sure there's a whole part of the game where we talk to them and stuff, right?
Yeah, that'd be really fun. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist to my knowledge. But this is why we can't skip Bloom at all. These cursed zones, these big gray areas, exist in pretty much every map moving forward. And if we move into those, we rapidly lose our health until we are warped back to where we started. So if we could skip Bloom, it would be massive. It would also fundamentally change how this game is played. Nobody's been able to find a way to fully skip Bloom yet, so it is the first thing that we do. But now we have to go get the Cherry Bomb power. Unfortunately, Cherry Bomb can only be gotten at night, and we don't really want to wait a whole day-night cycle. So the other thing that can only be done at night is the wanted list. This is a neat little mechanic in the base game. You run around to specific demon scrolls at night, and you hunt down these wanted monsters, and it gives you a nice little reward at the end for doing it. But this is the tutorial for it. Once we pick up our first wanted list, it forces the day-night cycle into night so that we can fight one of these wanted monsters immediately. Also, Fun fact, the list that is about to pop up is always in a specific order. It spells out Obait, O-B-A-I-T. Completely not useful whenever you're playing in Japanese, so you just kind of got to remember which character the guy had on his name.
This is also the hardest, like the most difficult straight line you'll ever draw in your life. I'm a digital artist. I have never been able to draw a perfect straight line on my first attempt going through the wanted list.
Yeah, terrible. It's so like very specific. But
doing it with a Wii remote though is.
Ooh, no. So fun fact, I was the only member of the community who speedran with motion controls for a long time, because the fastest version of this game is on Switch. It loads faster than PC for reasons. Nobody really knows those reasons. It just kind of does. But
just to exactly 3 seconds of one of the greatest things on the soundtrack.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, so the Switch is faster. I ran with motion controls until I learned that it really messes with a later trick. So I had to unlearn the motion control strats, which was very sad for me.
I have to ask, Pride,
yes.
Why not just use on the Switch the touchscreen for the Celestial Brush?
Well, the first reason is because I have to have it docked to record.
That's fair.
The second reason is I didn't think about it. It never crossed my mind.
Yeah, so when this game was first announced, it was only Okami HD for PS4, Xbox One, and I believe PC. They didn't announce the Switch version of it until much later, but ever since they announced like the Switch itself when it was due to release, I was thinking about how like they were touting the Joy-Cons and the way the motion controls actually worked. And in the back of my head, I was like, oh, wouldn't it be so cool if they did Okami on the Nintendo Switch using the Joy-Cons with the Celestial Brush? And the day they announced this for the Switch, I popped off. So
yeah,
the fact that
great.
This is like one of the 2 or 3 times a game actually uses the Switch touchscreen is huge to me.
Yeah. So Tinker Knight here is doing lily pad skip. So we are skipping the lily pad power. We're normally supposed to go back to Kamiki, bloom a ton of trees, and then return with the lily pad power so we can walk on water. That's really slow. So normally we can swim down that tunnel, get an auto jump off of a wall, get onto a cliff, bing, bang, boom. But it was also discovered that if we do it this way, there is a glitch where you can go into first-person mode and it redirects all of your momentum. So we use that to get up to this entrance that you're not normally supposed to get through this direction. And then we're going to do what's called a brush adventure. So brush adventures are fascinating. Basically, you can see I can kind of move the camera around with the Celestial Brush. Well, like that, we can clip the camera out of bounds. So again, anything that we can see on screen, we can interact with the brush. That includes blooming things that are in the distance, cutting things that are in the distance, and we use that to activate this cutscene from very far away and then instantly leave the area and come back. And this skips an entire boss fight. There is a recurring character named Waka. Shoutouts to Waka, a beloved character. We will see him, I think, all of one time. And it's not right here because
it's so unfortunate.
If you leave the area and come back, the boss trigger despawns. So we don't have to deal with it. Normally in the story here, you would be going through this forest, meeting a young lad who has lost his dog in this scary ruins behind us, and you have to fish the key of the ruins out of I think it's a giant swordfish, or
it's a salmon.
It's something like it's the giant salmon. That's right.
Yeah,
the first one.
We do get to see the salmon later instead of a giant burger.
Yes, but instead of getting the key, we can just make a tree and then jump, and we're clipped through the door. The text trigger is right there. There's also a huge camera pan here, normally to show you this big old Dozu statue. We can also just jump past that. That trick took me forever to learn. It is pretty precise, but once you get it, it's like, boom, you're done. We also have another trick here where this is a blockhead. He's a blockhead.
We love blockhead.
So we can use a very similar trick, get right in the corner here, grow a tree, and then Blockhead only reacts if you hit him from the front. and we're facing his back right now. So we're going to clip ourselves partially into him and try to hit him from the front. This is very particular. This is not a trick that I go for. I am more of what you might call a mid-level runner of this this game. But this trick, we'll see if Tink can get it here. Ooh,
yeah.
That was very cool. Oh, yeah. So he clipped through. Oh, he is in the middle of Blockhead. We're good. He clipped through. He hits Blockhead, and now Blockhead has weak spots that you have to remember. And
no, he's impenetrable.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, his
Blockhead's
weak spot.
impenetrable. How did you know? So yeah, that spawns a key. It spawns these logs that you're supposed to run up the sides of this room with. It's like you can just skip the logs, you can just jump on the walls, but the key is very useful to let us get to the end of this dungeon pretty quickly. Our goal here is that we are going to get the Vine power up. That is also not skippable. There have been some theories you can actually delay getting Vine by quite a bit. Here, this bridge that we're going to restore. Fun fact, if you skip Sunrise, you cannot restore that bridge. So, skipping Sunrise, I don't know why either. It's just, there's just a flag for that bridge that says it can only be restored once you get Sunrise.
The way this game remembers brush techniques that you have is so fascinating.
Yeah, it's a little nutsy. What we do instead is in the fastest route, there is a skip to get past that actually, where we don't come back here for quite a while until we have the double jump power up from much later in the game, so that we can just jump over that bridge. What we do is a skip called half blue skip, where we roll a ball up a hill, put it in a corner with a bear, then we slash a torch, put the ball next to the torch. When the torch pushes the ball into next to the bear, then we get a cutscene for that, but we're already far away. So we activate a different thing with a brush adventure. It's a 2-minute trick. It's ridiculous. It's extraordinarily precise. It's so difficult. That is why Tinker Knight elected not to do it in this route. It's not very marathon safe at all. And then the other day, somebody in the Discord was like, hey guys, I found this thing. Is this anything? And somebody was like, oh, that's kind of known about. We can't really use it though. And then 2 hours later, somebody else was like, hey, I used it to skip the bridge in Agata. So, yeah, we found a skip 2 weeks ago that gets us past it. It's also extraordinarily precise. It's really irritating.
I peeked in the Discord for a hot second earlier today just to grab some notes for this run, and I think I saw that.
Yes, it was an incredible moment. I love this community so much. Shout outs to Dr. Move. So there's half blue skip. There's also PR Move, which was found by Pop Rocks, a member of the community, which skips half blue skip way harder. And now we have Dr. Move, DR Move, which was found by the user Rifty RTA. It is Dream Rifty Move, also very difficult, but it can be done almost instantly, skipping this whole section. I did talk to Tinker Knight about it. He said that he would not go for it because, again, very new, very hard trick. But we have now gotten this, in this temple, there was a whole poison situation going on. We destroyed those poison pots while they weren't loaded in, while I was talking about silly speedrun tricks. But now we are going to get our Vine power up, which we're going to need to beat the boss of this layer. So normally you grab the Vine power up, you're going to ascend this giant statue using your new vines. That's really slow. So instead, Tinker Knight's going to do a thing coming up here called Cookie Clip. Shoutouts to a giant cookie jar. It is very neat. I think that he said that he's super proud of it just because it's really flashy. So what we're going to do is we're going to get... It's so good. We're going to get in this corner. We're going to move our camera very specifically to get this flower bud that's up and to the left onto our screen. That is going to attach a vine to us. We're going to move in a very specific way so that it tries to pull us through this platform, and then we can cut the vine. Fun fact, you can cut vines are attached to, sticks us inside that platform's collision, and then we can drop straight down to the loaded boss area well below us. We do need to use another vine to redirect our momentum a bit to get us inbounds. And there you go.
That is just so cool. So when I was doing research on this run, like, I love this game to death. I have played this so many times, beaten it so many times, and I'm still learning, like, vanilla mechanics to this game that you can do that just don't come up at all. Like, the fact that you can power slash yourself in the middle of a vine, like, that's not a glitch. That's just a thing you can do.
There's
and then
no
when I
reason
saw
to.
this, it was like, you can do that?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Also, shout out to the Golden Gate there. We skip a cutscene by just jumping over it. Fun fact, in the speedrun, we cannot save at any time during it. The game is measured with in-game time, and because the in-game timer is extraordinarily accurate, it is a very good in-game timer. So anytime that you save, it saves your in-game time where it was when you saved. So it automatically segments your run, because if you load from that point, there's no telling. So just as a rule, we don't save ever in the game. That does make some later strats very tenuous, but those golden gates work as like checkpoints. So we have a couple of those through the run just for a little bit of safety. Again, this is a pretty difficult run. I have full confidence in Tinker Knight to make this look just absolutely buttery smooth and easy. But this is a pretty hard run full of a lot of really cool tricks. And again, if you don't feel confident in like trying some of these crazy tricks, which we haven't even gotten to some of the like nuttiest ones yet, there are beginner routes that don't do those tricks. They include some extra dungeons. You get to see a little bit more content. Some of it is actually a lot more fun than the world record route, in my opinion. But we have the bridge mini game here. So we're rushing down this river right now. We have to use our vine power up to grab these flowers and stop our momentum. So it's going to be right, left, right, left, right, left. You have to anticipate where these are. They move very quickly. And if you miss a single one, it is a headache. But Tinker Knight does it perfectly. What a professional. And we are going to be moving on further into the game. We're going into Taka Pass, which is like basically part 2 of Act 1. This game can largely be split into 3 different acts. There's the Central Nippon, Ryoshima Coast, and the Kamui arcs. All 3 are pretty great. The first one is by far the longest, and we're going to make it by far the shortest.
Yeah, and usually those parts are accentuated by beating a specific boss at the very end. So I'm very looking forward to the part of this game where we move from part 1 to part 2 after beating that boss, right?
Who? What?
Right?
Sorry?
Right?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're here stopping for our first shopping trip. We grab 4 bags of meat, 1 exorcism slip, and 3 steel fist sake. Steel Fist Sake just boosts our damage by, I believe it's double. It's a pretty overpowered item in casual play as well as in the speedrun. So we are actually going to see Waka here. Shout out to all my Waka lovers in the chat. I have a lot of members of the community love Waka. We're gonna put a lot of bombs on him. This is a great time to mention that combat in this game has 2 categories where you can excel in. There's time and damage. You take no damage, and you finish every combat within a set amount of time. You get a bonus amount of yen. You can see here, we got double yen from getting both our time and our damage bonus. So combat in this game, to stick to our very strict yen route, basically we have to do entirely perfectly. We take no damage, and we do it very quickly. For a high-level runner like Tinker Knight, who's 3rd on the leaderboard, on a very competitive leaderboard, that's not going to be much of a problem at all, I suspect. Here we are just going to bloom the Taka Pass Guardian sapling, and we can do that from pretty far away. It's actually like a weirdly generous amount of space they give you. You can do it from across the bridge and never have to restore it. But yeah, we're just going to be moving along, setting some stuff up for later. Honestly, Taka Pass is probably my favorite part of the game, like casually. It is.
Yeah, there's a lot to do in
area.
Taka Pass. There's a lot of different mini games that you are introduced to. There's a couple characters that we don't get to meet at all during this run.
Yeah, it's just a very cool area with a very nice soundtrack. We haven't talked about this music in this game at all, which slaps. It is
We
amazing.
talked about it a little bit. Like Tama's theme is one of my favorites. Honestly, lots of really good bangers. I highly recommend seeking out the Okami OST on your own, just to listen to it, because it's an absolutely beautiful soundtrack. Like the soundtrack, the art, there's so much thought that's been put into this game, and it really shows even all these years later.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's pretty much a timeless classic. Right now, we are facing the Molsters. These guys suck, and I hate them. Trying to do... So, fun fact, I have had in the works for a little while now the beginnings of an Okami randomizer, which I would love to get off the ground. Unfortunately, I don't code, but I do have all of the logic written out, all of the requirements for getting items and everything. Getting the second Molsters reward there probably was the worst thing that I did in this game, other than some of the digging mini games. But it's so luck based. At one point, it just gets really, really quick. I don't even know if you're supposed to use a power later.
I think I just ended up guessing after a while for the second Molsters fight.
It's pretty awful. But here we are going to be taking this fight to unlock a mermaid spring. So there are two methods of fast travel in this game. We're going to be using one of them pretty extensively. That is the mermaid springs. There are these little swirly water pools that appear in certain places in the game that we are going to basically, at a point in the story, you get these coins that you can toss in to pay for fast travel, essentially, to any other mermaid spring. So we're setting one up here right now, and we are going to be headed into Sasa Sanctuary. So anybody who's played this game casually would be like, aren't we supposed to go to Kusa Village now? We're supposed to go to the windmill, talk to a bunch of dogs or something. Isn't Taka Pass, or isn't Sasa Sanctuary supposed to come later? It is, so we're going to break in. I don't recommend you break into hotels normally, but, we're a dog. We don't really subscribe to laws. You don't even get to save
the mob boss's daughter.
She'll be fine.
She's still being kept by the Cutters.
She'll be fine. They don't know how to boil water. They can't make soup. But
it's true.
We're going to use the terrain here to our advantage, and we're going to hop up on here. You're going to see Tinker Knight is going to buffer his inputs here. You would think that the brush menu would let us buffer really well. Unfortunately, opening and closing it takes about 2 frames, so the buffering is not perfect. But Tink is going to try to get what is called a green hop here. It is basically whenever you hit a slope in this game, you immediately start sliding off, but you have a frame or two. Ooh, you really stuck the landing there. Very nice. You have a frame or two to just start jumping. And we use that quite extensively, but here, all of our buildings are loaded in underneath. Oh, nice! Dropping straight into the collision there, or into the loading zone. That was actually perfect. It is an incredible little trick there. All of the buildings in this game are loaded in way underneath the map. We're gonna use that a couple more times. But now we have our digging minigame. This is pretty... I don't care for digging.
You don't like the digging game?
I really do not care for digging. I have done so much digging in my life in this game. I would rather be done with it. But
this isn't even one of the worst ones.
This is not the worst one by far. Bingo is awful. But we do know exactly what to do. So we get Mr. Bamboo here straight to where we need to be. We dig up a spring, and we're going to get our water spout power. That is going to allow us a couple of things later. It is necessary. We can't skip it, unfortunately. But that's going to let us continue on. It also gives us the mermaid warp, which is really important. So that allows us to basically start bouncing around the map. Some of the skips that we have to do, we don't have to do twice from here on out to get, there and back. But yeah. Honestly, Sasa Sanctuary, also one of my favorite areas in the game. I love the hotel. It's so peaceful. I just want to be in a hotel with a bunch of birds.
Yeah, that's a lot of like some of the really great things about this game is that it pulls so much from Japanese culture and Shinto mythology, and like even down to the art style. Originally, this game was actually supposed to look a lot more realistic. It went through a couple of different stages of development, and there's some promotional video actually that you get to unlock depending on how well you complete the game or how many times you complete the game. You get to unlock some cute little art and movies that you can watch in the menu. One of them being like a promotional video where everything was a lot more realistic looking. I'm just glad they went with this direction instead.
Yeah, I basically, whenever I'm telling people about this game, I describe it, it's as if the Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess had a very Japanese baby.
You know what's very fascinating though is that so Wind Waker and Okami kind of were in development around the same time. Wind Waker came out first, but Okami started development first.
Yeah, it's always really neat to see kind of the parallels between that era of Zelda and this game. Like, somebody had to be like swapping ideas over lunch or something, I swear. We just beat up a dog, by the way.
Yeah, we're a dog beating up other dogs. Sorry about that, guys.
We don't endorse dog fighting here, unless they're all cute as heck and doing it for the right reasons.
But yeah, that is a fun fact too. We kind of didn't do it because we skipped a lot in Kamiki Village, but you know that social media page where it's like, can you pet the dog? Well, you're a dog in this game and you can be pet.
Yes. You can be pet by most NPCs, yeah.
Yeah. And like Kushi especially, like if you get close enough to her and you hold still, she'll literally like run over to you all excited and pet you. It's very cute.
Yeah, it is adorable. But here we are using our mermaid coin. We are warping on out. I believe that at this point we head back to Taka Pass. We're going to start our dog quest. So we started a little prematurely there by beating up a bird's dog. I don't know why the bird has a dog. Both are sentient. They never talk to each other. It's pretty funny.
There's even like non-sentient, sentient, but they don't talk to you birds that you can interact with in this game. That's another fun part about this game is that like there's so much wildlife that you can interact with and feed. And that's kind of why we picked up the bags of meat earlier, is because we're going to start feeding some doggies.
Yeah, so in the course of the story at this point, we are going into Kusa Village. Oh, that is a gorgeous art print.
Somebody is making art during this.
Yes.
That is
shout out to
beautiful.
SpeeDons. Like, y'all have your stuff together.
I really hope
love
that's
this.
available as a prize.
It is, I do believe. So donate to SpeeDons and help us do some real good in the world. And maybe you can get a doggo art. But we are headed into Kusa Village here. You can see that there's this miasma, which is slowly draining our ink. It is literally taking the godhood away from us. It's this really powerful curse. And that's because the wind isn't blowing. This is the town of Divine Wind. And they have some kind of problem that's going on. We're just going to fix their problem for them. So they're being haunted by this giant beast called Crimson Head. It is a nasty little thing. It's a body of an ox, arms of a man, head of some guy. I don't know. Some guy. And the previous priest of this town went to exorcise it and died. So we're talking to his wife now. She has these canine orbs, which are floating behind her. But unfortunately, all of the dog warriors that are supposed to protect this town kind of just left. They just kind of walked away. So we're given our canine tracker here, which is going to help us find all these good doggos. 4 of them will be in the town. We have to feed them because they are hungry doggos. They like to eat meat, of course, as all dogs do. And then we are going to have to fight some doggos to prove our resolve to them, to show them that we are deserving of the warrior gems that they carry around their neck, and also that we can beat up other dogs good. That's important to dog culture, I think. The game's weird, man.
Yeah, a lot of the dogs too, like not these ones that we're feeding, but later on we'll talk to some dogs that have a little bit more of a story. I mean, we kind of already talked to one out of sequence. The one dog that we first spoke with, I think their whole thing is like they really found a place for themselves at Sasa Sanctuary, and now they belong to this big sentient bird that cries a lot.
Yeah, all of the dogs that are outside of Kusa Village basically have found families. They have homes that they need to protect. There's one in Kamiki Village that is protecting this child from a prophecy that he's going to get killed by an arrow. We never see that come to pass, so I guess it worked. Nice little warp here, by the way. Just a quick brush adventure to get our camera up there, toss us up here, and get this dog. There is the dog in the forest where it basically replaced the dog that the little boy and his father had lost. So it's protecting them. There's the one in Sasa Sanctuary, which is doing much the same. So it's a nice little thing. And they realize that they can't just derelict their duty, but we get their canine orbs anyway. So it works out in the end.
Yeah, and each of the orbs also like have a specific meaning too. I forget which one goes to which, but so fun fact, I have the Okami official complete works. It's like a book, not just with concept art, but also like a bunch of really cool stuff inside of it. But the canine warriors each have like a different value that they're assigned to. So this one, actually, the orange one is obedience.
Yeah, the Canine Warriors are honestly a great part of this game. Like, I love them so much. A fight that all of the community other than me hates, apparently. I love fighting the dogs. It's a bunch of reactable RNG. They will do like dog things, like they'll dig a hole so that you fall into it. If you fall into that hole, they'll run straight at you and try to poop on you, and their poop explodes. Because that's what dogs do,
You can also
right?
do that.
You can do that later. That is an ability.
If you pay enough money, you can do that.
Pay a lot of money to learn how to poop, but
It's true.
It's actually optimal to try to get them to do that attack, because they'll run straight at you. So you can just put a cherry bomb in their way. It's a ton of fun. But we are headed on now. So we got our canine orbs. So that means that we're going into the dungeon, right? We got the key to the dungeon. We're going straight there, right?
Yeah, we're about to go kill Crimson Helm. It's going to be awesome. We're going to get some sort of, what is it, the serpent jewel or whatever?
Yeah, the serpent gem.
I don't know why we're talking about
somewhere.
serpents, though. Like, I haven't seen a single serpent yet.
I don't think there's a serpent in this game, honestly.
Not
But-
even 8 of them?
8? Why would there be 8? That's a weirdly specific number for serpents.
Actually, technically, wouldn't it be 24?
It would technically be 24, yes. There's an amount of serpents in this game that is probably maybe greater than 0. But we are headed in the opposite direction right now. Because, fun fact, you can sequence break this game to heck and back if you know exactly
Really? I didn't
what to
notice.
do. Yeah. We only fought a dog before we actually got the tracker to find that dog. But we are in the city checkpoint right now. So the bridge is up. There is a thickness that is going through the capital of this land of Nippon. We aren't allowed in. Nobody's allowed in or out. So normally we'd have to get a power up, set an arrow on fire. It blows up a whole, like the whole other side of the bridge. Fun little sequence. But instead we can do this. So let's go over this quick, okay? So this is city checkpoint skip, commonly referred to as CC skip. So there is this rock on the other side of the river. So we can get an auto jump, get up into the crack of this rock, and Tinker Knight's gonna stick the landing right here, and we can slowly, like Assassin's Creed, climb our way up this rock, get a dash tackle, and then we are going to land on the top of this rock. You can see that it's got like a blade sort of shape there. So we don't want to land on the left side or the right side. We want to land right to the right of middle, so that we land on the top, it treats us as grounded, and then it ejects us to the side. Unfortunately, Tinker Knight got exactly in the middle there. It stuck him right there. That was a little too far to the right. Again, I've failed this trick so many times that I can tell you exactly the fail states that happen. This trick took me a week to learn. It is very tough. This is famously a very hard trick. It's mostly up to muscle memory. I would not be surprised if Tinker Knight failed this a couple more times, but ooh, this one looks good. Oh, a
That's
little
okay,
too
the
close
crowd's
there.
got him.
Yep. But it's going to eject us off to the right side, and you'll see once he gets it, he's going to dash off of that rock with a good amount of speed, and then he's going to use that speed to get over to the cliff here, jump off the cliff, and bonk, gives us just enough height to get up to the corner. Oh my goodness, that trick is so hard. Getting it within a minute under like marathon conditions, honestly, mad respect. Great job.
That was beautiful.
But now we're headed into Ryoshima Coast, which is just a amazing trick gauntlet. Like, this is where the run really like starts to shine and really picks up. This is an incredibly fun part of the run. It's a little unfortunate that you have to get through CC Skip first to get here, but we're going to do a brush adventure to skip a ton of like platforming and some other fun shenanigans, and we're going to go straight to the Guardian Sapling on the coast. Just by like moving our brush through the ground here. So we're gonna get up to this wall, clip underneath. There's a small pool of water to the right. We're gonna drag it up to the Guardian Sapling right there. Perfect. I fail that all the time. Turns out the reason why I failed that so much is because I was using motion controls, and it messes with your movement out of bounds. So that's why I no longer use motion controls, unfortunately. But
that's fascinating.
That gets us right up to that Guardian Sapling. Perfect. But the trick gauntlet is not over yet, because we now have to get double jump. Now, normally the double jump power is on a little island that's off in the middle of the coast. So you have to use the lily pad power, get over there, talk to an old man, and get the power to double jump. We don't have lily pad, so we have to have an alternate solution. But remember how earlier I said that every single room interior is loaded underneath the map. So we're going to be dropping for a while. You can just clip through
those stairs, huh?
You can just clip through those stairs. There's just a hole in the collision there.
That's
fun
awesome.
fact, right here, you can soft lock yourself. You can put yourself into gay baby jail if you get behind those doors there. If they don't open from the other side, it's just a little bounding box.
Onigiri-sensei doesn't let you in?
He does not let you in. You've already broken into his dojo. But you can still talk to Onigiri-sensei, because if you draw a circle around any character, they'll come over to pet you. You can still talk to him. Unless you're like me, and you didn't check your yen beforehand, and you don't have enough yen to buy the double jump. Then it is a soft lock. I learned with first-hand experience. But Onigiri-sensei is going to teach us how to double jump. Turns out it's super easy. He's going to give us a little dog bone for our trouble. It's a cute little thing. We're going to grab that just for some safety later. It's nice to have a healing item. Again, healing items in this game are dog bones, and that's adorable. It's amazing. It's really cute. So now we have our double jump. That opens up a lot of options for us moving forward. This is completely unskippable. Like, you have to have double jump. I'm pretty sure the game really expects you to have it moving forward.
There is one part that you have to jump up onto what they call a moon turret, one of those big platforms where you can pretty much only double jump to get up there.
So you can get up to the moon turret, I believe. I believe the trigger for what you need to do up there isn't active if you don't have double jump. But here we're going to do a skip. This one's a little tricky, a bume skip. Beautiful. Again, just getting around one of those conical bounding boxes for starting a fight. You can just barely scrape by getting around it. But now we're moving into Seon City. Again, this like baleful miasma is surrounding the city, coming straight from the palace for some reason. And we're gonna fix that, right? We're gonna help the people out. So first thing we're gonna do is climb their architecture. This, normal dog stuff.
We said earlier this is more like a Zelda game, but actually this is more like an Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, it's basically Assassin's Dog. But this trick is the bane of my existence. So we're going to clip out of bounds here. And again, all door interiors are loaded way underneath the map, even ones where the buildings aren't loaded on top of the map. So here we break into a building that doesn't exist. We're going to talk to a chef, and we're going to use the golden mushroom that we got from the Molster's quest way earlier. We're going to get a neat little trick called a fire burst. So this is an advanced brush technique There are several of these that you can get in the game, and they just allow you to basically iterate on your existing brush techniques and give you like special attacks that use a ton of ink. So
A lot
Fire
of them
Burst,
are very optional too, which is kind of nice. Like you can play this game however you like. You can play more or less of it without even seeing these sometimes.
yeah, absolutely. And the fun fact is that you don't need the unupgraded version of these brush techniques to use them. We never get Inferno in this route, which is the fire power that you get from some guy's house. And we just use Fire Burst. We need it exactly twice, but those 2 times are very vital. So that is a very nice thing. And then we're leaving again. We are out of here. We're not going to the Imperial Palace. We don't care about that. Instead, we want to go get our tan on. So we got to go to the beach. Headed to the beach. And the only way to get to the beach is to climb architecture. What can I tell you? Amaterasu, that dang old scamp, loves
She's got
climbing
thumbs,
around
I'm
on the
pretty
rock.
sure.
I would not be surprised. Quite honestly. You can hear an eagle's cry anytime she jumps off of something. It's just very, very, very quiet. You know, dogs basically are the same thing as Italians. I like that we both went for Italians. The dumbest possible variation of that joke.
Yeah, we know only Italians have thumbs.
Only Italians have thumbs. Fun fact, look down at your hands. You got thumbs? Hey, somebody was Italian in your bloodline. Probably.
Well, you need the thumb in order to make like that pinching.
Yeah, to do the chef's
sign.
hand.
Yeah, which is a very Italian thing to do, to talk with your hands and pinch your fingers like that. The thumb is very vital.
Italians evolved thumbs just so we could do that.
My boy!
Yeah, oh, let's walk up for a second. Ooh, look at that very nice Amaterasu figure up for a prize. That's neat. Well, that jumping pose. Here's a wind mirror, or a wind nose. The mirror is a different enemy. Normally you're supposed to use the slowdown power-up that you get in the Imperial Palace to fight this. Yeah, whatever. We can just bomb them. The answer to a lot of combat in this game, surprisingly, is just hit them with a cherry bomb. I never used it in
I keep wanting to
casual play.
say that, yeah, like Cherry Bomb, I don't use it a lot in the combat sections, and I really should because so then another one of these things that like I play this game all the time and there's so much I still learn where like the cherry bomb is actually vital for a lot of what's called a floral finisher, which you've seen exactly none of in this run so far, but you will see it a little bit later where like a lot of other games that Hideki Kamiya has worked on, doing your combat good rewards you with some stuff. So like if you defeat an enemy and there's like a little bit of like a aura around it, if you do something extra to it, it'll drop what's called a Demon Fang. And that's used a little bit later as currency for special items.
Yeah, the Demon Fang items are very nice. I didn't know about floral finishers. I was doing them accidentally in my first playthrough, I think. They're pretty darn useful. There was an old route that used to get a lot of Demon Fangs. We have moved past that, unfortunately. We no longer need to get any of the items that Demon Fangs require. But there's Kushi. That's the nice lady that pets us sometimes. The one time we're gonna see her.
You know, it's weird. Like, since we've gotten into Seance City, we're technically in part 2, right? So
Yes,
we beat
we're in
that
Act
boss
2.
that's at the end of part 1, right?
Probably. Who?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I think his name is like Orochimaru.
No, that sounds fake.
Yeah, I
believe
think
that.
he's like supposed to eat Kushi.
No, I don't believe in snakes.
She's fine though. Look at her. So clearly this character doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. She's fine. Everybody's fine. I don't know. You said it, Orochi? No, that doesn't sound real.
Orochi.
Is that one of your friends? No, I don't know. Anyway, so we skipped fishing earlier. Unfortunately, this dang old clumsy little guy keeps dropping stuff in the lake. The most recent thing he dropped in the lake is his dog. Like, this
It's a really ugly dog, to be fair.
You take that back.
I mean, Isun says that himself.
Well, Isun is very constantly wrong, especially in this day and age.
It's true. Yeah. I will say, like, please play this game, but also Isun's dialogue has not aged well over the years.
Please play this game. I'm sorry for Isun. I apologize. It's just something that you kind of have to deal with, unfortunately.
But you get fishing out of it, which is awesome. Like, all the best games have fishing.
Yeah. Also, Hikari, this kid here, went fishing with just a pole. He didn't have string. Just kind of the power of belief. He just kind of expected that the gods would sort it out for him. It's a good thing he was
has the power of
right.
God and anime on his side.
He does. He was right, by the way. We just kind of sorted out for him. The power of belief and all of that. But now we are going to be fishing. So, fun fact, anybody who's played this game knows that we're supposed to be fishing the Whopper right now. It is a giant fish, the Whopper, that has swallowed the moon. So that's a salmon. So if you skip the first fishing minigame, you have to do it anyway. It doesn't skip to the second one. And the salmon only takes 2 cuts to take it down instead of the Whopper's 3. So it still saves us some time.
And you get the key to Tsuda Ruins, finally.
You too, yes. So we have saved the dog. We're gonna have some beef with them, but also we got the Crescent Power, which lets us change it to nighttime. It also gives us some benefits in a route that isn't this one. So basically it just lets us control the day-night cycle. It's very nice if you're like trying to do side quests. Not especially useful in the speedrun. We'll use it like once or twice, I think.
It's cool in the final boss fight if you are not solving your problems with exorcism slips.
Yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, we took down the boss. You'll also notice that Tinker Knight, anytime that he finishes combat, is just going to bark a lot. So mashing the bork button actually saves you time. It gets you out of those combat screens quite a bit quicker. It's like seconds. So it saves several minutes over the course of the run to just mash the bork button.
I actually didn't know that. I thought that was just to kill time, which
No, it is
also
actual
valid.
tech. It's legitimate tech, and I love it.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
The bork button being probably the most vital button in this game between like quick combat exits and bork KTs is probably the funniest thing in the world, and I appreciate it so much.
Speaking of KTs, if you do decide to change to a few of the skins in the Karmic Transformers, like if you play New Game Plus, a few of the skins actually change the sound of your bark, and there's even like a Pomeranian-looking one where it makes you super yappy.
It's pretty adorable.
It's
I
great.
think that I usually play with the Shiba Inu one because I really like that chrome tail. It's very cute, but all of them are fantastic. There's also Fat Ami, where it's just
Really
chonky.
I think that one is the Pomeranian one, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it? I never noticed a sound change with the fat one, but I believe you.
Yeah, there's that one. There's also one I think that makes you look more like a Doberman pincher looking thing. That's a deeper bork.
Yeah.
My favorite is personally the one that makes you look a little bit more like Shirnui.
Yes, that one's very good. So now we are talking to this dog's name. It starts with an H.
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa, thank you. I was like, Hanzo? Hanzo's not correct. But yes,
Hanzo.
Hayabusa. Hanzo's different here. But we talked to Hayabusa here. So early in the game, we took Hayabusa's record. We got a cabbage. Very delicious. But we stole his record, and now we have taken his pride by beating him up with bombs. Don't use explosives around your pets, kids. You'll make them very, very sad. But Hayabusa explains to us that he cannot leave because the child that lives in this village is fated to die by an arrow when some guy shows up. I don't know. Sounds fake to me. It never happens. So, you know what?
Yeah, it never
We're
happens,
good.
so clearly it's not real.
Exactly. But now we are going to finally head back to the Gale Shrine because we actually do have all of the canine orbs.
Whoa, what happened to that boulder, though?
The boulder's gone. You know, it got scared and ran away. It saw our mighty prowess and our thumbs.
Gotcha.
Yep. But we are now, we're going to take out this little archway here that's going to unlock another demon spring, or another mermaid spring. Sorry, demon gateway, mermaid spring. And that's going to allow us to quickly fast travel back to the Gale Shrine, where we are going to definitely kill Crimson Helm, right? That's some unfinished business we have. Gosh,
yeah, we're eventually going to kill Crimson Helm. Yeah, eventually.
Absolutely. We got to save the village.
Though.
My goodness, I'm still blown away by this live art that's always happening. Like,
I read earlier in chat that sadly only France, Belgium, and Switzerland are eligible to win the cute prizes. So please, some of our Euro friends, win that beautiful painting if it is eligible to be won as a prize, because oh my goodness, it's beautiful.
Yes, it's amazing.
I will say, like, oh my god, they're a-wooing. I will say, like, my love for this game is just absolutely, it cannot be overstated. This is one of the games that really inspired me to begin taking art as a hobby a lot more seriously. And so, like, I know that I'm sure a lot of people have played it and loved it at this point. It is definitely like one of those cult classics. But if you have not already gotten the chance to play Okami and this run is something to you that you think, wow, this is beautiful, I'd love to play it myself, I'd love to see all the beautiful lore that's being skipped, like, it's generally like $20 at MSRP US dollars on Steam, the Switch, Xbox One, PS4, PS5.
It's on pretty much anything you have. If you can play a video game, you can play Okami.
Yeah, and a lot of times it does go on sale for less than that. So I highly recommend checking it out if you think that you would have any sort of interest in it. Like, for a 2006 action platformer, this thing has aged phenomenally.
Yeah, it genuinely holds up as an amazing game today. And more to the point, if you're interested in speedrunning this game at all, again, the community is so amazing, so extremely welcoming. I've never been in a community with more rigorous resources for learning the game. There are video tutorials for just about every single route and every single trick. There are people in the Discord who will be more than happy to coach you through and help you out. It is probably the most welcoming speedrunning community I've ever been a part of, and I cannot stress enough how amazing everyone there is.
Ooh, can I share a fun fact about this section of the game?
You absolutely may.
So I know that this game right now is being run in Japanese, but for me, I speak English, so I can only read in English, which is greatly unfortunate, but the English localization of this game is very interesting. For some reason, they like to dance around the fact that Ami is female, because Amaterasu is a female sun goddess in Shinto lore and religion. But there are a couple places in the English localization where it's a little bit more clear that Emi is female, and one of them is that Spirit, Yatsu, who is Princess Fusei's deceased husband, he is blind, so he can only see people's spirits, and he refers to Ami as a fair maiden. But most other references to Ami in the game are a little bit more inconclusive, so it's like one of those spots where it's like, oh yeah, this is a goddess.
Yeah, as I love that she is he sees her as an elegant woman in a white dress, and Isu and our companion is just like, what are you talking about? This is Ami.
This is just a dog.
This is a dog. I saw her pee in a bush like 2 minutes ago. Like, she's nasty. There's constant references to Amaterasu's odor. There's in the complete works, which I also have next to me, by the way. In the complete works, there is a list of nicknames that all of the characters give to Amaterasu, and like a quarter of them are calling her Stinky. It's very funny.
Stinky affectionate.
Stinky affectionate.
It's the same way, like, you would refer to your pet as, like, Stinky or ugly
Stinky.
or whatever.
Yeah. And honestly, for a character who never talks at all, Amaterasu has so much personality to her. Like, just
She's
one
so
of the most
expressive.
expressive characters in video gaming. Just incredible.
Even some of the scenes where, like, she's just standing there and staring, it says so much. Like, again, some of the stuff that we get to skip over because this is a speed run, but most of like story-wise what this game is a lot of the people in Nippon have lost their faith in the gods, and so while we see her like in the game as this white wolf with crimson markings and this giant weapon on her back, a lot of people just see her as like a normal white wolf. They don't recognize that she's a god. So there are a lot of times during conversation where it'll cut to her and how people view her, and she's just like a dog, just standing there and staring.
She's just a big dog, but there are several characters who can see her for what she is. Notably, they're mostly children. It's anybody who's innocent or anybody who believes in the gods, because Amaterasu is a being that is powered by belief. That is why our main upgrade material is praise in the game, which is like, it's a really neat like feedback thing of like, you know, you feed an animal, the animal likes you, you get praise. You help somebody out with something, the person like likes you, you get praise off of it. And Amaterasu gets stronger the more that people believe in her. It's just like a very, I don't want to use the word ludo narrative like a nerd, but it's a very good ludo narrative of like the gameplay really reflects the story in that way. Also, we are getting Galestorm here. This is another important upgrade that we do need to come and get. So we're gonna free another god. Again, the gods are kind of just like constellations in the stars. That's how they hide from the evils of the world. So we save them by completing their constellations. Here you are supposed to use your newfound Galestorm power, and you open up this gate that allows us to leave. We're not leaving through that gate though. We're gonna do a neat little trick here that you can only do if you do this very specific order of getting double jump before coming to the Gale Shrine. So Tinker Knight is going to get up here, bonk in a very specific spot, and drop all the way down to the entrance of the dungeon. That saves like a minute or something. It's a very good clip. It's very cute.
I want to give major props to whoever's running the tech team and production behind SpeeDons right now, because every once in a while there's something that happens that's just super fun where Annie drops down or jumps up and there's just like a little wee that goes across the screen.
Yeah. This game it's just dripping with atmosphere. Like, this is probably one of the most well-constructed like gameplay and art experiences that it's like everything kind of feeds into itself. It's just gorgeous. If you have not played this game and it looks cool, please do.
Yeah, and the fact that like you can modify the environment with a brush on a screen, it's just a very like, I don't want to say tactile because you're not actually touching anything, but it really does feel like you have an influence on the things that you're doing.
Yeah, also, fun
and
fact.
that's part of the message about the game too.
Yeah, fun fact, the brush, if you look closely, is Amaterasu's tail. Yep. That she's drawing with her tail. It's adorable. We are going to buy a bunch of exorcism slips, I believe, here. We're going to sell those fish that we got, and then I believe it's a bunch of large exorcism slips. Yep, that's going to help us later. What are we buying here? Did Tinker Knight not grab something? Okay, we're getting a safety bone. That makes a lot of sense. There's a strat coming up that will help us with if it fails. But we are now headed right back to Ryoshima Coast because Crimson Helm can probably sort itself out. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. He's kind of a big pushover anyway.
Yeah, Crimson Helm is a literal joke. Like, even in casual play, I think that I deleted him in about 3 seconds. And the game gives
nice
you a
is
shield for it.
8 shields, actually.
Yeah, you just get 8 free hits. Like, it's the freest fight in any video game ever.
Plus, on top of, like, I know we don't really talk about it much in the speedrun, but any karma you've built up, that's another one of those things. It's like, if you fight good enough, you get rewarded for it. So if you build up your combo within a fight, you get something called karma, which kind of gives you, like, a little bit of a godhood shield against, like, 1 hit, or up to 3 hits, I believe.
It is 3, yeah. So you just kind of have those layers, and then if you have an item that it reflects enemy damage off of you, you're just invincible for like 30 seconds. It's frankly ridiculous how cheap and easy you can get those. But here we have another instance of using Sunrise here, where again, you don't actually need to use the power Sunrise. It just detects if you draw a circle in the sky. like there is a route that skips sunrise and never needs it because the only thing that the actual power sunrise is good for is setting the time of day. But this is Orca. He's a blue Orca. He's very cute. And we're headed to Watcher's Cape here. So normally we would be going over to Catcall Tower in the middle of the Ryoshima Sea. It's a very neat segment where you climb up this massive tower, you find a cat god, you climb, like you get the power to climb on walls. We're gonna do a very difficult trick here to get around that. So this is Catcall Skip. And basically, whenever, again, there's a lot of things that can ground you in this game. Whenever, oh my goodness, first try. I thought that I was going to have a little more time to explain that.
It was so fast.
Yeah, so you can see there that Tinker Knight did an attack. It canceled into a dash because the attack and the dash button are the same. So once combat ends there, he just gets a dash. He's treated as if he is grounded, and he gets a jump. That is a frame-perfect trick. That's insanely impressive to get it first try.
That's really cool.
We will be seeing it again a little bit later, but here we are at Watcher's Cape. We made a star for a guy. He made a wish to see the Whirlpool Galaxy, and then you're supposed to go up to the Whirlpool Galaxy, see it, and be like, hey, but it's not spinning, and then use your wind power to spin it. You don't actually need to look at the Whirlpool Galaxy. You just need to be like relatively close to the place you're supposed to use it. But this opens the Whirlpool that leads us to the Dragon Palace. So
another really good soundtrack.
Oh, a
really good track in the soundtrack.
And it's pretty interesting because it's clear that there are several areas in this game that are like reused assets. Sasa's Sanctuary and the Dragon Palace are basically identical in layout, but I don't feel like it comes off as like lazy. They are themed well enough that I think that it works, quite frankly.
I mean, the water texture over top of everything really does wonders to this because it's like you're still moving like you're on land, but you look like you're underwater.
Yeah, the fascinating thing about that is that we are about to enter after we talk to an NPC and get permission, we are going to enter a mini dungeon that is inside of a sea dragon. And the inside of the sea dragon is very reminiscent of Hana Valley. Like, it's very similar. It's not the same, but hear me out.
You're so right.
Yes, they're extraordinarily similar for some reason.
Think about that.
Yeah. So it's like this area of the game, you can kind of feel a little bit of that, iterative design, I guess I'll call it, of we kind of are running out of time. We need to work on things. So I have a very large suspicion that they took Hana Valley and just like modified it into the Sea Dragon.
By the way, please let this be a normal field trip.
With the frizz? No way.
Thank you.
No problem.
We're going full Magic School Bus on the inside of this water dragon.
Yeah, so the water dragon has been terrorizing the coast. That's part of the plot line of Ryoshima. At this point, we were supposed to have cured the city. They'll probably be fine. They can take an ibuprofen or something. Walk it off.
But my son, the Emperor, he's very sick.
He's very sick. But we are, at this point, supposed to find out what is wrong with the water dragon. And it turns out that there is this gem that is stuck inside of it. And it protected the Dragon Palace and then fell into a rage. So we have to go and retrieve this gem because it's the only way for us to get to Oni Island, which is the final dungeon of this area, which is a teleporting citadel island that disappears every single evening. So we have to get the water dragon's gem to be able to get to it. Coming up here, we have a very neat trick that I do believe Tinker Knight is going to go for because he did get the backup for it. But we can't slash through these like weird tendons connecting the dragon gem to the dragon. Kind of weird. I wonder why I would do that. But
yeah, it's kind of pulsing. I wonder what's up with that.
Oh, that's kind of weird. But we have this acid, this like red like bile. So we are going to release this and use it to free this gem. And normally, again, you were supposed to have the lily pad power here to be able to move through. Like it melts away, but like you can make more. But here our only option is to go through the acid, which deals damage to you very rapidly. So Tinker Knight here, I believe, is going to go for what we call boneless. Yes. So the camera snaps there. You have to snap your controller stick to the right angle to not bonk there. Then he is going to miss the first one. He's going to draw the acid over to the dragon gem. And then he's going to hop in the corner here. No, didn't get boneless, unfortunately. It's a very particular trick. But we can hop in the corner here. That saves us a little bit of health. And then we can get 3 water spouts on the gem. That should free it.
There it goes.
Yeah, there we go. And then we're going to have the 2-box boss fight. So from here on out, we can start using the yen that we're building up to buy a bunch of these exorcism slips. This is another Hideki Kamiya staple. If you've ever played Devil May Cry, the first one, you know kind of how powerful mass damage items can be in a Hideki Kamiya game. Trademark. So we can use these exorcism slips, and there is no downside. It just deals a ton of damage in a huge radius, and we're golden. No penalties, no nothing.
So Pride, what were those foxes doing on the inside of this dragon?
That's a good question. So we needed fox rods from them. For reasons? Probably something important. I don't know.
Yeah,
somebody
there's like
might have
some
asked
chick
for
who
them.
asked us to get them. I don't know. She seemed pretty nice.
We've never met any ladies in this run yet. It's just been like kids dropping their dogs in water, and then dogs. Well, we did meet Princess Fusei, but also
Yeah.
dog-related issues. No
Yeah, I'm sure somebody
fox-related
will
issues
ask
so
for those
far.
fox rods at some point.
Somebody probably would bother us about them quite constantly.
Yeah, maybe right this very second, actually.
Mm-hmm.
That
But
we're
we
gonna
got
miss because we skip it.
Yeah, we got the water dragon's gem. And the kind of tragic part about this is that it turns out that the water dragon was not a mindless beast, but it was the king of the ocean folk. He was the dragon king of the dragon palace who used the dragon gem to transform in a unrecoverable state to protect his people. Again, the pathos of this game is really good. Like, it's just very nice. Like the
I wonder what Zelda
emotionals
game I've
are
heard
beats.
about that from.
Tears of the Doggo?
Many years before its time.
Yep. I can't believe that Zelda stole from Okami, SMH. They even stole the concept of having a dog in the game. Nobody's ever done it before.
It's true. So what we just skipped in all of that cutscene stuff is basically what happened was we did get to talk to the spirit of King Wada, who talked about all that stuff with the dragon orb. And then we got to talk to the queen and return the orb back to her. The orb showed this vision of some lady we've never seen before being attacked by this monstrous shadow. And we were like, oh dang, we've met that person before. We should probably go save her.
Yeah. So, we are going to have to get into the Imperial Palace here. Fun fact, there is a way to break into the Imperial Palace. There's several ways, actually. Certain route, like the route that I do, goes through the actual Imperial Palace dungeon, and then we break into the Imperial Palace because you were supposed to be able to get a power that slows time and get past the guards. Fun fact, you just drag one of the guards away, and then you bonk him from the other side. You just bonk yourself past the trigger that the guards stop you at. So,
Wait, that's awesome.
Yo, that's an amazing trick, and I'm so sad that this route doesn't do it. It's so cute. But instead, we are going to find the secret passage, because the city has been sealed off. So we are about to get beckoned in by a ghost of somebody that we've never met before. Kind of weird, but, the ghosts just happen, I guess.
Actually, it is legitimately somebody you've never met before. It took me so long to figure this out.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing. A lot of people miss this, fact that, you never actually meet Rao, this character, in the game. You only ever talk to, spoilers.
Yeah.
But, it's foreshadowed. I think that I brought this up to somebody before. You never meet Rao, and outside of the temple where she supposedly works are boxes, which is a neat little bit of foreshadowing.
Oh, that is wild. I've actually never noticed that. It took me buying the official works and seeing like the original artwork of her with the blue beaded necklace for me to realize, like, and then I went and replayed the game. I was like, oh, we never see her with the blue beaded necklace.
Yep, so you never see both of Rao's eyes, and her necklace has red beads. So it's just like these neat little notes. So here, unfortunately, the lore talk has to stop because we're about to do the hardest skip in the game. So this is tab skip. This is infamous. This trick is double frame perfect with 1 frame of leniency. So what Tinker Knight is going to do is get a running start. He's going to normalize his movement. First, he clears that cutscene. He's going to normalize his movement by getting up into this door jam. He's going to jump up and hold.
Oh my God.
Goodness.
First try.
I thought I'd have a little more time to explain this, Tinker Knight. Thank you. But
I think it's just a god, literally.
It's a god. So what you have to do there is you have to use your double jump. Jumping works weird in Okami. You have to hold down the button and it decreases your gravity. So you need to flutter the button. You need to frame perfectly, press it to get your double jump, then release it to not bonk your head on the ceiling, then hold it again to get the distance you need to get over that lava. It's a little nuts, and Tinker Knight just did it instantly. Also, that was Rao. There's Evil Rao. Hello. Goodbye. So, turns out that we never knew Rao at all. I mean, here we never knew Rao at all either. But she was always...
Queen Himiko.
Yeah, who... I just saw a dead lady. But here's
she told us
reverse
where to
tab
go
skip.
next, though.
Super easy. Reverse tab skip's actually free. That's the funny part. The tab skip is super hard. Reverse tab skip, easy peasy.
Pretty sure I do that casually on accident.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But so it turns out that Rao was actually Ninetales, the evil master of Oni Island in disguise the entire time. That's why she was constantly bothering us about the fox rods. I mean, theoretically. Now we have to run our way entirely to the Watcher's Cape that we were at earlier to get onto Oni Island with the assistance of the Dragon Queen. And Oni Island is going to be a crazy trick gauntlet, so get ready for it.
Yeah. Oh, hey. There's Waka.
There's Waka.
Bye, Waka. It's like one of 2 times in the game where he's stationary for a little bit.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Most of the time he comes to visit you, gives you a silly prophecy, and then vanishes. If you try to tackle him in that part of the game, he just like phases through it. He's not
built
fellow.
different. Yeah. So
wow, look
here
at all
we
these
are.
people who are definitely cured of sickness.
Yeah, they're cured. Look at him. That guy looks super healthy. Hey, we're buying from this guy. He's fine.
We're shopping.
Yeah. So we're gonna buy as many exorcism slips as we can there. 8 is a decent number. Tinker Knight might take a backup, but that is getting ready for our fight with Ninetales. We're going to rush our way down to North Rio. I believe that you don't actually need to do the skip here to get there. It's just open. Normally we would need to have a pass from Queen Himiko, but we're fine. Nobody's watching the gate anyway. But yeah, like again, all of the like Japanese inspirations in this game, this is the most Japanese game of all time. It's incredible. It's got all kinds of like historical inspirations and Shintoism. It's gorgeous. We're gonna do this trick again. We'll see if Tinker Knight can get it 2 times in a row the first try. It's pretty difficult. Like, no, okay. So again, like that's the beautiful thing about speedrunning is that if speedrunners do their jobs right, it just looks like they're cheating. It just looks easy, like no problem at all. I feel like
makes it look so easy.
He still makes it look effortless, but I feel like sometimes it really helps to see the failures because like in a curated video or a showcase, we don't want to focus on those, but they're an integral part of learning and getting good at the game like that. 3rd try is still crazy for that trick. That's amazing. So because you're on a soft timer here, the sun is setting and Oni Island will disappear. You only have 7 tries at that before it respawns you, and then you lose a bunch of time. And then you have 10 tries for every subsequent cycle. But
I didn't know that this legitimately had a time limit, to be honest with you.
Neither did I. Who
casually, I book it every time because it feels like you gotta hurry, but...
Who dilly-dallies? Like, the story makes it so good that it's like, you know, you get the good music, like the Rush music, and it's really good.
And
Why
the
would you wait around?
setting, and, like, if you play through this game enough and go through the day-night cycle, you know that, like, the calls in the distance are like, hey, the moon is about to come out.
Yeah. So we're about to do a trick here. This is head jump. There's not a great lineup for this. You just got to kind of get a good double jump. Ooh, yeah. So there's not a great lineup for this trick. You just kind of got to feel it out, get a double jump, and land up on there. Because again, we didn't get Inferno, so we can't mess with these fire pillars at all. Even if we did have the fire tablet to be able to swim in lava, we would not be able to move those. So this is kind of our only option. This one looks pretty good. No, a little too far back. Again, difficult trick. Kind of just another one where you just have to roll and push it to muscle memory. That one, a bit far back again.
I didn't know that those worked off of Inferno. I would think that they work off of Water Spout.
No, it is Inferno. You would think that it's Water Spout, but it functions with Inferno. It's pretty fascinating. Yeah. I learned that because at one point I was trying this trick and I was like, I'm just going to do it. And there we go.
Yeah.
And yeah. So we're going to clip out of bounds here. And this is Thunderstorm early. So we need the Thunderstorm power to get through the rest of Oni Island. Normally you would have to go through 3 different floors of it, go through a whole huge maze, a bunch of timer challenges, but we're just going to climb the outside. So this is, again, what I mentioned earlier in Sasa's Sanctuary. This is a technique that we refer to as green hopping. So this retains some of our, like, momentum. It keeps us from sliding down too far. And it's called that because of that burst of green leaves whenever Ami lands. So we're going to see a spot here. Yeah, if we're on the upper end of this spot, ooh, that was a lot of height loss. The upper end of that spot is usually where you're pretty safe for this. So we're going to get over to this ledge that you can see. We need to get really close. We have outer cam right now where the cam is really far away. We need to get up, switch to inner cam, and restore. Perfect. That's great. That trick, it's not too bad to retry. You just go for it again. If you lose too much height, it is a pain to get it back. When I was learning this trick, I did it pretty great the first time. And then I lost a ton of height the second time and spent 10 minutes trying to get it back. So it is very nice to get that first try. Then we are just going to use our Thunderstorm on this very neat looking like sword kind of decoration. And then we head back inside. So the tricks aren't over yet because now we're supposed to climb up through a whole like section of the game. But that's kind of slow. We don't really care to. So we're going to do a clip to get into a 2D section. One of the only 2D sections in like the actual gameplay of the game. They're mostly in the digging minigames. So this, if we get just the right angle, ooh, that looks good. If we get just the right angle here, we can clip into the wall just a little bit and then jump out of bounds. Oh. There. Ooh, that looked great. There we go. Perfect.
All right.
Yep, and then we just jump past. You can see all of this nonsense that we're supposed to deal with. We just jump straight past it, get past a trigger for a puzzle there, go straight into the trigger to get into the 2D section. Perfect.
You missed one of the best characters in the game, though.
Well, we might see him a little bit later.
Just a little bit.
Just a little.
Just for his untimely demise.
Yeah. I never thought that a game would get me to care about a piece of paper before.
It's true. Toby is such a great character. Like, I can't even begin to tell you, like, how many, like, tiny characters in this game have so much heart.
Yeah, it's, like, honestly, I also never knew that you could power slash these platforms to pause them temporarily.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
You know, things that you notice whenever you're watching somebody better than you play the speedrun. But, yeah, this game just has so much heart and so much character. And there's, yeah, again, so many characters that it's like very memorable, just little moments. That's what this game does the best, I feel, is like the moment to moment of everything. Like, look at how gorgeous the wood paneling in this room looks. Like, it looks hand illustrated because I mean, I guess it kind of is, but just like amazing attention to detail while never really breaking the art style. Gorgeous. Perfect. Chef's kiss, which I can do because of my thumb, because of my Italian ancestry.
Wow, look at you.
Again, didn't know that you could pause that platform by power slashing it. Amazing. Yeah, can we get some 07s in the chat for Toby?
It hasn't even happened yet.
Well, we got about 30 seconds.
Early respect for our favorite piece of paper.
Yeah.
You basically, you're supposed to go through this mansion racing him, and it kind of becomes like a gentleman's game where he kind of actually ends up respecting you a little bit and kind of tricks, you accidentally trick him into going through the entirety of the dungeon and meeting the final boss.
Yeah, he leads the way for you. So this is Toby Skip. This is going to skip most of the Toby races. Gets us up to the 3rd floor without having to deal with a bunch of nonsense. We do, again, use that whole thing to get out of the way. Perfect. Just clip ourselves right in. There's a version of that where you do a brush adventure to clip a cherry bomb into a wall to blow it up from the other side, and then you activate Toby. Unfortunately, Tinker Knight did the trick too well, and we didn't get to see Toby. So Toby lives!
Well...
Let's get some 07s for Toby living.
It's very cute, though. Like, at the end, he's like, I wish I could give you a bouquet of flowers, and then he de-animates. Oh, wow, look at this constellation. I wonder what brush ability you'll get from this.
Yeah, what brush god did we just free with that ominous music and the blood moon in the background? So this is Ninetales, very cute. If you hit Ninetales with a cherry bomb, it instantly pops her into a vulnerability phase, which I didn't know about in casual gameplay, but it's super cool. We're going to use 2 Exorcism Slip larges here, and then there's going to be an old lady one, either in this one or it's the next cycle. There will be an old lady copy of Ninetales. Again, the Wind Waker parallels. Very Jolhalla boss
It is
here.
Jahala, yeah.
But a much cooler Jolhalla because they all have swords.
Yeah, it's true.
Again, the sword that Ninetales has, 9-Strike, one of my favorite like weapon designs in all of gaming. It just has so much sauce. It's so good.
The Ninetales fight in general is like one of my favorite boss fights in this game, and just like the general like vibe of it, of like the false god dichotomy between you and Ninetales, the fact that you like summon him from the stars, and it's just a regular old fox at the end.
Yeah, like Ninetales having this this like parallel with Amaterasu and like this, you know, again, that false god thing. Like they both, if at that point, if you're using the correct weapon choice, you both have swords. We do get one of the swords after that boss fight. We don't use it. It doesn't come in handy, unfortunately. We get a replacement very quickly. But like it's just a really cool boss fight.
Yeah, we don't talk about this a lot. Like, there's actually a huge swath of weapons in the game. The one that you use mainly is Divine Retribution, which is the main weapon that's on Annie's back right now. But there's a couple other weapon types. There's the Exorcism Beads that kind of act like a whip. There's Glaives, which are just big honking swords, and you can have them as a main weapon and as a sub-weapon, and they each serve different functions. It's very fascinating. So, like, the way you do combat is totally up to you.
And fun fact, all 3 of the weapons in this game, again, most Japanese game of all time, are based on the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, which are relics that are, like, you know, rumored to be passed down from the gods from ancient eras, but they're actually, like, legitimate historical artifacts that there is a ancient bronze mirror, a jade prayer bead, and this, like, ancient, I think it's a bronze sword. And like Amaterasu being a god kind of like has the divine right to utilize the 3 divine regalia. It's very cool. If you've ever seen an anime, you've seen references to this before. Kizaru in One Piece, all of his attacks are named after them. It's like a very ubiquitous thing that, like, you know, if you're an American kid playing this game, you probably didn't catch on to, but it's like this whole game is dripping with references and atmosphere. It's so good.
By the way, that was totally the intended way to get into Kamui, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You strike the thing with the lightning. Yeah, don't worry about how we got up there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. But here's Kamui. Kamui is also a very cool trick gauntlet. So this is our third act of the game, by far the shortest act. I would say the acts of the game get progressively shorter, which is kind of a shame. But conversely, they don't really outstay their welcome either. It's very neat. But here, we have this big blizzard that is blocking our way, so we have to bloom our sapling. But normally we'd have to do a huge boss battle that like has 2 phases. We really don't want to do that. So instead, we're going to do this brush adventure. We're going to do some very specific movement out of bounds with some very specific lineups to get past invisible walls outside of the area. And we're going to clip ourselves underneath the ground, get to the left here towards this tree, and I believe that we're going to point up to the left here, and underneath this rock is our tree. And we can just bloom it from underneath, because again, if we can see it, we can interact with it.
Yeah, normally there's this traveling archer that you see a couple times that you first see him when you're trying to get through the city checkpoint. And then he decides that he wants to go on a journey, so he starts firing arrows in various places, and you start messing with his arrows. And so you're supposed to have struck his arrow with thunder, and then that arrow hits a rock, and then the rock explodes, and then there's a tree, as one does.
Yeah, it's pretty cute, but we don't really have time for that. So we're doing another trick here. This is Igloo Skip. So there's an igloo turtle that spawns that we could fight with our Inferno power, but it's very slow. So we can just skip it by just repeatedly getting ourselves with a Vine Whip there and pulling ourselves past the trigger. It's pretty great. That trick is a lot harder than it looks too. It's very specific about where you need to be and when you need to readjust the vine. But we're going to do a little bit more shopping here. Again, get a lot more of those large exorcism slips and a couple more items that'll help us along the way. Now, in the story of this, we're supposed to talk to a bunch of people. We find this tribe of people, the Oina, which are based on the people of Hokkaido of ancient Japan. Again, this whole area, Kamui, is based on Hokkaido. And they can all turn into animals, which is kind of a reference to the people of Hokkaido being seen as savage barbarians that were half animal because they grew facial hair. Boy, that one kind of didn't age well culturally. But we're supposed to get this whole long quest where we go into a forest. We find Isun's home. We talk to the people who know him. He has a whole character arc. It's actually, when he's not being an absolute little degenerate monster, Isun's a pretty neat character. We're gonna skip all that character development though, and we're just gonna do some rock climbing. Again, we gotta put those thumbs to use somehow. And we are going to go straight to our final, quote unquote, final dungeon of the game. There's technically the boss gauntlet, which I don't know if you would count, but we just skip past the gate that you're supposed to talk to a bunch of characters to open up. And we're just going to go straight on into Ezufuji. And we're past it, and now we need to get back in bounds. There we go. Pretty neat trick.
Yeah, normally there's this huge blizzard going on, and there's this little girl that knows an incantation to make the volcanoes erupt to make the blizzard less blizzardy, and she ends up being trapped back in time with a character boss thing we've never seen before. I hope she's doing okay.
Yeah, she's probably fine. But you know what? We don't need magic powers to stop anything. We just need the good old magic powers of climbing on stuff and facing through reality. God stuff.
Yeah, God stuff.
But we are headed up now to Walku Shrine. I think that's how it's pronounced. A W than a K just makes for a weird mouthfeel when you're saying a word. But Walku Shrine is a neat area. It is your ice dungeon, plagued with ice physics, unfortunately. They're not too bad in this game, but they do exist. But the door is locked, so how are we going to get past it? So we see a vine spot here. Excellent. So that is going to pull us up some janky collision. we're gonna do that again. So if this vine pulls us to the right too far, it will just like lose us 2 minutes of having to walk back here. But I think that Tinker Knight, he should be able to get it. I believe in him. There we go. So we are going to land on a janky little bit of collision up here. Okay.
Almost.
Again, game's pretty tough. Like, Tinker Knight makes it look very easy. This game is pretty hard at a very high level, which is why it's so good that there are like lower level routes and people in the community who are super willing to help out anybody and hopefully not judge them for being probably the worst active runner of this game. who that would be.
I mean, I gotta hand it to the Okami speedrunning Discord. They have let me silently lurk in there for God knows how long.
Yeah, if you just like Okami, you can just come and chill and just like see all of the developments. Like, we love having people talking about the game too. There we go.
There we go.
Nice. Just need the little reset of position. So now we're in this jank collision and we can just get right around to the back of the door and get into the load zone directly. So Waku Shrine is the first place that we are going to see our fire burst power really pay off. We got that for 3 specific reasons. So the first reason, well, the 2 reasons, 3 spots. The first reason, pretty self-explanatory, it sets things on fire. We do need to melt some ice at 2 different spots in this game, but that one will be covered. Second spot, which we'll talk about later, pretty interesting.
You can just run past those. That's wild.
You can just run past those, yeah. They'll just miss you if you keep jumping. So we have this lockjaw here, this lock. We can just get past it with a very specific brush adventure. I'm terrible at this brush adventure, and Tinker Knight makes it look like it's nothing. Like, there we go. We clip up and out, then we have this big old chunk of ice, and we just melt it with our Firestorm. Very good. Now, here's why we got Water Spout all that time ago. Except for, you know, the mermaid coins and all of that. That's a very good thing. But Water Spout lets us get up here, and then we're going to do this. This is a tricky little spot where we use, again, that Firestorm. We're going to climb up this wall. Pretty precise trick.
We pop the Infinity Stone because normally Firestorm takes like 3
It takes
pots
like 4
minimum.
pots of ink. It's a lot. Yeah.
It depends on the size you draw it at, which is why we're doing super tiny ones.
Yeah, so we are going to be climbing up this wall. And Waku Shrine is difficult. Like, this is where all of my runs go to die, I would say. It is full of crazy powerful, like crazy tough tricks. So what we're doing here, as you can see, there we go. Nice.
There we go.
So close. So if you have Firestorm up, then it instantly melts you whenever you touch these ice points. And as it melts you, again, you're treated as grounded for a couple of frames. Well, for 1 frame, I believe. So you can just dash out of it. There we go. Very good. That, again, 2 frame perfect inputs right there. You just really have to memorize it. And that is, again, a consequence of us skipping the catfall tower. You can see that we have a catwalk statue right there, if you're familiar with the game. We just go past it. Also, you can just jump past these. You're supposed to use your Veil of Mist, the time slowdown power that we entirely skip in this route. We don't need to. Speaking of slowing down time, so Fire Burst does that. It's supposed to be like this big dramatic, you know, fire bursting all over the screen, so it slows things down. It also just slows things down like Veil of Mist does. It's for a much shorter duration, and it takes a lot more ink, but it does work. So here we are going to take out this Tengu. Unfortunately, most of our interesting combat of the game is behind us. We're just going to use an Exorcism Slip, take it out, and then we're going to move to the end of this little stone path here. and we're going to line up, go into first person. You can see that there is a frozen like handle there, and we can freeze that just barely with, or we can unfreeze that just barely with Inferno from here and skip a cutscene. So now we have the eyes, easy peasy, done. That's a combination that you're supposed to go fight an enemy to find out. But if you already know it, it's not like there's a trigger that needs to happen. And now we're going to get
it's the
our
same
last.
every time.
Yeah, it's the same. Now we're going to get our last brush power of the game. We've gotten all 13.
All
right?
13 of them.
Probably.
And for rewarding, it rewards us by giving us the new reflector solar flare, which I have a tattoo of.
Yeah, it is gorgeous. Like, I really wish that this game had, you know, I know that it's hard to render flame effects and stuff, but like the concept art of solar flare is gorgeous. It's just like this exploding sun behind Amaterasu. I really wish that it was presented very well like that in the game, but it's still very cute. And now we are doing Nechku skip, I believe. I always forget which of the owls this skips. This skips a whole boss fight. Tinker Knight making it look like it's nothing there. All of my runs die to that trick. That's actually an extremely hard trick. It is made easier, however, by a recent discovery of the community called ZR, where it turns out if you hold the ZR button, it just locks your speed at the highest speed if you were moving with Gold Dash, which makes a lot of those kinds of tricks much easier. Just kind of randomly. So here we are using our Fireburst slowdown again. Normally you're supposed to use Veil of Mist to slow down this extremely quickly firing cannon, and it is like super hard to get this with Fireburst slowdown. So you need the cannon to not shoot into the ground, and then by the time you can use your brush again, it will be behind you. So you need to turn the camera around, hit the correct ball, perfect. In my runs, if I get past Nechku skip, that's where I die. But just making it look like an absolute professional there. Perfect job.
Yeah, you're just going through a glorified, like, bullet hell.
Yeah. And here, this is a very interesting spot. So you're supposed to use the frost power-up in here to freeze these wheels. And fun fact, those advanced brush powers that we got one of, you get one for free for just getting Blizzard. You get the Ice Storm power-up that the game never tells you about. You just draw a snowflake and it just does it.
I always forget about that one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's not super useful, but you can use it in that room. But we skip all of that by maintaining a very difficult Gold Dash. Oh, stuck in the corner. Stuck in the corner. Door's stuck. Door's stuck. Please, I beg you.
Wow, who's this guy?
Who's this guy? I don't know. Some guy. So now we go up and we fight the Owl Brothers, Lechku and Nechku. This is a reference to Journey to the West, the Gold and Silver Brothers. It's honestly one of the weakest references in the game, in my opinion. They just are Gold and Silver. They don't really do anything like the Gold and Silver Brothers, but whatever.
Yeah, it's like a couple different references mashed into one. There's these two clockwork owls, and they've got different forms of time on them, and also it's Ginkaku and Ginkaku. It's
yeah, one's a clock, one's a slot machine. Sure. Anyway, we beat the boss by just using 4 large exorcism slips on it, and now we are into the final gauntlet of the game. This being a Hideki Kamiya game, of course there is a boss rush at the end. Of course there's a boss rush at the end. But we're going to fight all the bosses that we fought before. That's the Spider Queen.
Ninetales.
Ninetales is there.
Lechku and Nechku, obviously. We just fought them, so clearly they're in here too, right?
Definitely in here, right? For sure. One of those looks like
I do
an owl.
appreciate them for not making us immediately fight the same boss again after just beating them. That was a very nice design choice.
Yep. But here's all the major bosses of the game, minus Lechku and Nechku. And I mean, speaking of Journey to the West, thing that I had failed to mention earlier is that Ninetales is also great because it has that Journey to the West like aspect of you strip away all the demonic everything and all these hexes and spells, and it's just kind of an animal at the end. That's very Journey to the West, and that's amazing.
It's kind of sad too.
Yeah, it is.
Like one of the things about like after each of the boss fights, there's always like this very like epic, slow text storyline of everything that's going on afterwards, of what happens to the bosses afterwards. And it talks about how all that's left behind is just a single meager fox.
Yeah. So this is Blight. So we can one cycle Blight if we do low height jump and power slashes. Very nice. You do one combo and then you do low height jumps and you just swing the moment that you're in the air, and it gets you just enough damage to one cycle that and get us a meaty 80,000 yen. So it is very like imperative here, especially with the tight yen routing that the world record uses, that we squeeze every single yen out of these bosses that we can. And that means not getting hit and doing them extremely quickly. Doing them quickly, we kind of got covered, but not getting hit while doing it very quickly, actually pretty tough. So we are now moving into, who's this guy? Yeah, I don't know, some dude. Yeah.
I don't know. I think we've seen him at least twice at this point, right? Definitely.
Well, yeah, there's like 24 snakes in this game, right? Something like that?
Yeah, this is the final third of the 24 snakes, right?
Yeah, 8 whole snakes. So this is Orochi 3. This is probably the hardest one to do quickly. So what Tinker Knight is going to do here is try to bait out very specific attacks from 3 of these heads, and then we need to get them drunk from the sake that is in the pools underneath them. So we're going to use our brush powers to take care of them, and you can get all 3 in one there?
You can do
Nobody ever tell me that. Sorry, I'm learning things about this boss now. So we need to hit him all twice. So it only takes 3 heads to get him drunk. And nice power slash on that guy. So we take care of all 3 at once, apparently. Thanks, guys, for telling me. So we get all of them drunk. We hit another Infinity Stone, and then now I know who this guy is. Wow. Kind of rings a bell. It's funny because we didn't actually ring the bell. We used an exorcism slip. Anyway, so now the Orochis are no longer going to use their elemental powers. They're going to try to hit us physically. We want to be in a very specific spot inside of these pools on the inner ring, and that'll make them do this head slam attack, which I never saw in casual gameplay, which is the fastest attack, and hopefully we will be able to get 4 heads drunk, which will get them vulnerable, and then we'll be able to just use a single exorcism slip, well, 2 of them technically, and then, get 4 heads at once. Perfect. That was textbook. You do have to do it twice, though. This boss is absolutely a pain in this speedrun.
Is so long casually, and I'm sure also pretty dang long as a speedrun, but I'm already floored at how quick this is going.
Yeah, it's really impressive when it goes really smoothly. Usually I have to go for 3 at a time. I go for 3 and then the last 2, because getting all 4 at once is really tight. It really relies on good positioning. But great job there. I do believe Tink took a hit, though. So we might see a little less yen here. Yeah, so only 28,000 instead of the bonus 40,000. So that should be fine. I think that his money routing is doing well. Just means that we'll have a little less of a safety net for the final boss. But we are moving on into our next fight, which is the rematch with the Spider Queen. Gonna go just about as quick as the first one. It's really funny.
Yeah, not a whole lot new.
Yeah, the Spider Queen is the only boss in this game that you fight a ton of times, because there's just a reskinned version of her in a bunch of like random dungeons that you can just fight to get like pieces apart effectively.
Yeah, there's a lot of really nice little side areas that you get to go into for different things. You can sometimes get basically, additional pieces of heart, or like a buttload of praise, or there's even, I think, like 2 different places where if you donate enough money, you'll get additional cherry bombs that you can use.
Yeah, you get up to 3 cherry bombs on screen, and then a level 3 power slash that can cut through some specific materials. Fun fact, if you over donate at those shrines and then you donate the minimum amount on the last one, they will refund you. I believe that it's double the yen that you put in. So you can get a ton of yen back from them. That is called the Merry Christmas glitch because it was found on Christmas.
I didn't even know that.
Yep. It is like pretty nice if you're trying to 100% the game.
You also get to meet Blockhead Grande.
Blockhead Grande is the bane of my existence, yes.
I want to know how you beat him casually the first time.
The first time, I think that I took a screenshot and just prayed.
I fought him back in the day when it wasn't a CRT. It was some in between before we got a flat screen TV at my mom's house for the first time. I literally took dry erase marker my TV screen.
Oh my god. I'm sure your parents were very happy about that one.
It was dry erase marker. I got rid of it. My mom didn't even know.
This most recent time, I made a grid on my phone with the drawing app and filled it in that way.
I mean, nowadays, you could just make a clip on Twitch and do it that way.
You could, yeah. Here, by the way, is Crimson Helm.
Who?
He's a chump. Literally who? He's a chump. This guy actually sucks in every single iteration. Just
you participate in cow tipping.
The most bullyable cow I've ever seen. But that was Crimson Helm. GG's. Easy. Now we're headed back into the Ninetales boss fight. So, fun fact, Ninetales in this boss fight has significantly less health than she has in her boss fight. Her like initial boss fight. So we can just use a few less exorcism slips and take her out pretty quickly. This is one of those, though, where it is imperative that we don't take damage. And fun fact, Ninetales just likes to kind of throw random projectiles at you. So it's pretty hard to dodge consistently. But we will see if Tink gets it. Also, fun fact for the Ninetales that I don't think that we mentioned earlier is that if you are using the Divine brush and you leave the brush menu open for too long, Ninetales starts using her own brush on you. She starts using it against you. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's another feature I like when something that we missed by skipping the first phase of Lechku and Nechku. You get to fight alongside your past version of yourself, and you basically just let him do all the work. You pull up the brush screen, and Shiranui just goes to town with the most overpowered brush techniques you've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic.
And for a split second there, you did see that red brush that almost decided to cause problems on purpose.
Yep. Here, again, pretty easy. I'm just going to use, I believe it's 2 exorcism slips. It's 2 or 3 here. And yeah, it's 2. And GG's. I believe that was a damageless fight. So GG's, like that should have enough money going into the final fight. My split, by the way, for the final fight is 48 pieces of paper and a fish.
48 pieces of paper and a fish.
Yep, because we're going to buy 48 XLs, and we're just gonna bully a fish for a little while, and that'll be our final boss.
Yeah, when I was reviewing Tink's old speedruns for this game too, the splits that he uses also have images to go alongside them, and Yami's is just a very poor MS Paint drawing of an angry hand.
Yeah, shoutouts to Tink's images on Live Split. They're really good. I really appreciate them.
Are those Tinker Knight originals?
I think so, but I'm not certain. But here, we are not going to make the mistake that I made on one PB attempt and forget to buy the exorcism slips. That was probably the most devastating way to lose a run that I've ever had. Because fun fact, because we don't save this game, if you go into this final fight and you don't, that is just enough exorcism slips. Oh
yeah,
my goodness. If you go into this final fight and you don't have the exorcism slips, run's dead. That's it.
You get to fight Yami casually.
Yep. Fun fact, though, if you go through this boss fight and you don't have all of the brush powers, because in casual gameplay, Yami takes away your brush powers, reduces you to a mere dog, and then you have to fight him with just like the bare essential, like the bare minimum, then he just gives you the brush powers if you didn't have them to begin with. So the game,
it's very nice of him, honestly.
yeah, the game deactivates all the flags and then reactivates them back here, which is what like kind of said to me. I was like, you know, this game would make for a really good randomizer, because like it's kind of proved that you can just kind of flip those flags on and off without much like issue at all. Theoretically, again, I don't code, but
yeah, I don't know, like in a case of a rando, like when you get to this fight, like does he then give you back like whatever those flags are when you go to those brush gods? Like instead of getting bloom, instead you just get like one of the pieces of pottery or something.
It'd be pretty funny if he did. If the final boss had checks, that would be a nightmare. Like,
so here's phase 2.
Yeah. So again, basically, this is an entirely choreographed fight. So he's going to give us back these brush powers and phases. I can tell you what maybe one of these are that I've actually memorized the character for. The rest I have no clue. But it's also faster, fun fact, to just like fast text through these cutscenes instead of pressing the skip button. Like skipping the cutscene is slower than just clearing the text. But
generally, he gives you back the brush technique that he's about to do an attack for. So, like, if he turns into flames here, he just gave you back water spout.
Yeah. But we have a very specific like route. It's like, you know, hit 3 exorcism slips, power slash, 3 like, you know, exorcism slips, 2 exorcism slips kind of deal. When I was first learning this run, I had no idea what any of these random numbers at the end of the document meant, and I had to ask. So, in case anybody wants to learn that speedrun out there, that's what it means. It's just use those exorcism slips and then wait for the next phase to start. And again, we're just kind of bullying the fish
who likes
here.
gambling?
Let's go gambling!
Let's go gambling!
Big shout outs to Final Fantasy Crisis Core and Bowie the Hero from last night, where slots is a main part of the game. And the slot machine decided to be the funniest it could possibly be. Here it is rigged. If you deal enough damage to Yami, it'll just give you a brush power back. That's Windstorm. That's Galestorm, by the way. I do know that one. It's got the swooshy.
Yeah, because then it spits out fire, and then you're supposed to blow it away with Hailstorm.
Yeah. Fun fact, if you have the fire tablet from casual gameplay, it just makes you immune to fire attacks.
Yeah, I believe they give it back to you in the order you like normally acquire them in the game. So that one's Inferno.
I don't know if that's true, but I haven't done this fight casually in so long that I could not tell you, so I'm going to trust you on that one.
I'm pretty sure that's Veil of Mist. Because you should also, like, normally if you're damaging him, like, periodically throughout the passage of time, you're able to use Veil of Mist to basically slow down the slots at that point. And then, getting those blue icons spits out his weak point, which is the little seal fish orb thing in the middle that you're supposed to normally damage instead of throwing a bunch of exorcism slips at it. Anyway, here's Regieleki.
Regieleki.
It is.
It's so true. It literally is. I love that with his little neck phase here, if you pay attention to his like arms that he sticks out, they have the same design as an Einstrike, which tells you that you can use lightning attacks on them.
Yeah, this final boss does a very bad job of not choreographing its attacks.
Yeah. I genuinely think that like this is a fantastic final boss. It's like a really great like denouement of like all of the things that you've been working at all this time. You get to revisit all your brush powers. You're claiming them back. And also a huge part of the theming of this game is the triumph of nature over like evil, over what would destroy it. And what better to represent what is the antithesis of nature. Also, that's time. Than a giant mech.
No, it's not.
that is time. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. We have a little bit more. Because we have the sunrise.
Yeah, there's the Angie hand.
The Angie hand. That's my bad. It is very early in the morning here.
It's okay. Thankfully, we're not the ones that are calling time either. Anyway,
Exactly.
It is properly in the afternoon on the other side of the world where some very cool people are doing this.
Yep.
Oh, they're counting.
Yeah. And huge shout outs to the story in this game. Just absolutely beautiful, where all the people of the world lend their energy to. Nice.
Yay!
Yay! Doing the Z5 logo there. Very nice.
And the skip is usually where time is called, I believe.
So time is, I entirely, yes, it's right there at the
when the
results
score
screen.
comes up.
Entirely right part. It's at the results screen.
It is 5:30 a.m. for me, so understandable.
Yeah, 2 hours, 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Pretty darn good. That's like a really good run. A sub 2 hours, kind of like the golden zone for people. That was fantastic. That was
Beautiful
an amazing
run.
speed run. But we should probably say our goodbyes for y'all and hand it off to the next group. I have been the King's Pride. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. I'd like to give a huge shout out to that art is gorgeous.
Shout outs to this artist.
Amazing. Fantastic. A huge shout outs to the Okami community. I know that Tinker Knight wanted to shout out Allride and several other members. I apologize if I'm not remembering all of your names, but I believe that it was Allride and Lego of Egos, who currently holds the world record in most spots. Rifty, who has been finding tricks for us. Pop Rocks, who also does a lot of trick finding. I'm trying to think if I'm forgetting anybody else that you wanted to thank. I think that about covers it, but I apologize if I left your names out. But thank you so much. This has been a fantastic time. MP, anything that you'd like to say before we hand it off?
Yeah, I have a very small list of shout outs. First of all, shout outs to Gamestone Quick for letting me yap about my favorite game on earth. Shout outs to Cubs Rule 21 for thinking of me when the initial call for English Comes first came out for this marathon. I also want to particularly shout out so I am generally behind the scenes as head donations for Gamestone Quick during the main line marathons. Shout outs to Le French Restream for always having probably the best donation system in place for the French Restream. So I'm hoping that we could return the favor a little bit here.
Thank you all so very much. That has been us. Have a lovely rest of the marathon.
J'ai une opinion, voilà.
Mais il faut les partager. Et regarde, moi, ce que je dis tout à l'heure avec Zelda, Twilight Princess.
Écoute, tu sais quoi?
Calme, attendez.
Non, mais vous savez quoi? Je vais être avec Shishayu avant de lancer Outer Wild. On va avoir un débat, vous inquiétez pas. On va pouvoir en discuter, il n'y a aucun problème. Mais là,
ça risque de se battre.
Point le moment.
Non, bien sûr.
On a des choses à faire, mon cher.
Que de l'amour aujourd'hui, s'il vous plaît.
Évidemment.
En tout cas, je me suis retourné. Vous êtes quand même beaucoup, Lyon, ça fait plaisir. Vous faites beaucoup de bruit. C'est magnifique. Si on pouvait d'ici là faire partir une là, ce serait parfait.
Ah oui, c'est ça qu'on m'avait demandé. Vous savez quoi? On va vous mettre à contribution avant la run de 1000 et une SPAC.
Eh oui.
On va baisser la lumière de la régie.
Voilà.
Et vous allez tout activer les flashs de votre téléphone et on va faire une hola avec les flashs.
Ah oui, s'il vous plaît.
Ça vous va?
Vous avez tous des téléphones quand même.
Ça va commencer de vers nous.
Non.
Ça va commencer vers nous, par là-bas.
On va jusqu'à la droite, d'accord?
Et après, voilà, vous suivez? Vous êtes prêts? Baissez tous les flashs. Ok.
Une hola, pas politique, s'il vous plaît, par contre. Hein.
À 3, 2, 1, ça part. Allez. Et on repart.
C'est reparti, là.
Allez.
Voilà, superbe, magnifique.
Encore. Allez, c'est reparti, encore un tour.
Allez. Oh, c'est beau.
Allez, le retour. Allez. Ils sont fatigués.
Non mais il faut faire ça parce qu'on a l'interface qui bug. Il faut faire ça 10 minutes.
Bravo. Vous pouvez
pas
vous applaudir.
Bravo Lyon. Magnifique. J'espère que vous l'avez fait aussi à la maison.
Oui, faites-le chez vous, n'hésitez pas.
On aura l'occasion certainement d'en refaire d'ici la fin de Speedon. Comme l'a dit tout à l'heure Étienne, c'est 1001 Spikes qui arrive juste après. On va quand même vous faire une petite update, mesdames et messieurs, par rapport à ce qui s'est passé au niveau de l'incentive. Oh, c'est grave, Céleste, elle est à 99%, mesdames et messieurs. Il reste 320 balles.
320 € à mettre.
Bravo, ça s'applaudit encore une fois. 50 000 €, vous avez fait ça très très vite. Bravo.
Et là, on a Mister MV en sueur parce qu'il voulait le mettre à 100 000 €. Et bah,
il aurait pu.
Mais par contre, alors attendez, très important parce qu'il y a aussi, moi on me donne des messages de propagande à faire passer. Donc moi je ne suis qu'un diffuseur. Hein, je ne suis absolument pas. Je suis
pas responsable.
Je suis apolitique de ce qui se passe.
Bien sûr.
Vous savez qu'on essaye de notamment renommer ce petit personnage et on m'a donné des noms notamment. Voilà, on m'a donné à quelqu'un pour pouvoir voter. Voilà, donc voilà, on me dit il faut voter Béboul. Voilà. Votez Béboul, tout simplement. Voilà, en plus, il donne.
J'ai l'impression qu'il y en a un qui est favori quand même.
Il y en a un qui est quand même favori. Voilà.
Allez, Béboul.
Voilà. Donc, si vous voulez partager.
Ça vous plaît pas, j'ai l'impression, Béboul? Si, ça va, ok, bon, j'ai eu peur.
Voilà. Donc
la régie vote Francis, ben c'est nul. Donc,
mais si vous voulez pas que ce soit Béboul, voilà. Si vous voulez pas que ce soit Béboul, vous pouvez donner pour que ce soit autre chose. Actuellement, Béboul est largement.
Il a 20% d'avance.
Voilà. Bon, il y a Don Homme en deuxième position, mais ça, je sais pas si c'est vraiment la bonne idée. Il y a du Spee-Oui, du Speedoudou, du Speed-René. Spignon est très loin, alors que c'était son nom original.
Eh oui.
Voilà. Il y a Mandarin-chan aussi qui était là aussi.
Il y a des gens qui s'amusent aussi à écrire Bouboule, mais d'une autre façon. Ça existe déjà. Il faut se rallier à la cause. Je suis désolé. Ça ne sera pas pris en compte. Hein.
Il y a Béboul Magique.